Chapter 937. The sixth level's terrain was very complicated and spacious. If one wanted to explore the entire level, it would take at least half a month. However, Li Tian and his men only took half a day to reach the sixth level. Half a day was enough to investigate many things clearly. For example, the troops from Nanling Continent and the Hidden Monarch Army had all arrived at the floating continent's base. Since the situation was so clear, the people from Li Tian's side didn't stand on ceremony. At this moment, there was no longer any sense of camaraderie. It was either you die or I live. Moreover, the martial artists from Li Tian's side didn't care at all. More than 6,000 people versus 3,000 people. Everyone's strength was about the same. There was no suspense at all. The martial artists from Li Tian's side only scanned the area below the mountain peak. Without any hesitation, they split into 4 teams and attacked from all 4 sides of the mountain peak simultaneously. Kill! More than 6,000 experts shouted at the same time from all 4 directions. Their murderous intent surged into the sky and shook the earth. The violent aura caused the space around the mountain peak to vibrate. Chilly winds howled and the trees below the mountain peak rustled. Wang! 3 rays of light suddenly lit up. They were like 3 walls erected in 3 different directions of the mountain peak. These 3 light walls shot into the sky and formed a semicircle, surrounding the entire mountain peak. Only a small opening was left. This wasn't important. What was important was that these 3 light walls were tens of thousands of meters tall and were connected to the restrictions in the sky. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 parties stopped in their tracks and didn't dare to move recklessly. They were shocked. If these light walls triggered the restrictions, they would all die if a few divine lightning struck down. Many martial artists recognized this light wall. It was like a high-level spatial confinement. However, this spatial confinement was different from the ones they had seen before. This was because a normal spatial confinement would completely confine a space. It was like a square glass bottle. However, there wasn't a light wall at the top and it wasn't completely sealed. Instead, there was an opening. Most importantly, this light wall was actually connected to the restrictions in the sky. Moreover, it hadn't triggered the restrictions in the sky yet. Whoever dares to attack the light wall will trigger all the restrictions in this level. Then, we will all die together. Haha. A loud voice rang out from all directions of the mountain peak. This voice was clearly amplified by divine power, causing everyone's eardrums to ring. The expressions of the martial artists on Li Tian's side all changed. Looking at the arc-shaped light wall, none of them dared to move. These arc-shaped walls of light had clearly been amplified by an array formation. They contained terrifying energy, and when the 3 walls of light were connected together, the energy was incomparably huge. If they really attacked this wall of light, they would definitely trigger the restrictions on it. At that time, the 6th floor might really be destroyed by the restrictions. Everyone gather here and take turns to attack. Don't use energy attacks. You can't attack the light wall. Kill. Li Tian pondered for a moment and didn't dare to gamble anymore. After sending a few voice transmissions to the Legion leaders, they took the lead and charged toward the entrance without the light wall. There was no other way. If he didn't kill these 3,000 people, when Yi Qinghan came down and gained control of the situation, he would be the first one to be killed. Although the entrance was small, it was still an entrance, wasn't it? As long as they could repel the martial artists blocking the entrance, the army could follow in and annihilate all of them. Of course, Li Tian was completely out of ideas. He could only fight with his life on the line. Their side had double the number of people as compared to the Misty Continent. Even if they exchanged one for another, they could still survive at least half. Kill. A series of orderly shouts echoed on the mountain peak. The martial artists under Li Tian had just charged into the entrance when Li Shaosha led his men and charged over. In the air, on the ground, and halfway up the mountain, there were figures everywhere. Just that due to the terrain, both sides didn't dare to get too close to the light walls. Both sides could only have close to 100 people. There weren't any energy attacks. Both sides directly carried all sorts of weapons and charged into battle. All sorts of radiance of laws flickered in the air, reflecting the magnificent radiance of the light walls on both sides. The entire entrance was exceptionally beautiful. Buzz! Suddenly, just as the martial artists from both sides were charging together, an earthy yellow radiance lit up. The dozens of martial artists under Li Kong instantly felt their bodies sinking, and their movements became sluggish. But Li Xiaosha's men didn't have any discomfort. Their speed seemed to be even faster. The outcome was obvious. In the first round of killing, just a single exchange and dozens of Li Kong's men were instantly killed. Charge! Li Xiaosha held a long spear in his hand. The spearhead shone with blue radiance, emitting rays of ripple-like radiance. With a loud shout, he took the lead and charged forward. The earthy yellow radiance shrouded hundreds of people. At this moment, he naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity to expand the battle results. Such a powerful spacious suppression. Everyone, retreat. Li Kong stood in the air at the back. The 12 guards beside him watched the battle situation in front of him nervously. His expression suddenly darkened. Without any hesitation, he shouted decisively. His eyes were fixed on the mountain peak, and a middle-aged man in the war god robe was smiling faintly. Viper War God, good move. Sakura admires you. The martial artists on the mountain peak instantly had a huge boost in morale. Initially, there were still some people who had doubts, but now, all of them gave Viper War God a thumbs up. Hee hee. Actually, I didn't think of this alone. This is something that City Lord Lei Zhen and I researched together. And these array masters are, from Soul Eater City. My space suppression profound mystery wasn't originally this powerful. Hee hee. Viper War God shook his head with a smile and explained. Then, his face regained its calmness. He said indifferently, everyone, don't relax. There will be a few more fierce battles. Many people didn't understand the hidden meaning of Viper War God's explanation. They thought that he was being modest. However, young Master Meng Lang, His Highness Sakura, and young Master Ni were shocked. The first sentence didn't mean anything. The middle and last sentence were the main point. Originally, young Master Meng Lang and the rest weren't sure why an unknown little god emperor could actually become one of the leaders of the team. Now that they thought about it, it was actually arranged by Lord Devour. No wonderly he was willing to let his precious son participate in this dangerous treasure hunt. In addition to the orders from the various patriarchs, everything was clear. Since it was arranged by Lord Devour, it was normal to have such a method. It was also easy to explain why Viper War God Space Suppression Profound Mystery had such power. Everyone's confidence was boosted, and their fighting spirit soared. The martial artists from Li Tian's side didn't attack immediately. Instead, they set up camp on the opposite side. A few leaders and countless young masters gathered together to discuss countermeasures. After discussing for an entire day, they still couldn't come up with any good ideas. The entrance was too small. Moreover, the space suppression from the Misty Continent space law expert was too abnormal. If they couldn't break through the entrance, the army wouldn't be able to enter. If they continued to attack like this, no matter how many people they sent, they would all die. After Li Kong gathered everyone, he simply said a few words and fell into a deep silence. He listened to everyone arguing noisily and proposing all kinds of ideas which were rejected. Finally, when everyone was silent, he opened his mouth. His face had already regained its calmness. He said indifferently, I have 3 ways to break through this fortress. However, this requires everyone's cooperation. Blood Fiend Monarch was the first to stand up. He patted his chest and said loudly, Young Masterly, please speak. As long as there is a good idea, I, Blood Fiend Monarch, will be the first to charge. I will shred all these bastards from the Misty Continent into pieces. Chapter 938. For the next few days, the martial artists from Li Tian seemed to be silent. They didn't attack anymore and just surrounded the entire mountain. Every hour, more than 100 martial artists would be sent to feign an attack and harass them. Once the Viper War God released the spatial pressure, the team of martial artists would immediately retreat. Countless experts would rush over from the side to support the team of martial artists. This was a very normal method of harassment, but the Pyamyao continent side had to be on guard. The Viper War God didn't dare to be distracted and rest for even a moment. Otherwise, an opening would be opened up. Even if he had the spatial pressure, the range was limited and he couldn't defend against the attack of the army. Half a month later, the Viper War God couldn't hold on any longer. He could only let more martial artists guard the entrance. He had just entered the God the Arch realm, and his divine power wasn't strong enough. Moreover, this strengthened spatial pressure was very taxing on his mind. He couldn't hold on for a long period of time. The entrance was surrounded by thousands of troops and could be attacked at any time. The martial artists from the Pyamyao continent were on high alert. They were always on the lookout for someone to charge through the entrance and force their way in. Therefore, no one dared to let their guard down. Not only were the people on shift extremely careful, but the rest of the martial artists were also sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak, ready to welcome a large-scale battle at any time. The Viper War God said that this defensive formation might be safe, but there were so many people on the other side. There might be some abnormal people, and there might be accidents. Especially when the martial artists from Litian were acting very strangely recently. This abnormality lasted for more than a month, and there was finally an accident. The Viper War God rested for 10 days and replaced Her Highness Cherry Blossom and young Master Ni on the mountain peak again. But this time, the martial artists from Litian were really going all out. Teams of martial artists started to attack. Every time, there would be 100 people, but there were more than 1,000 people nearby, eyeing covetously and ready to attack at any time. This time, it wasn't a feint, but a real attack. The martial artists didn't care about the consequences. All of them risked their lives, and every move they made was a finishing move. It was a method to perish together. Under the continuous spatial pressure from the Viper War God, there was no suspense in the battle. In just 10 days, Litian had lost close to 1,000 people. Of course, the Pyamyao continent had also lost more than 200 martial artists. At the entrance, at the foot of the mountain and halfway up the mountain, there were corpses everywhere. Broken limbs were scattered all over the ground, organs and intestines hung on the branches, and blood dyed the green trees below red. Litian's attack was accompanied by feint attacks. Basically, there were dozens of feint attacks, one real attack, and one real attack. There was no pattern to it. In just 10 days, the Viper War God had exhausted too much of its mental energy. It couldn't hold on any longer and retreated to recover. Half a day after Viper War, Litian, the real attack. Day after Viper Day, War Day, the real attack finally came. Li Xiaosha had just arrived on his shift, so he did not pay much attention to it. The martial artists over at Litian's side simply loved to brag and put on a show. In the end, they were just a bunch of low-level martial artists. Li and killed, and that Li. Li 2, Li, Earth. Li. When the people on the other side rushed to a certain distance, little dripping kill raised his spear, and a blue light blossomed from the spearhead. The blue light rippled out in all directions, and the imposing aura was majestic and fierce. The 300 martial artists followed Li Xiaosha and charged at the enemy. This was Viper War God's arrangement. As long as he wasn't at the front, there had to be 300 martial artists guarding the entrance. This way, even if the enemy used a big move and killed the 100 people in front, the 300 martial artists at the back would be able to hold on for a while. The 200-odd people at the back would be able to hold out for a while. This would give the other cultivators on the mountain peak time to rush up and block the entrance. However, Viper War God was wrong. The roar of a beast could be heard all of a sudden, as a gigantic shadow of a giant beast instantly engulfed the 300 people. Li Xiaosha's chest lit up with a blue light, enveloping his entire body. However, he still vomited a few mouthfuls of blood, and was sent flying. The 300 martial artists around him were instantly turned into dust, leaving behind pieces of divine crystals. They were emitting colorful lights, floating in the air, and were extremely eye-catching. Transcendent Grade Divine Weapon. The eyes of the Cherry Blossom Highness, who was guarding the entrance, suddenly emitted rays of light. His body shot up into the sky, and countless martial artists around him woke up as well. They turned into numerous shadows and sprinted towards the entrance. However, the entrance was instantly broken through, and Li Tian's group of 100 martial artists had already rushed in. One of them was extremely fast, and as he flew, his body enlarged rapidly. In an instant, he was already a few hundred meters tall. Behind this team of 100, there were countless martial artists flying towards the entrance at lightning speed. Bang, bang. Countless martial artists from the floating continent used all sorts of powerful secret techniques and laws to attack the 100-meter-tall giant like a swarm of bees. However, the skin of the giant actually lit up with a brown light, and countless mysterious patterns appeared on it. Countless weapons pierced his body, but were repelled. Only the Cherry Blossom Highness's flaming red longsword pierced through, but it was grabbed by the giant, and couldn't move at all. Haha. Great job, howdy. Hold on. Everyone, charge. Li Tian's maniacal laughter reverberated in the wilderness, his face full of malevolence. As he waved his hand, countless martial artists followed the wind and charged in. In an instant, hundreds of people had already rushed in, and they had already secured the entrance. As long as the giant could hold on for a while longer, more martial artists would rush in, and the outcome would be determined. Li Tian had been executing this plan for a long time. The previous feint was to calculate the limit of the Viper War God's continuous spatial pressure. This time, the feint attack had once again exhausted the Viper War God's energy and divine power. Only then did he activate his killer move. The real killer move was this giant, howdy. He was the leader of the scattered martial artist army. He had obtained an ancient secret technique from the Myriad God Cave, and his defense was comparable to that of a 6th-grade war god. As for the Transcendent Grade Divine Weapon, it naturally belonged to Li Tian. For this assault, he had arranged for his 12 bodyguards to hide in the team of 100. The 12 of them knew a joint attack tactic, which allowed them to concentrate their divine power on one person, and forcefully increase their divine power to that of a 6th-grade war god. The more powerful the user of the Transcendent Grade Divine Weapon, the more powerful it would be. If Li Tian had released that attack, he would definitely not have been able to kill 300 experts in a second. Li Tian's plan was indeed vicious. If Li Kong knew about it, he would definitely be praised by everyone. Buzz. Li Tian's smile was cut off by a streak of earthy yellow light. The Viper War God had emerged from the wooden house again, and he had a faint smile on his face. His eyes pierced through the thousands of martial artists and looked at Li Tian from afar. He seemed to be mocking Li Tian. Boom! There was a huge explosion, and countless pieces of flesh and limbs flew everywhere. Li Tian's face darkened again. Along with the huge explosion, Howdy's mountain-like body was turned into pieces of flesh that flew in all directions. Similarly, a giant phantom image of a strange beast condensed in the blood mist. The strength of a 6th-grade war god and a transcendent grade divine weapon. You guys are not the only ones who have it. Her Highness Cherry Blossom's eyes were filled with coldness. Fresh blood slowly dripped from the fiery red longsword in her hand. The tip of the sword was pointed at Li Tian's chief bodyguard, who was also wielding a transcendent grade divine weapon. She was imposing and awe-inspiring, as though she was an ancient war goddess. Swish! Over 1,000 subordinates of Her Highness Cherry Blossom and hundreds of people from the Misty Continent rushed towards the entrance in a frenzy. They surrounded Li Tian and his men. Under the spatial pressure of the Viper War God, it was obvious that these hundreds of people were not enough to kill. As for her 10 bodyguards, Cheong Dao and the others, they rushed towards Her Highness Cherry Blossom and were prepared to fight it out with Li Tian's 12 bodyguards. Li Tian, you are not the only one who knows how to scheme. You are not the only one who has a transcendent grade divine weapon. Mr. Ni leisurely flew from the mountain peak to midair. The battle saber in his hand was automatically unsheathed. Accompanied by a soft cry, a phantom image of a strange beast gradually condensed in midair. Huh, is that so? Li Tian laughed instead of getting angry. His voice was extremely delighted. Suddenly, his eyes revealed a trace of fanaticism as he shouted, "Qiong Dao, do it. Her Highness Cherry Blossom, be careful." The Viper War God had been paying attention to Li Tian's expression. When Li Tian laughed, he felt that something was amiss. His divine senses had already scanned the surroundings. Before Li Tian could say anything, he had already noticed that something was amiss. At this moment, he almost shouted at the same time as Li Tian. Chapter 939. The Viper War God had shouted very quickly, but it was still too late. Because Qiong Dao's hand had already stealthily reached behind Her Highness Cherry Blossom's slender waist. His hand emitted blazing divine power and sealed her divine crystal. Her Highness Cherry Blossom's divine sense had been locked onto Li Tian's 10 guards. She was surrounded by Nanling City's personal guards, so why would she be on guard? Although she had forcefully used a secret technique to raise her divine power to that of a 6th-grade war god, her body's defenses were not strong, especially behind her. Because of the 10 guards behind her, she was even more relaxed. Once her divine power was sealed, the divine sword in Her Highness Cherry Blossom's hand instantly withered, and the phantom of the strange beast gradually faded. Her body was grabbed by Qiong Dao and she sprinted towards the entrance. The situation at the entrance was even more tragic. Over 1,000 martial artists from the Nanling Corps suddenly rebelled and attacked the martial artists from the Misty Corps, as well as the hundreds of martial artists from Li Tian's side. More than half of the martial artists from the Misty Corps were killed in an instant. Fresh blood dyed the sky red, and the divine crystal emitted a dazzling multicolored light. "Qiong Dao, how dare you!" Her Highness Cherry Blossom roared angrily. Her voice was slightly shrill because of her anger and fear. She had not expected that the guards that Nanling City had personally chosen for her would rebel. Over 1,000 martial artists from the Nanling continent had rebelled at the same time, but she had not sensed anything amiss. "I'm sorry, Your Highness. You can't go on like this. When Yi Qinghan comes down, he will definitely kill us all. It's useless even if we help the Misty Continent. Now, we can only eliminate the martial artists of the Misty Continent together to fight against Yi Qinghan." Qiong Dao's face was full of shame, but his eyes were abnormally resolute. The martial artists from the Nanling continent also had ruthless expressions. "Nonsense, who did you hear that from?" Her Highness Cherry Blossom's eyes were about to spit fire, but she did not struggle. Instead, she coldly swept her gaze over the dozen young masters from the Nanling Corps. The dozen young masters shrunk back under her cold gaze. One of them with a jade-like complexion gritted his teeth and said, "Your Highness, don't forget the purpose of our trip. If we can't obtain the treasure, how can we face the Nanling Corps disciples who died? How can we answer to Uncle? Only by killing Yi Qinghan can we obtain the treasure of the Soul Emperor Pavilion." Haha. "You're right." As they spoke, Li Tian and countless martial artists had already rushed into the entrance and surrounded the Ethereal Legion's martial artists. The outcome was set. The crowd split apart as Li Tian led a group of young masters to the front under the protection of dozens of guards. Li Tian's face was filled with smiles while his eyes were filled with confidence and calmness. It was as though everything was in his hands and he had a different kind of aura. He looked coldly at young Master Ni and yelled out, "Young Master Ni, right? You still haven't woken up? If you don't kill Yi Qinghan, what will you get? I've already sworn a God Emperor blood oath with all the Legion leaders. No matter who obtains the Soul Emperor Pavilion and Yi Qinghan's treasures, they will be divided equally. If you don't come to your senses, don't blame us for being ruthless." Right now, there were only around 600 to 700 martial artists from the Ethereal Continent. All of them were gathered behind the Viper War God and young Master Meng Lang. Young Master Ni had close to 1,000 subordinates, but they were all gathered behind young Master Ni. His eyes were flickering and he would occasionally look at the Misty Legion with cold eyes. He was silent and waiting for young Master Ni's decision. Sigh, the Viper War God let out a slight sigh and felt a little helpless. He had calculated everything and was certain about Her Highness Cherry Blossom and young Master Ni's character. He didn't expect Li Tian to not choose to convince the two of them but to start with Her Highness Cherry Blossom's subordinates instead. With the addition of Emperor Hao, the victory was decided in one fell swoop. Humph. Young Master Ni's golden battle armor was surging with god power. The battle saber in his hand was revolving with mutated beast shadows. He roared and said coldly, I, Ni Yao, never make decisions. Once I make a decision, do you think you can convince me with just a few words? I am not like those good-for-nothings from the South Mountain continent. If you want to fight, let's fight. Why speak so much nonsense? All right. If you want to fight, let's fight. Her Highness Cherry Blossom, don't blame yourself. The ethereal continent will remember this favor. Elong, bring the men and prepare to activate the restriction. Once all of us die in battle, activate the restriction immediately. Whether we can escape from the restriction will depend on everyone's capabilities. All Misty Legion, listen up. Follow me and kill. Viper War God let out a long laugh. His voice was incomparably carefree and heroic despite the dangerous situation. He held a giant axe in his hand that was radiating with god power. With a wave of his hand, he released a spatial pressure that enveloped the hundreds of martial artists in front of Li Tian. He then took the lead and rushed out. Elong War God led the 5 array masters and quickly left the team. They rushed towards the light wall behind them. The 6 of them each had an array stone in their hands. They poured in god power, causing the array stone to radiate with radiance that reflected the light on the light wall. Their faces were filled with determination to die. Kill. Young Master Ni took the lead and rushed forward with the mutated beast shadows in his hand. It was obvious that young Master Ni had a much higher prestige than Her Highness Cherry Blossom. Once he made a move, his subordinates didn't hesitate and rushed forward with him. They looked at the array stones in the hands of Elong War God and the others that were radiating with resplendent radiance. They looked at the 6 of them who were unafraid of death. They looked at the sinister smiles in the eyes of the Misty Legion's martial artists that were rushing over. The martial artists on Li Tian's side were frightened by the Hidden Legion's martial artists that were like hungry wolves. The barbaric feared the unreasonable, and the unreasonable feared those who didn't care about their lives. Those who wore shoes feared those who were barefooted. The Misty Legion adopted a desperate stance. Li Tian's expression changed first. This wasn't the ending he wanted. If he allowed these small fries to die with him, he would definitely suffer a huge loss. Although he and all the young masters had precious treasures bestowed by their respective clans, who knew how powerful the Soul Emperor Pavilion's restriction would be when it was fully activated? What if their treasures couldn't withstand it? This wasn't the outside world where they had a 7th grade war god protecting them at all times. Kill half of their men and retreat. Li Tian and the young masters retreated rapidly under the protection of their guards. Their minds were spinning rapidly. Before they even retreated out of the entrance, they had already thought of a complete plan. They quickly gave the order. The mountain peak started to bleed again. Although the Viper War God had preserved his strength, the range of the spatial suppression was only so big. More than half of Li Tian's men had entered, and his subordinates from the South Mountain continent had betrayed him. The disparity in strength between the two sides was extremely great. Although the morale of the Misty Legion and the Hidden Legion was high, they couldn't win against the other side's numbers. 1 hour later, the entire mountain peak was dyed red with blood. More than half of the Misty Legion had died, and there were only over 300 men left. 2 young masters had perished, and the Viper War God had fainted from his severe injuries. More than half of the Hidden Legion had died, and young Master Ni was injured. Seal the mountain. Misty Legion and young Master Ni, listen up. Stay inside obediently. If you dare to come out, kill every single one of them. If you aren't afraid of death, then activate the restriction. His Highness Li Tian ordered everyone to retreat and surround the entrance. He had been commanding the battle just now and instructed the martial artists on this side not to kill the important figures of the other side. Otherwise, the Viper War God and young Master Ni would definitely be dead. As expected. After killing most of the martial artists and leaving behind a few hundred, no one dared to charge. Because the young masters of the Misty Legion didn't die, and the Misty Legion only had 2 descendants of the mid-level clans that died. The Dragon War God didn't dare to activate the restriction. Right now, this defensive position had become a cage that trapped Viper and the others. Chapter 940. Phew, this soul-poison jade saber is really hard to cultivate. Even in such a heaven-defying state, it took me more than 5 years to master it. I reckon that the Rain Empress must have cultivated for dozens of years. In the Dream Palace, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes. A green light flickered in the depths of his eyes, and his face revealed a look of excitement. He glanced at the smiling Yao Ji beside him and gently patted the jade bed with both hands. His body turned into a blur as he flashed towards the center of the hall. While he was in midair, his hands danced elegantly as though he was playing a beautiful tune. This is the soul poison jade saber soul skill? The Yao Ji's eyes widened. She used her divine sense to scan and revealed a look of astonishment. Her divine sense could easily detect countless thin blades that were like wind blades. As Yi Qinghan's hands danced, they shot out in all directions. They were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they entered the surrounding walls without a sound. If he didn't use his divine sense, if his divine sense wasn't so strong, he wouldn't have been able to discover these transparent jade sabers. Yao Ji, let me show you my power. Yi Qinghan turned around and looked at the Yao Ji with a smile. When he saw the Yao Ji reveal a trace of mockery at the corner of her mouth, he did not stand on ceremony. His hands moved like lightning, and thousands of soul-poison jade sabers soundlessly shot toward the Yao Ji. Every jade saber seemed to have eyes, and they automatically turned in the air with only one target, the Yao Ji's body. Furthermore, so many jade sabers danced in the air, but they didn't collide with each other. If these jade sabers could be seen, the scene would be extremely spectacular. The Yao Ji's body didn't move, but the veil wrapped around her started to dance. The trajectory of the veil was very strange, and it seemed to contain some sort of mystery. The veil caused the air around the Yao Ji to move, and these air currents quickly revolved around the Yao Ji's body, forming a seemingly simple shield. This simple shield of air currents blocked all the thousands of sabers. The jade sabers entered the air currents and disappeared quietly. Then, the veil stopped dancing, and only the last saber remained. She didn't stop it and let it pierce into her body, as though she wanted to see its power. Yi Qinghan smiled as he watched the last jade knife sink into Yao Ji's body. Sure enough, Yao Ji's expression changed. She closed her eyes tightly, and only opened them after a short while. She let out a sigh and nodded at Yi Qinghan. She smiled bitterly and said, "This soul skill is very powerful, and it's a group attack. It seems like even if you can't win the second round, you can at least protect yourself. Hee, this is the effect of those million-year-old medicinal herbs you gave me. This soul poison is very fierce, right?" Yi Qinghan reckoned that even if this soul poison jade knife was not as ferocious as the Empress of Rain, it was not far off. After all, the toxicity of his soul poison was several times stronger than the Empress of Rain's. The most powerful thing about the soul poison jade knife was not the jade knife, but the soul poison. Very strong. Martial artists below the God Emperor realm, if they don't have a soul defense divine artifact, and if they aren't a soul cultivator, they will definitely die if they are hit by this move. Yao Ji gave a very definite answer, which boosted Yi Qinghan's confidence. He estimated that there was still more than a month until the 25th year, so he was not in a hurry. He opened the beast's space and used his soul to probe Xiaohe, but found that Xiaohe was still asleep, but his body was glowing with a faint yellow light. He could not help but describe the situation to Yao Ji, asking her what was going on. Yao Ji's face revealed a loving and gratified expression. She smiled faintly and said, "Hee, the Soul Emperor's son is finally going to grow up. His soul has already broken through to the God Emperor realm, but he has not woken up yet. He probably hasn't finished refining the energy in the strange fruit. He has already reached the God Emperor realm? This kid." Yi Qinghan was in a good mood. Xiaohe was going to transform into a human soon. As long as the matter with the Soul Emperor Pavilion was settled, even if the matter with the Star Sea was not over, Yi Qinghan would find a way to send Xiao He back. Li Shuai was waiting for Xiao He to come and marry her. Little man, there is something I have no choice but to tell you. Yao Ji's complexion suddenly darkened. Yi Qinghan's good mood also sank. Yao Ji was normally cheerful and rarely had such an expression. Could something bad have happened? Over a month ago, I followed the Soul Emperor's instructions and sent a sound transmission down to the 6th floor. There are 9 legions on the 6th floor and one of them is from your floating continent. At this time, there are less than 1,000 people left on your side and they have been trapped on a mountain peak by another group of people. This is a rule set down by the Soul Emperor. Little man, don't blame me. Yao Ji recounted everything to Yi Qinghan without concealing anything. Looking at Yi Qinghan's complexion and the slowly flowing infernal energy from his body, Yao Ji's heart tightened and her heart darkened. She was well aware that once that sound transmission was sent out, all the influences that had good relations with Yi Qinghan would be slaughtered. But there was nothing she could do. This was something that the Soul Emperor had decided long ago. The challenger had to be isolated and helpless, otherwise they would lose the original purpose of this challenge. Is there any way for me to see the current situation of the 6th floor? Yi Qinghan was silent for a long time. The aura around his body became increasingly vigorous, like a treasure saber slowly being unsheathed, cold and threatening. He coldly looked at Yao Ji and slowly said. There was no special expression on his face, only a terrifying calm. That's simple. Yao Ji waved her hand and a white light flashed on the left wall. A projection appeared, showing the situation at the floating continent's mountain peak. At this time, Heaven Plow had just retreated and the entire mountain peak was dyed red with blood. Severed limbs and corpses were scattered everywhere. The surviving martial artists of the floating continent all had bloodshot eyes. None of them dared to rush out, only standing guard together. Viper? Dripping Kill? Dragon? Reckless? Yi Qinghan's pupils shrank. He recognized many familiar faces. He saw Dripping Kill and Viper both lying on the mountain peak, their bodies covered in blood and their fates unknown. His body instantly erupted with a wild killing intent. If a treasure saber had been slowly unsheathed just now, then it was completely unsheathed now. Killing intent pervaded the Reverie Palace. The biting cold winds in the air stopped blowing in the face of this killing intent. Yao Ji, is there any way to deactivate the 6th floor's restriction? A saber appeared in Yi Qinghan's hand out of thin air. He infused his divine power into the saber, and the 2 words, Dragon Origin, on the saber's hilt seemed to have come to life and started to twist. The atmosphere in the Dream Palace became even more oppressive because of this saber. Yao Ji was silent for a moment. Although the Soul Emperor didn't have any rules, in principle, Yao Ji shouldn't change the Soul Emperor Pavilion's restriction. However, seeing Yi Qinghan like this, Yao Ji bit her lip and nodded. I can at most close it for a day. All right. Yi Qinghan nodded and smiled bitterly at Yao Ji. I don't blame you. Don't blame yourself. Send me down. I'm going to start the second challenge. There's still more than a month. Little man, you should consolidate your soul skill first. Yao Ji said worriedly. There's no need. Yi Qinghan's complexion became even calmer. His eyes blazed with fighting spirit and his tone left no room for refusal. Yao Ji sighed helplessly. She smiled bitterly and said, Little man, be careful. Yao Ji, we'll wait here for your return. As she finished speaking, several strands of divine power shot out from Yao Ji's hands towards the surrounding walls. With a flash of white light, Yi Qinghan's figure disappeared from the Reverie Palace. Chapter 941. Li Tian's subordinates surrounded the entrance, while Li Tian brought a group of young masters to a simple loft below to discuss countermeasures. In this battle, Li Tian's side had lost close to 1,000 men. Most of them died under the pressure of the Viper War God Space and young Master Ni's transcendent grade divine artifact. However, over 1,000 men from the South Mountain continent had defected, and Li Tian's side had around 5,000 men. The greatest loss was Emperor Hao, an expert whose defense was comparable to a 6th-grade war god. Of course, Emperor Hao didn't belong to any faction, and there weren't many people in his team who were truly familiar with him. No one had anything to be sad about. Her Highness Cherry Blossom wasn't under anyone's control. She sat on a seat on the right. However, the leader of the South Mountain Legion had been changed to a famous young master of the South Mountain continent, young Master Fire Jade. Young Master Fire Jade's face was as white as jade, and he was even more handsome than Li Tian. He was sitting beside Her Highness Cherry Blossom. His eyes were burning, and he had a confident expression. He smiled at the cold Her Highness Cherry Blossom and said, "Your Highness, we didn't mean to offend you. When we return to the continent, we will definitely ask for forgiveness from the sovereign's residence. Now that things have turned out like this, even if Yi Qinghan comes down, he won't acknowledge this favor. Once this is over, the South Mountain continent's share of the treasures will be fully handled by Your Highness Cherry Blossom." Her Highness Cherry Blossom sneered and didn't say a word. She was very clear that this matter was orchestrated by Huiyu. Of course, Li Tian must have made many promises to him. Among the young masters that came with her, only Huiyu would have the guts to plan such a disgraceful thing. Because Huiyu's mother's surname was Ying, and she could be considered Cherry Blossom's aunt, Li Tian smiled faintly, looked at Her Highness Cherry Blossom's charming face, and said, Does Your Highness Cherry Blossom not believe that we have the ability to kill Yi Qinghan?" Her Highness Cherry Blossom snorted coldly again and didn't deny it. "Your Highness, take a look at this." Li Tian did not mind. He took out a white pearl from his space ring and held it in his hand. He said slowly, "This is a snow pearl. It can break through all escape techniques. If we surround this place, Yi Qinghan will have no choice but to come. Once he gets close, he'll be able to break through no matter what stealth technique he has. Also, I'm not afraid to tell you that 99 of my subordinates have cultivated the blood explosion technique and the blood explosion formation. Once Yi Qinghan gets close, he will die without a doubt." Her Highness Cherry Blossom's expression changed slightly. She had heard of the snow pearl before. It was indeed a treasure that could break illusions and invisibility mystic arts. It was just that the area was a little smaller, but they surrounded the entrance. Once Yi Qinghan appeared and knew that it was one of his people, he would definitely go in to save them. As for the blood explosion grand magic, it was even more famous in the god world. It was a very vicious secret magic, and if one self-detonated, one's god power and soul would be affected by the poisonous blood. The more poisonous blood he had, the lower his strength would be. When that time came, it would be really troublesome. All of you will regret this." Her Highness Cherry Blossom didn't look at Li Tian. Instead, she looked at Huiyu and the rest indifferently and spoke coldly. She actually didn't know what kind of insane ability Yi Qinghan had. However, she had a cousin sister who had told her many secrets about Yi Qinghan. How could a person who could break the restrictions of the Sealed God Valley and enter the 8th level of the Soul Emperor Pavilion be killed by these useless people? Buzz! Suddenly, the entire 6th level shook. Li Tian and the rest were shocked and immediately shot out of the pavilion. Once they came out, they looked around but didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Look at the sky. The restrictions in the sky are disappearing." A martial artist suddenly shouted. Everyone quickly scanned the sky with their divine senses. Indeed, the countless restrictions in the sky were disappearing rapidly. The originally dark sky seemed to be exceptionally bright at this moment. Not good, Yi Qinghan must have come down. Everyone, get into formation. Blood Fiend King, bring some men to seal the sky. The rest, follow me and kill everyone on the mountain peak. Li Tian's expression changed. His eyes flickered a few times before he shouted. Everyone was shocked. The restrictions in the sky were gone. That meant that the martial artists on the mountain peak couldn't be trapped anymore. They would definitely escape. With such a change in the 6th level, it was highly possible that Yi Qinghan had come down. Of course, they had to make the first move now. Whoever dares to move, I will let him die without a complete corpse. Li Tian, get out here and die. All of a sudden, a loud roar came from the sky. The voice was filled with violent dominance and soaring killing intent. It was like a gust of wind from the 9 netherworlds. All the martial artists felt their bodies turn cold. That voice was like the call of the Grim Reaper. It could steal one's soul. Some of the weaker warriors even hugged their heads after hearing this roar, and their bodies trembled as they howled in pain. A gentle radiance lit up in front of Li Tian's chest and wrapped around his body. He woke up instantly. His eyes were filled with vengeance. He stared at a green figure that was flying towards him from the right side of the sky. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Yi Qing Han." This voice contains a soul skill. Everyone, guard your heart. Don't be bewitched by him. The Blood Fiend King's entire body revealed a soaring battle intent as he roared. A large part of the reason he had come here was because of Chong Yi Qinghan. He had always been unconvinced by Yi Qinghan. Now that he had the chance to fight with him, not only was he not afraid, but his blood was boiling. City Lord Yi, it's City Lord Yi. Big Brother Yi, cough, cough, I'm Li Xiaosha. City Lord Yi is here. Haha. City Lord Yi is here. It's young Master Yi. On the peak of the mountain, countless black figures suddenly flew up. The restriction in the sky had been removed and they were contemplating if they should escape. Now that they heard the roar, many of them could tell that it was Yi Qinghan's voice immediately. Of course, they didn't have any scruples anymore. Even Li Xiaosha, who had just woken up and was extremely weak, roared out when he was being carried by someone. When everyone flew into the sky and saw a green figure wielding a giant battle saber flying towards them at a terrifying speed, the remaining 300 young masters and young masters of the Misty Continent were all tearing up and shouting at the top of their lungs. Yi Qinghan was here. City Lord Yi was here. The pride of the Misty Continent was here. Their backbone, their commander-in-chief, had arrived. Young Master and I looked at the group of old masters of the Misty Continent crying in a daze and felt that it was unbelievable. Then, he looked at Yi Qinghan, who was moving at a frightening speed and had an indescribable feeling in his heart. This person actually had such demonic powers? He could actually make everyone lose their composure? Get into formation and prepare for battle. Li Tian regained his composure and didn't panic. Instead, he gave the order indifferently. Li Tian's status was similar to the Blood Fiend King and the others. But Li Tian had recently displayed his intelligence and schemes. Everyone had already treated him as the commander. Once the order was given, the 5,000 men quickly went into their designated positions and stood up neatly in small teams. It was serious. The South Ridge Continent martial artists might have just joined, but young Master Fire Jade had already handed over the command. Once Li Tian gave the order, dozens of Star Sea martial artists immediately led the team to get into formation. Is Viper War Immortal alright? Yi Qinghan shot over like a specter and arrived in front of everyone in a blink of an eye. He had a calm expression and didn't have any expression. He nodded to everyone and his eyes finally landed on Viper War Immortal, who was being carried by Dragon War Immortal. Seeing Dragon War Immortal nod, he knew that Viper War Immortal wasn't dead. At this moment, a huge weight was lifted off his heart. Viper War Immortal had done him a great favor and he didn't have the time to repay it. If Viper War Immortal were to die because of him, he wouldn't know what to do. Young Master Li, young Master Meng, this young master, and everyone else, go to the back and rest. Yi Qinghan turned his head and looked at Li Xiaosha, who was struggling to stand up. He waved his hand and signaled for him to calm down. Subsequently, his expression turned cold. A strange beast shadow whizzed out from the Dragon Source War Saber. He raised his hand and pointed the saber towards Li Tian. His eyes were filled with chilling intent as he said, "As for them, leave them to me." Young Master and I raised his brows and revealed a trace of astonishment in his eyes. This Yi Qinghan was actually going to fight against 5,000 experts by himself? Chapter 942. Young Master and I might be surprised, but he didn't intend to be stubborn at this moment. His lineage of the hidden monarch wasn't strong to begin with, and monarchs didn't like to fight. So many elites had died, and he brought all the elites of the young generation on the island. One death meant one less. Now that Yi Qinghan was willing to fight alone, he was naturally happy. Big brother Li Xiaosha was slightly anxious. He and Yi Qinghan had only met a few times. It was Yi Qinghan who greeted Li politely in Dripping Spring City. At that time, he didn't care much about Yi Qinghan. After all, Yi Qinghan wasn't well known. But after Li Shu'ei's coming-of-age ceremony, Yi Qinghan's reputation rose. After the Star Sea battle, his name shook the entire divine domain. Right now, Yi Qinghan was like a legendary idol in Li Xiaosha's eyes. City Lord Yi, aren't you going to help? Young Master Meng Lang and the others asked. Of course, they were just asking out of politeness. If Yi Qinghan couldn't handle the current situation, they would be sending themselves to death if they went. Dragon War God remembered Viper War God's words and transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan. City Lord Yi, that blue-haired lady is Her Highness Cherry Blossom. She helped us a lot in the past, but her subordinates betrayed us, and her divine crystal was sealed. If there is a chance, I hope City Lord Yi can save her life. This is what Big Brother instructed. It's fine. All of you retreat 10,000 miles and protect yourselves. Yi Qinghan turned around and nodded to Dragon War God. His face was filled with confidence and calmness. He flew forward slowly. His speed was slow, but his aura was getting stronger and stronger. A faint killing aura was emitted from his body, and it was getting thicker and thicker. Finally, it enveloped all 5,000 martial artists below. Li Tian, get up here and talk. When he was a few thousand meters away from Li Tian's men, Yi Qinghan stopped and spoke indifferently. Since the opponent had set up their formation, Yi Qinghan wasn't so foolish to just rush over even though he had absolute confidence to defeat the enemy. Li Tian raised his brows. Blood Fiend King and the others also raised their brows. Didn't Yi Qinghan know how to turn invisible? Why didn't he use stealth to launch a sneak attack? Could it be that he wanted to fight openly like this? Yi Qinghan, you're about to die, yet you still dare to be so arrogant? Li Tian's head is here, come and take it if you have the guts. Li Tian was no longer the Li Tian of the past. Although he was still young and hot-blooded, he was much more mature. Of course, he wouldn't foolishly fly out alone. Now that the formation was in place, it was best to lure Yi Qinghan over. In any case, if Yi Qinghan wanted to become the master of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, he would have to defeat and kill all of them. They were in no hurry. Humph. Are the starry seas crowned scions that afraid of death? I, Yi Qinghan, dare to stand here alone, and you don't even dare to come up and speak? The starry sea sovereign is publicly acknowledged as the strongest in the divine world, but his subordinates are all useless. Yi Qinghan sneered and simply retracted the mutated beast image in the battle saber. He sheathed the saber and attached it to his back. Li Tian's scheme wasn't worth a mention in Yi Qinghan's eyes. Since you guys have set up your formation, then I'll break your formation and fight. Li Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of anger, but he forcefully suppressed it. His mind was spinning rapidly as he started to retaliate. Humph. How can the name of my sovereign be used by someone of your level? The reputation of the Starry Sea isn't won through a war of words. History has proven that those who offend the Starry Sea will ultimately be annihilated. Li Tian's words were very straightforward. Those who offended the Starry Sea would be annihilated. It was as though he was pointing out that the Flame Dragon City being smashed into ruins was the doing of the Starry Sea. He was trying to infuriate Yi Qinghan. In the end, he was disappointed. Yi Qinghan's expression didn't change at all. Instead, he laughed loudly and looked down. He even stretched out a finger and pointed at Li Tian's troops. I, Yi Qinghan, am not won through a war of words. History has also proven that those who start a war with me, Yi Qinghan, will ultimately die. All of you trash will die today. Yi Qinghan's laughter was very ear-piercing. His domineering and arrogant attitude was very hurtful. His disdainful gaze made the group of people restless. Especially the blood-fiend monarch, his battle intent was soaring. He gripped a long rod tightly in his hand, and his eyes were burning with rage. What kind of status did he have, to actually be scolded while pointing at his nose? I'm talking about you, the one wearing blood-red battle armor and holding a wooden rod. What are you staring at? Your master didn't say anything, and you dare to make a move. Yi Qinghan's attitude was even more arrogant. He had noticed the blood-fiend monarch a long time ago and was very clear that he was definitely someone important because he was surrounded by 10 guards. At this moment, he intentionally glanced at Yi Qinghan from the corner of his eyes and scolded him without holding back. Yi Qinghan, you are too much. The blood-fiend monarch couldn't take it anymore. He was the direct descendant of the Blood Knight monarch, and he was undoubtedly the number one of the younger generation in the Blood Knight continent. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Immediately, he ignored the advice of the guards beside him and Li Tian's voice transmission. He raised his metal rod, and the divine power in his body surged. His body rapidly rose into the sky and rushed towards Yi Qinghan. While in midair, the iron rod in his hands suddenly grew larger. A loud roar came from the iron rod, and then a cyan phantom of a strange beast with a tiger's head and a dragon's body whizzed out from the iron rod. It was actually another transcendent grade divine artifact. However, as the descendant of a monarch, it was considered normal for him to possess a transcendent grade divine artifact. Swish! Since their master charged, the 10 guards had no choice but to charge. Similarly, the 1,000 over martial artists of the Blood Knight army had no choice but to charge as well. Instantly, the formation that Li Tian had set up was messed up. Everyone, charge. Don't use energy attacks. Surround them and kill. Li Tian sighed helplessly. This group of people weren't his direct subordinates, and they were formed at the last minute. Now, they could only engage in a chaotic battle. He only hoped that everyone wouldn't panic and give Yi Qinghan a chance. Li Tian believed that with so many people surrounding and attacking Yi Qinghan, if he dared to fight head-on, he would definitely die. Therefore, he concluded that Yi Qinghan was doing what he did in the Starry Sea, launching sneak attacks from all directions. Therefore, he held the snow pearl in his hand and nodded to the 12 guards beside him. He followed the crowd and flew towards Yi Qinghan, preparing to break his invisibility technique. However, what made Li Tian astonished was that Yi Qinghan didn't move at all. He allowed the crowd to surround him from all directions. From start to finish, he didn't move at all. However, the sneer at the corner of his mouth intensified. The people on Li Tian's side were dumbfounded, and they didn't dare to move. Li Xiaosha and the rest were so anxious that they almost screamed. Li Tian's 12 guards were going to attack together, and all 12 of them were concentrating their divine energy on one person. Their divine energy was equivalent to that of a 6th grade war god. If they were to concentrate their divine energy on him, Yi Qinghan, who hadn't even reached the arch realm, would immediately be torn into pieces. Ah! Ancient beast god, please bestow me with great power. Let me slay demons and devils, fight invincible war gods, kill venerables, and crush all lowly creatures that dare to go against your strength. Soul poison jade knife, slash. Just as Li Tian was about to give the order to attack, regardless of the consequences, Yi Qinghan moved. He smiled faintly and said some strange words. He actually closed his eyes without a care, and the dragon source battle knife in his hand danced beside him. His sword dance was very beautiful. His 10 fingers and body were constantly trembling, as though he was having an epileptic fit. His voice seemed to have a magical power that caused people to unknowingly feel fear. Yi Qinghan had killed venerables before, and many people in the divine realm didn't know how he did it. At this moment, his performance was like that of a charlatan, coupled with the effects of the heavenly demonic voice. Many people started to wonder if Yi Qinghan had really mastered the secret technique that allowed an ancient beast god to possess him. The answer was no. Yi Qinghan was using the soul poison jade knife. Ah! Swish! He's using a soul skill, dodge. The innermost ring of cultivators instantly felt their bodies tremble. Then, countless strange threads rushed into their minds. In an instant, countless martial artists hugged their heads and screamed in pain. But just at this moment, a white knife light shone, and a green figure rushed over like lightning. With a flash of white light, dozens of people were turned into blood mists, and died instantly. Those martial artists who were poisoned by the soul poison had no way to defend themselves. If they dared to defend against Yi Qinghan's knife, their souls would be invaded by the soul poison, and their souls would collapse instantly. Death was the only outcome for them. Pieces of spatial divine crystals shone brightly, and it was incomparably beautiful. His soul spirit has already reached the God Emperor realm. He's a God Emperor realm soul cultivator. How is this possible? Run! Li Tian, the blood fiend king, and the other young masters were also poisoned, but the soul spirit defense in their minds was activated immediately. A protective treasure in front of Li Tian's chest also shone with a green light, protecting his body. After he regained his senses, he retreated immediately. He looked at Yi Qinghan, who was wielding the dragon source battle saber and slaughtering their subordinates like chopping cabbages. Yi Qinghan wasn't asking the ancient beast god to bless him, but was using a soul skill. Furthermore, a soul skill killed almost 1,000 people in an instant. This could only mean one thing. Yi Qinghan's soul spirit had already reached the God Emperor realm. A soul cultivator at the God Emperor realm was comparable to a 7th-grade war god. Furthermore, this soul cultivator had such a vicious group attack soul skill, and they were completely defeated. They didn't stand a chance. The halo on the surface of Li Tian's body enveloped the 12 guards beside him, and they immediately regained their senses. Although Li Tian's mouth was pale, and his body was trembling non-stop, he was retreating continuously. However, his mind was working quickly. Finally, he looked to the left and sprinted to the left. The transcendent grade divine weapon in his hand slashed at Xiong Dao and the rest who were holding Her Highness Cherry Blossom. The 12 guards didn't hesitate and slashed at the guards beside Her Highness Cherry Blossom. Xiong Dao and the rest were just struck by Yi Qinghan's soul poison jade knife. At this moment, they were trying their best to resist the soul poison in their minds while retreating with Her Highness Cherry Blossom. Li Tian and the rest suddenly launched a sneak attack, and the 3 of them were killed instantly. Li Tian laughed as he grabbed Her Highness Cherry Blossom, who was glaring at him furiously, and laughed sinisterly at Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan, if you don't want her to die, stop. Yi Qinghan didn't stop immediately. His body flashed, and after smashing the heads of dozens of martial artists, he sheathed his blade and stood there calmly. He was extremely elegant, and there wasn't a single trace of blood on his body. He didn't seem to care about the countless divine crystals floating around him, and the severed limbs and flesh that were still falling to the ground. Li Tian, I already told you that you're a piece of trash, but you didn't believe me. You even dared to kidnap a woman to threaten her. Chapter 943. Li Tian, let go of Her Highness. Otherwise, the Nanling continent will be irreconcilable with you. Let go of Her Highness. Countless angry roars could be heard. Young Master Huiyu and the other young masters who had treasures bestowed upon them by their families, as well as the Nanling continent martial artists who were hiding at the back of the crowd, bellowed furiously. His face was brimming with anger and regret. Many Nanling continent martial artists hated young Master Huiyu. If not for him, would they have ended up in such a state? Not only were their lives in danger, but their noble highness's abdomen was being held by a sword. Actually, the reason why many young masters rebelled with young Master Huiyu wasn't entirely because they wanted to kill Yi Qinghan with Li Tian and get their share of the treasures. It was because of Her Highness Cherry Blossom. The flower of the Nanling continent was so noble and beautiful. She was the goddess of the younger generation of Nanling continent martial artists. But the goddess had an inexplicable liking for Yi Qinghan. If they were to wait for Yi Qinghan to come down and fight alongside her, the flower of the Nanling continent would probably be taken by Yi Qinghan. Therefore, when Li Tian contacted them and young Master Huiyu secretly informed them, they didn't hesitate for long and all of them rebelled. But at this moment, their goddess was being held by Li Tian by the neck. She was suspended in mid-air with a sword dripping with blood behind his waist. The bright red blood left on the tip of the sword was the blood of their goddess. A.O. Young Master Huiyu's beautiful face had turned the color of a pig's liver. His beautiful eyes were filled with madness. He wanted to rush over to rescue Her Highness Cherry Blossom, but he was afraid that Li Tian would make a move. He wanted to tear Yi Qinghan to shreds, but he knew that he would die if he rushed over. Eventually, he could only let out a furious roar and lead his subordinates in a frenzy towards Li Tian's subordinates. Kill. The Nanling continent martial artists were smart. They knew that Li Tian was holding Her Highness Cherry Blossom hostage to threaten Yi Qinghan. When they attacked, Li Tian wouldn't do anything. When young Master Fire Jade attacked, they all attacked the martial artists from the Star Sea who were poisoned by the soul poison in a frenzy. The battlefield was in chaos again. Yi Qinghan squinted his eyes slightly. The fingers behind his back were constantly dancing, but they weren't aimed at Li Tian. Li Tian had a protective treasure, so he definitely had a soul-protecting artifact. The soul poison jade knife was useless against him. He was attacking a martial artist from the Star Sea. Quietly releasing hundreds of jade knives, Yi Qinghan stood in the air. No one dared to approach him. Countless martial artists started to escape, but he didn't care. He just looked at Li Tian mockingly and said, "Don't look at me like that. I said you're trash. Are you not convinced? Even if you want to kidnap someone, you have to kidnap someone I know and am related to, right? That Li Xiaosha over there is the son of a friend of mine. I am indebted to that viper war god, and many young nobles have good relationships with me. Why did you kidnap a woman I've only met once?" Li Tian looked at the frenzied martial artists from the Nanling continent. When he heard Yi Qinghan's mockery, he was momentarily speechless. He wasn't sure if Yi Qinghan and Her Highness Cherry Blossom were related, but Her Highness Cherry Blossom insisted on helping the ethereal continent. Hence, he subconsciously thought that they were related. Now that he thought about it, according to the intelligence, this was the first time Yi Qinghan left the ethereal continent. It was also the first time Her Highness Cherry Blossom left the Nanling continent. The two of them didn't know each other. Even if they met, they weren't friends. However, since he had already done such a stupid thing, Li Tian could only walk to his death. His eyes flickered a few times before he said sinisterly, "Her Highness Cherry Blossom would rather die than to stand on your side. Are you going to watch her die? Then what do you want? You want me to surrender? You want me to commit suicide? Use your pig brain to think about it. Do you think that's possible?" Yi Qinghan sneered with a mocking expression. Li Tian didn't know how to reply again. He understood Yi Qinghan's character. Although he was loyal, Her Highness Cherry Blossom wasn't familiar with him. After a moment of silence, he said helplessly, "I admit defeat this time. Let us go. As long as we leave the Soul Emperor Pavilion, I naturally won't harm Her Highness. Otherwise, I can only drag Her Highness down with me. Yi Qinghan, make the decision. Her Highness's life is in your hands." Yi Qinghan was silent, as though he was pondering over Li Tian's suggestion. At this moment, even young Master Fire Jade and the rest stopped their massacre. Everyone was quietly looking at Yi Qinghan, who was standing proudly with a slight frown. They were waiting for his decision. Or rather, waiting for him to decide their life and death. Originally, everyone was still rejoicing. They thought that there were so many of them, and they were all elites of the continent. There were also many experts who had mastered ancient secret techniques. Li Tian's 12 bodyguards were experts in joint attacks and could reach the strength of 6th grade war gods. Li Tian and the rest also had many secret treasures. However, after Yi Qinghan revealed a soul skill, everyone's mood instantly sank. At this moment, everyone felt that Yi Qinghan was like an invincible 9th grade war god. He was undefeatable. A soul cultivator at the God the Arch realm was at least 7th grade. 7th grade wasn't high, but it was definitely invincible here. Furthermore, Yi Qinghan only revealed his terrifying speed, strange soul skill, and a transcendent-grade divine weapon. His invisibility secret technique and the treasure that could kill a supremacy were not revealed. Most importantly, didn't Yi Qinghan obtain any treasures on the 8th floor? In just a moment, the number of corpses below had already reached 2,000. Who could fight against him? Who dared to fight him? No one dared to fight against Yi Qinghan. Their only thought now was to escape from the Soul Emperor Pavilion and return to their continent. However, there was no exit on the 6th floor. Hence, everyone was looking at Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was silent for a moment. However, everyone felt as though tens of thousands of years had passed. Every minute and every second was incomparably painful. At this moment, all the martial artists' bodies were cleansed of the soul poison. However, less than 3,000 of the original 5,000 were left. Sigh, forget it. After a long time, Yi Qinghan sighed softly. He lifted his head to look at Her Highness Cherry Blossom and said to Li Tian, "In this challenge, I must defeat or kill all of you. If you don't admit defeat, or if I don't kill all of you, this challenge will not end. If all of you kneel on one knee and surrender to me, this challenge will end, and all of you will be teleported away. Do you understand what I mean?" Kneel? Yi Qinghan's meaning was clear. Everyone heard it clearly. Countless low-level martial artists revealed looks of joy. However, Li Tian and the rest were embarrassed and angry. They had to kneel to Yi Qinghan. Once they kneeled, these young masters would never be able to raise their heads in front of Yi Qinghan in the future. This matter would definitely spread throughout the divine world. How would they have the face to continue living in the divine world? This would become a lifetime of humiliation and stain. If they didn't take revenge in the future, they would never be able to wash it off. Swish. 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 Countless martial artists didn't care about those young masters. They started to kneel. Their lives were more important. They knelt on one knee and lowered their heads towards Yi Qinghan to express their surrender. Humph. Countless young masters' eyes flashed with hatred. However, they still lowered their noble heads. The situation was beyond their control. The humiliation that Yi Qinghan brought to them today could only be avenged in the future. If they didn't kneel today, they wouldn't even have the chance to take revenge in the future. Yi Qinghan, you are also a man of your words. I hope you will keep your word. Li Tian's face was as black as charcoal. He glared at Yi Qinghan for a long time as though he wanted to kill Yi Qinghan with his gaze. Finally, he brought Her Highness Cherry Blossom along and knelt on one knee. However, at this moment, a god force blew over and supported Her Highness Cherry Blossom's knee, preventing her from kneeling. Li Tian's expression changed. He thought that Yi Qinghan was up to something again. God force erupted from the sword in his hand and was about to stab down. Don't be nervous. Actually, you just have to show your attitude. There's no need to kneel. Of course, you can kneel. Lady Cherry Blossom doesn't have to kneel. Yi Qinghan chuckled and looked at Li Tian with ridicule. It was like a cat catching a mouse. It was obvious that he was humiliating Li Tian. Li Tian and the other young masters' faces darkened again. They glared at Yi Qinghan furiously. However, none of them dared to charge forward. Chapter 944. He ignored Li Tian and the countless young masters who had a pale expression. Yi Qinghan looked at the martial artists from the Misty Continent and shouted, "Just say a few words and show that I can defeat all of you. The challenge is about to end. Everyone can leave now. City Lord Yi is mighty. City Lord Yi is domineering. We are in awe. Young Master Yi is awesome. We are no match for him. City Lord Yi is invincible. I admit that I am no match for him." The Misty Legion and young Master Ni's subordinates cupped their hands towards Yi Qinghan and spoke loudly with smiles on their faces. Although they were smiling and relaxed, the eyes of the martial artists from the Misty Continent were filled with fanaticism. However, some of them were slightly unhappy. Li Tian and the others had killed so many people from the Misty Continent. Were they going to let them off just like that? It was just that. His Highness Cherry Blossom disregarded the objections of his subordinates and insisted on helping them. They had to return this favor. I am not as good as him, young master, and I sighed, and there was a hint of dejection and dispiritedness in his eyes. Originally, he thought that Yi Qinghan couldn't possibly win. He didn't expect him to win in the blink of an eye and with such ease. Many of the legendary skills that Yi Qinghan was famous for didn't even use, and he won with just a random soul skill. When he recalled that Yi Qinghan had cultivated for less than 100 years, young master and I felt a deep sense of defeat. It seemed like it wasn't without reason that the monarch wanted him to stand on Yi Qinghan's side in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. When everyone expressed that they were no match for Yi Qinghan, Yao Ji's voice immediately echoed on the 6th floor, "The challenge is over. Yi Qinghan is victorious. The challenge is over. Everyone will be teleported out of the battlefield." Li Tian and everyone heaved a sigh of relief. This pleasant female voice was definitely the guardian of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Since the challenge was over and Yi Qinghan was standing there obediently, it seemed like they had escaped this calamity. Swish. As expected. Rays of white light lit up and the martial artists turned into white light and vanished on the 6th floor. Li Tian was completely relieved. He slightly loosened his grip on the sword in his hand and narrowed his eyes. He looked at Yi Qinghan, who was still standing there proudly, and sneered. The area outside Soul Emperor Island was filled with the experts of the Stellar Sea. As long as he escaped, if Yi Qinghan dared to leave Soul Emperor Island, it would be hard for him to escape death. Yi Qinghan sensed Li Tian's gaze. He shifted his gaze and stared at Li Tian's venomous eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile. Then, he opened his mouth and whispered something. "Idiot." Li Tian frowned. He easily understood Yi Qinghan's lips, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. His eyes suddenly widened. He felt a huge force coming from the Cherry Blossom Highness in front of him. Then, the force suddenly disappeared. He also felt a suction force acting on his body. With a flash of white light, he was also teleported away. Xiao! Xiao! Swoosh! One by one, the martial artists were teleported away. In just a moment, Yi Qinghan was the only one left on the empty 6th floor. His body glowed with white light. However, Yi Qinghan suddenly shouted, "Wait, Yao Ji!" The white light faded immediately. Yi Qinghan smiled delightedly. "Xiao Hei. You're awake? Come out." "Hee hee, boss. This fruit of yours is so hard to refine. I've been refining it for more than 5 years. I'm only done now. My soul has long reached the celestial, the arch realm. I, Lord Xiao Hei, will be able to transform into a human soon." "Boss," Xiao Hei is so excited. Xiao Hei's cheerful voice rang out. He appeared in front of Yi Qinghan and somersaulted in the air. He was overjoyed. "Haha. Good. After the matters here are settled, I'll think of a way to bring you back to Soul Devouring City right away." Yi Qinghan also smiled happily and said. After chatting for a while, his eyes turned cold as he said in a low voice, "We'll talk about these matters later. Now, let's go kill people first." "Kill people? Great, great. Boss, watch me later." The moment Xiao Hei heard, he became even more excited and directly tunneled into Yi Qinghan's body. Yi Qinghan shouted towards the sky, "Yao Ji, teleport." Whoosh! A white light flashed. Yi Qinghan's figure vanished into thin air. "Why were we teleported to the 1st floor? Didn't they say that after the challenge ended, we can leave the Soul Emperor Pavilion? F***CK. We were tricked. Could it be that we have to wait 1,000 years before we can leave?" When Li Tian opened his eyes, he discovered that they were actually all teleported to the 1st floor. Currently, there were countless martial artists at the foot of the 1st floor's mountain. There were more than 10,000 people from every continent. These were all martial artists who didn't dare to challenge the trial and returned. Now that they were teleported here, they looked at them in confusion. Something's not right. Li Tian's eyes suddenly turned cold. Recalling the words that Yi Qinghan had just mouthed, he felt a gust of wind behind him. A chill rose from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The martial artists of the Misty Legion, Cherry Blossom Highness and the Hidden Legion were all gone. They weren't teleported to the first floor. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a huge white light shone. A portion of the 10,000 martial artists sitting cross-legged on the empty ground below turned into a white light and disappeared. And this group of people was the martial artists of the Misty Continent. This time, it wasn't just Li Tian who felt that something was amiss. Blood Fiend King and countless other young masters and martial artists also felt that something was amiss. Everyone turned their attention to the sky. The restriction of the space was slowly dissolving, and a green figure appeared out of nowhere. In his hand was a greenish-black saber, and a phantom of a strange beast was circling it. The sinister eyes of the strange beast were like the eyes of the Grim Reaper, emitting an evil and cold radiance that sent shivers down one's spine. Yi Qinghan, how dare you go back on your words? What kind of hero are you? If Li Tian still didn't know what Yi Qinghan was going to do, then he would be a pig. He roared at the top of his lungs, but his body was trembling slightly. He was afraid, incomparably afraid. All the martial artists below also felt the cold intent coming from the sky, and all of them were incomparably nervous. Let you off? You don't believe me when I say that you're a fool? Which ear of yours heard that? I'm going to let you off. Yi Qinghan laughed coldly as he looked down at Li Tian and the countless guards who were nervously guarding Li Tian as he mocked. Everyone was stunned. When they recalled what Yi Qinghan had said, they suddenly came to a realization. He had said many things, but none of them said that he was going to let them off. At that time, they had seen Yi Qinghan's appearance and words, as well as the words of the Soul Emperor Pavilion's guards. They thought that the Soul Emperor Pavilion's guards would teleport them out of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Since the challenge was over, it meant that Yi Qinghan had obtained the Soul Emperor Pavilion's treasures. What was the point of keeping them alive? Now that they thought about it, the guard's words were also very particular. Perhaps she was already in cahoots with Yi Qinghan. They had been fooled. Yi Qinghan had never thought of letting them off. Yi Qinghan was going to kill them. Swish! Countless martial artists rushed towards Yi Qinghan in a violent rage. All sorts of laws and mystic techniques rained down on Yi Qinghan like they were free. Except, before their attacks arrived, Yi Qinghan's shadow in midair slowly dissipated. Countless soul-poisoned jade sabers shot towards them like formless venomous snakes. Chapter 945. Surprisingly, Li Kong did not move. Blood Fiend Monarch moved his body, but he eventually retracted his body. Many young masters and commanders wanted to move, yet they did not. Of course, those martial artists who were previously on the first level did not move either. They did not know what was going on, so why would they dare to move? Those who did not go to the 6th level, as long as you don't move, this young master will not kill you. Everyone else must die. A cold voice came from the left. Yi Qinghan's speed was so fast that it dazzled their eyes. The first level was more spacious than the 6th level. Yi Qinghan's soul had reached the God Emperor realm, and his law had reached the 3rd level of the God King realm. His divine strength was naturally not low, having reached the peak of the God King realm. His perverted so close, yet worlds apart speed was comparable to a peak grade 6 war god. Their speed could not catch up. The soul-poisoned jade sabers were like sharp arrows, drifting over from all directions. They were silent and fast like lightning. Those who were weak and did not have any protective treasures could not defend or evade. At the same time, many purple lights lit up. The fusion combat technique, Soul Chaos, was released. Soul Chaos was ineffective against the young masters who had soul defensive treasures, but it was still effective against these ordinary God Kings and God Emperors. In addition to the Soul Emperor Jade Saber, and Yi Qinghan's Heaven Devil Sound attacks, the outcome was incomparably cruel. Just a short incense worth of time, beneath the mountain range of the first level, on the grasslands, in the forest, there were countless corpses and severed limbs. Fresh blood dyed the sky red, and the air was filled with a thick smell of blood. Li Tian, blood fiend monarch, and others felt their hearts turn cold. They did not dare to move. Until now, Yi Qinghan did not conceal himself, nor did he use the technique that killed Paragon Flying Snow. He only used a simple offensive technique. They did not know that Yi Qinghan did not conceal himself, but a secret technique. It was a seal. The seal within the Soul Emperor Pavilion was ineffective. Naturally, he could not conceal himself. What killed Paragon Flying Snow was not a treasure, but his origin energy. The moment the origin energy was revealed in the Soul Emperor Pavilion, it would immediately explode. Even the enchantress could not control it. Yi Qinghan did not wish to die. The Blood Evil King finally panicked. He looked at the other commanders, raised his hands, and shouted, "Yi Qinghan, you can't kill me. I am the 162nd generation descendant of the Blood Knight Monarch, this is the descendant of the Divine Grace Monarch, and this is the descendant of the Apocalypse Monarch. We were bewitched by Li Tian. We don't care about your grudge with Li Tian. In the future, as long as you appear, we will definitely take a detour. Please be magnanimous and let us live. We will be grateful to you." Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows and looked at the Blood Evil King and the others coldly. His knife-like eyes then swept over the tens of thousands of low-level martial artists in the distance. Finally, he became silent. The Blood Fiend King and the other leaders were obviously the leaders of the younger generation of their respective continents. Their status and strength were all top-notch. If he killed them, it would be equivalent to offending all the mainlands and forces in the divine world. Yi Qinghan had to consider this point. Moreover, these people had precious treasures on them. It would be very difficult to kill them. The few of you, hand over your armors, sabers, and interspatial rings, and I will spare your lives. If you dare to keep one. After a while, Yi Qinghan stretched out his hand and pointed at the dozen people below. His tone was unquestionable, and it seemed like he would start a fight if he didn't agree with them. "Since I won't kill you, I won't let you have it easy either." Supreme-grade artifacts and treasures weren't something that Yi Qinghan lacked, but it wasn't a bad idea to give them away. The faces of the Blood Evil King and the others quickly turned pale. These treasures were their lifelines. Supreme-grade artifacts, supreme battle armors, secret treasures, secret skills, and a huge amount of wealth in the interspatial rings. Putting aside the fact that these treasures and riches were accumulated over the years. If it wasn't for their outstanding performance among the younger generation of the continent, the monarch's residents definitely wouldn't have given them these treasures. If they went back naked, not only would they be laughed at by the entire divine world, but they would also be too ashamed to face their elders. Yi Qinghan was too ruthless. He would definitely take revenge for even the smallest grievance. But, what could they do? "Young Master Yi, it's better to leave some leeway. Otherwise, it won't be good for us to meet again in the future." The leader of the Heavenly Awakening Continent's team did not say anything. Instead, a young master wearing luxurious battle armor and surrounded by 3 or 4 guards spoke coldly. His position in the younger generation of the family was not the highest. If his treasures were taken away, he would probably be banished to the cold palace by the senior elders of the family, and he would never have the chance to become the young master again. If it won't be good for us to meet again, then, there's no need for us to meet again. Yi Qinghan waved his hand and laughed coldly. A bright light burst forth from his eyes, and a huge phantom image suddenly appeared above his head. This phantom image was even more terrifying than the phantom image of the strange beast on the dragon source battle saber. It opened its mouth and spat out a ray of black light at lightning speed, directly enveloping the young master. Abruptly, a dazzling soul defensive divine artifact and the young master's soul were instantly sucked out. The young master's vision darkened as he instantly died. He had been instantly killed. SSS, the image gradually faded, but everyone felt a chill run through their bodies. Many people knew this young master, He was a famous young master in the Heavenly Awakening continent, and his strength was not bad. He had just become a god emperor. His family was quite famous in the Heavenly Awakening continent, and there was an old man in his family who was a high-grade venerable. Yi Qinghan had actually killed him just like that. That was not important. What was important was that the sole defensive divine artifact and the cultivation of a god emperor could not even block a single attack and had been instantly killed. Many people knew about Yi Qinghan's ability because young Master Tu Xia had almost died to this ability back then. However, it had not been this monstrous back then. Even Tu Xia had lasted for a few seconds before being saved by Venerable Li Quan. City Lord Yi, this is the treasure of my blood evil king, please keep it well. The blood fiend king was very fast, and he immediately took off his blood-red battle armor and spatial ring, dispelling the soul connection. He even took out the necklace that was hidden in his body, and he was only left with a pair of underpants. His actions were extremely resolute and decisive, and he did not hesitate at all. Blood fiend king, right? All right. You can bring your people over there, and we can meet again in the future. Yi Qinghan was very satisfied with the Blood Fiend King's way of doing things, and he even slightly smiled at him and pointed in the direction of the close to 10,000 martial artists, indicating that he could leave. Yi Qinghan's smile confused the Blood Fiend King, and his entire body shivered. How did this person change so quickly? City Lord Yi, this is mine. Young Master Yi, with the Blood Fiend King taking the lead, the other young masters did not dare to pretend anymore. They immediately took off their clothes and armor, afraid that if they were too slow, their souls would be swallowed by that terrifying beast image. Li Tian's expression was very interesting. Other than those on his side, Yi Qinghan had released the rest. Even young Master Fire Jade and the others who had betrayed the Cherry Blossom Highness were released, leaving only him and his 12 guards, as well as the 3 young masters of the Sea of Stars and their guards. He was very afraid, but he forced himself to hold on. His mind was working quickly again, and his gaze became colder, but his expression became calmer. However, the 3 young masters beside him were trembling in fear, looking pitifully at Yi Qinghan, and then at the other young masters who were flying over. Even though these young masters were completely naked, they were still unable to move. But at this moment, they looked like they could not wait to not even wear underpants, as long as they could pass. The close to 10,000 martial artists were all dumbfounded. These high and mighty young masters, whom they could only look up to, were enjoying such treatment now? The legendary Yi Qinghan who could fight the entire Star Sea alone? He was actually so terrifying, so savage, and so overbearing and greedy. However, at this moment, no one dared to make a sound, because Yi Qinghan's gaze was fixed on Li Tian, who had been silent all this while. What everyone saw in his eyes was monstrous hatred and undisguised killing intent. Of course, Li Tian could feel it. Although his body was trembling, his expression became even calmer. The 12 guards behind him began to step in strange positions, emitting a gentle glow from their bodies, obviously preparing for a joint attack. However, the 3 young masters behind him began to retreat, as though afraid of being implicated. Li Tian looked at Yi Qinghan, exhaled, and spoke in an unusually calm voice. Yi Qinghan, if I were you, I would not do such a stupid thing. If you dare to kill me, I guarantee that you and everyone from the floating continent will not be able to walk out of Soul Emperor Island. Chapter 946. Oh. Yi Qinghan squinted his eyes and looked at Li Tian. He didn't move or speak as though he was waiting for an explanation. When Li Tian saw this, he secretly took a deep breath and calmed himself down. His body no longer trembled as he stared at Yi Qinghan and said loudly, "The entire Soul Emperor Island is surrounded by the Million-Star Army. Before I came in, there were already 34 supremacies lying in ambush outside the island. They formed a giant net and surrounded every corner of the Soul Emperor Island. Even if you have the art of invisibility, you won't be able to escape. If you kill me, you will never have the chance to leave. Not only you, everyone in the ethereal continent will be trapped on Soul Monarch Island forever. Of course, if you let me go, I can make a Divine Emperor blood oath to get them to release you. Let's play again." Next time, it doesn't matter who kills who. That makes sense. Yi Qinghan fell silent after hearing Li Tian's words. He lowered his eyelids as though he was in deep thought. After a while, he lifted his head again and sneered, "Anything else?" Li Tian looked at Yi Qinghan's cold eyes and knew that this reason wasn't enough to convince him. He swallowed his saliva and said again, "Once I die, the sole jade slip of my family will be destroyed. My father loves me the most and will definitely ask the Star Lord to help me at all costs. My father is the #1 supremacy after the Star Lord and has followed the Star Lord for countless years. The Star Lord will definitely make an exception and help me once. I'm not afraid to tell you that before the Star Lord went into seclusion, his strength was already the #1 in the divine world. The South Mountains Lord fought with my Star Lord and was defeated in one move. If the monarch makes a move, the entire Misty Continent will be annihilated. Of course, if you let me go this time, I can swear a godly emperor blood oath and tell my father that in this battle between the two of us, whoever dies has only himself to blame, and nobody else can be blamed." "Oh." Yi Qinghan fell silent again as though he was shocked by Li Tian's words. The group of young masters and countless martial artists frowned as they thought about the possibility of Li Tian's words. The Star Lord defeated the South Mountains Lord in one move? That was a little terrifying. And the Star Lord went into seclusion for 1,000,000 years? Wouldn't that be even more awesome? Li Tian's father had indeed been at the Star Monarch's beck and call for many years. Perhaps he would really ask the Star Monarch for help after losing his son. As for the millions of Star Army soldiers and dozens of supremacies outside the Soul Emperor Island, they were not surprised. No matter what, Soul Emperor Island was still within the sphere of influence of the Star Sea. This time, Yi Qinghan remained silent for a long time. Li Tian's face was incomparably calm, but there was a trace of excitement in his eyes. But this time, the excitement didn't last long. Yi Qinghan raised his head again, but this time, the coldness in his eyes was even colder. He raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, "No more?" Yes, Li Tian was starting to panic. Looking at the coldness in Yi Qinghan's eyes, he knew that he hadn't managed to convince Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan really wanted to kill him. He hurriedly said, "Yi Qinghan, won't you spare a thought for Fire Dragon City? Won't you spare a thought for the Fire Dragon Continent? Even if my father can't ask the monarch for help, isn't it easy to raise Fire Dragon City to the ground and destroy the Fire Dragon Continent? If Wang." This time, before Li Tian could finish his sentence, Yi Qinghan's face suddenly darkened. An incomparably huge shadow instantly appeared above Yi Qinghan's head. The shadow was thousands of meters long and covered the entire sky. The invisible aura coming from the shadow was so terrifying that it made people feel as though the bloody night was frozen. That pair of cold eyes seemed to want to devour and annihilate everything. "No, no. Yi Qinghan, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. My father won't let you off. The monarch won't let you off. Please let me off. I swear. I swear that I will never be your enemy again. I will give all my treasures to you. All of them. Yi Qinghan." Li Tian's expression could no longer remain calm. The shadow of death had shrouded him. He seemed to have smelled the rotting stench of the 9 netherworlds. His body went soft and he knelt down. His pupils started to dilate and his lips trembled as he begged for mercy. Swish. The 12 bodyguards' figures were constantly changing. Their faces were filled with the determination to die. Their bodies were emitting a gentle white glow. The 12 of them surrounded Li Tian in the middle. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism as they stared at the horrifying shadow in midair. As for the 3 young masters under Li Tian, they brought along a few bodyguards and dodged to the side as though they were afraid of being implicated. The 3 of them lowered their heads. They were wearing black battle armor and black helmets. With their heads lowered, their expressions couldn't be seen. However, from their frantic footwork, one could tell that they were extremely fearful and fearful. Yi Qinghan's eyes were as bright as the stars. His black hair and robe fluttered in the wind. His expression was cold as he stood under the illusion. He was like an ancient demon god. He shouted coldly and angrily, he shouted coldly, from the moment the fiery dragon city turned into ruins, your ending was already decided. You can come at me for the trouble I, Yi Qinghan, have caused. I have no complaints if you kill me with your own capabilities. However, you dare to touch the people behind me? One day, I, your father, will take your dog's life. Of course, if your father wants to seek revenge and hire the monarch of stars to kill me and take revenge on me, I will accept it. Now, you can die. Soul Devourer World. SSS. The shadow of the beast in the sky opened its huge mouth, revealing its white teeth. It spat out a ray of black light which shot downwards at lightning speed. Ha! The 12 guards bellowed. The light on their bodies was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. The light on the 11 of them dimmed suddenly. The light on the person in front was even brighter. He was like a demonic sun that couldn't be looked at directly. He looked at the black light that shot towards him at lightning speed. In a flash, he dashed towards the black light. Bang! A soft sound rang out as this person was struck by the black beam of light. However, the strange thing was that he was only sent flying with a spurt of fresh blood. The other 11 people beside Li Tian shuddered and slumped to the ground as well. The black light didn't weaken at all. It entered Li Tian's glabella, whose eyes were wide open. No, with an unwilling roar, a soul protection god artifact that glowed with rainbow light and a soul that was like a white stream of air were directly sucked out by the black light. They were directly sucked into the huge mouth of the beast in the sky with lightning speed. The pupils in Li Tian's eyes grew bigger and bigger. In the end, it disappeared. A divine crystal floated up from his abdomen. The spatial ring on his hand also fell off automatically. A blood-red jade also floated out from his body. However, it felt dim at this moment. It seemed like it had consumed too much energy. Li Tian, dead. Hiss. A series of soft gasps could be heard. The number 1 venerable of the Starry Sea, one of the strongest venerables in the realm of gods, His Highness Li Kong, Li Tian, was dead. Yi Qinghan really killed His Highness Li Tian. The figure faded once again and disappeared from Yi Qinghan's body. Yi Qinghan's body left several afterimages. His body lit up and rays of purple light enveloped the 12 guards. Body fusion combat technique, spiritual chaos release. Normally, the spiritual chaos release wouldn't have much effect on the 12 guards. However, at this moment, they couldn't resist it at all. The dragon source combat saber slashed across. 12 divine crystals and spatial rings floated in the air. However, it was strange that the 3 young masters and the guards under Li Tian weren't killed at all. Over 10,000 people saw Yi Qinghan sheathing the dragon source combat saber. He kept the divine crystals, spatial rings, and treasures into his spatial ring with a calm expression. There wasn't any excitement or change in his emotions. It was as if he had just killed a few low-level demonic beasts. Everyone felt their backs drenched in cold sweat, and a chill ran down their spines. Chapter 947. Li Tian was Yi Qinghan's must-kill target. Li Tian spouted so much nonsense just now, but Yi Qinghan was actually just letting Xiao He recover his energy. Soul Devourer couldn't be used continuously. As for Li Tian's threat, Yi Qinghan didn't care at all. Behind Li Tian was Venerable Li Kong, the Star Monarch. Wasn't Yi Qinghan also backed by Misty Monarch and Lord Devour? Lord Devour had already said that she couldn't interfere in their battle. Similarly, Star Monarch couldn't interfere in Li Tian's death either. As for Li Kong's revenge? Li Kong probably wouldn't be so foolish to destroy Flame Dragon City again. Moreover, after Flame Dragon City was destroyed previously, Lord Devour and the others wouldn't be so careless. After all, Flame Dragon City was destroyed, and they lost face too. As for Flame Dragon Continent, Yi Qinghan wasn't worried at all. According to the news from Flame Dragon Continent, that rabbit was ridiculously strong. Even ordinary venerables probably wouldn't be able to do anything. Of course, the most important thing was Yi Qinghan's heart. If he didn't dare to take revenge or kill because he was afraid of this and that, Yi Qinghan might as well go back to Flame Dragon Continent and retire. At this moment, his heart was already as hard as steel. How could Li Tian's lame words shake his heart? Huff, Yi Qinghan let out a long breath. Li Tian was finally dead. He could be considered to have fulfilled his divine emperor blood oath. He finally avenged the millions of Flame Dragon City citizens. He had the face to return to Misty Continent and pay his respects to those who died because of him. Li Kong, one day, I will kill you with my own hands. If I don't kill you, my grudge with Star Sea will never end. Yi Qinghan silently looked at the sky above his head, silently pondering. Flame Dragon City. It's been too long since I went back. I should think of a way to go back and take a look. Supreme Island, left side of the plaza, inside Li Kong's residence. A gray-haired old man wearing the war god's robe was running madly inside the mansion. This caused the guards in the courtyard to look over with vigilant and angry gazes. Divine power surged from their bodies, and they were about to attack. What kind of place was this? Could they run around? However, when they saw the old man's face clearly, they all respectfully moved to the side. The old man was a senior elder of the Li clan, a senior elder who guarded the Soul Jade Slip Pavilion. At this moment, the doyen was rushing towards Li Kong's residence. The guards naturally did not dare to stop him. Everyone began to guess nervously. Did an important figure from a certain family die in battle? Otherwise, why would the elder leave in such a hurry? Ah! Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan, this seat will hack you to pieces. Not long after, an enraged roar came from the empty courtyard. All the guards stiffened and a bad premonition appeared in their minds. Yi Qinghan? Could it be that Her Highness had died? Xiao! Instantly, the entire mansion was shaken. Countless disciples and experts of the Li clan flew towards Li Tian's courtyard. The clan leader was furious. Who would dare to not rush over when such a huge incident happened? Luckily, there was a barrier around the Li clan's courtyard. Otherwise, Li Kong's enraged roar would definitely spread across the entire Supreme Island. By then, the entire Supreme Island would be shaken. Not long later, all the direct descendants, elders, and experts of the Li clan gathered in front of Li Kong's courtyard and knelt down on one knee. His gaze was fixed on the sky. His entire body was filled with rage, like a mad lion plowing through the sky. They didn't dare to say a word. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Tian is dead. Tian is dead. I want to kill Yi Qinghan. I want to kill Yi Qinghan. Li Kong didn't look at the countless clansmen below. Instead, he looked towards the sky and said word by word. He had a few sons, but Li Tian was the one who resembled him the most. Moreover, he was becoming more and more mature and outstanding. In terms of cultivation, he was also improving rapidly. He was even prepared to appoint Li Tian as the young clan leader after the matter with Yi Qinghan was settled. However, he didn't expect that. The countless martial artists below felt a chill in their hearts. It was indeed so. Yi Qinghan actually dared to kill Li Tian. He actually killed Li Tian? This was Li clan's humiliation. This was their humiliation. This humiliation could only be washed away with fresh blood. However, seeing Li Kong so enraged, all the Li clan martial artists were afraid. If Li Kong left the island in a fit of rage and chased after Yi Qinghan, it would be troublesome. Therefore, among the kneeling martial artists below, the two people at the front raised their heads and said coldly, "Clan leader, please calm down. Clan leader, you must calm down. Before the sovereign exits seclusion, you cannot leave the island. Clan leader, Li Fei is willing to bring Yi Qinghan's head on behalf of clan leader to worship young Master Tian. Li Tao is also willing to go. He will not return to the island without killing Yi Qinghan." Li Fei and Li Tao were the two supremacies of the Li clan other than Li Kong. Li Fei looked very young with a head of green hair. It made his handsome face look rather demonic. Of course, his face was dark at this moment, making him look very sinister. Li Tao looked like a young man. He was rather handsome and looked similar to Li Tian. The reason why the Li clan was known as the #1 clan of the Supreme Island was not only because of Li Kong's strength, but also because a clan had 3 supremacies. There were only 3 clans with such strength in the divine world. After Li Kong heard the 2, he felt everyone's burning gazes on him. He let out a long breath, closed his eyes and went silent. He only recovered after a long time. When he opened his eyes again, there was no longer any anger in them. Instead, there was only coldness. He said faintly, "Li Tao, don't go." Li Fei, tear open the space and enter the spatial turbulence to leave the island. Then rush to Soul Emperor Island immediately. Bring me Yi Qinghan's head personally. Yes, family head. Li Fei nodded respectfully. White origin energy appeared in his hand. He grabbed in the air and tore open the space, revealing a dark black hole. Wait. Suddenly, Li Kong spoke again. His body shook and a greenish-black battle armor came out from his body. Green light flowed on the battle armor as though there was the soul of a giant dragon inside. One look and anyone could tell that it was a treasure. Wear this battle armor. Tian is dead. You can't die too. The clan can't afford to lose you. Be careful. Li Kong sighed deeply and threw the battle armor towards Li Fei. Green Destiny battle armor. Family head, this. Li Fei's body shook and he retracted the origin energy in his hand. He hurriedly held the battle armor in the air with shock in his eyes. Li Tao, who was at the side, looked at Li Fei enviously. Countless experts and martial artists of the Li clan stared greedily at the greenish-black battle armor in Li Fei's hands. Their eyes were filled with greed and thirst. Green Destiny battle armor. This was personally bestowed by the Star Monarch. It was the #1 treasure of the Li clan. This battle armor was absolutely considered a supreme treasure even in the divine realm. This was the divine realm's pinnacle battle armor, a transcendent grade battle armor. It was second only to the legendary transcendent grade battle armor. Transcendent grade divine artifacts were not many in the divine realm, but they were not few either. Even the Soul Emperor refined 2 back then. But to date, no transcendent grade battle armor had been discovered. The best was this kind, a transcendent grade battle armor. No need to say any more. Remember, this Green Destiny battle armor can only withstand 3 attacks from the origin energy in a day. Under the premise of preserving your life, bring back Yi Qinghan's head for me. The rest of you, disperse. Li Kong waved his hand and vanished in the air. Li Fei directly dripped a drop of blood to establish ownership of the Green Destiny battle armor and kept it in his body. Then, both hands tore apart space and tunneled in, vanishing before everyone's eyes. Chapter 948. First level of Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yi Qinghan was silent for a long time. Countless martial artists on the first level were also trembling in fear. Although Yi Qinghan had said that he wouldn't kill them, where was Yi Qinghan at this moment? Sui Yi didn't know what he was thinking. If he wanted to go back on his words, no one could do anything about it. Especially those young masters. All their treasures had been taken by Yi Qinghan. They were like naked lambs waiting for Yi Qinghan to slaughter. Of course, the ones who were most afraid were the 3 young masters and 5 guards who were not far away from Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan didn't say that he would let them off. Who knew, he might just slash them with the Dragon Source Battle Saber in the next second. However, Yi Qinghan stood in mid-air without saying a word. They didn't dare to move and just waited quietly. The atmosphere was getting more and more oppressive. It was getting more and more suffocating. Lord Yi, please let me go. These are all my treasures, please accept them. I'm not Li Tian's subordinate, and I've never participated in the operation to capture you. I only joined his team temporarily. Please be magnanimous and let me go. All of a sudden, one of the young masters seemed to be unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere. This was the torture of waiting for death. He would go crazy sooner or later. Hence, he took out his battle armor, weapons, treasures and interspatial ring. He flew towards Yi Qinghan with trembling hands. He lowered his head respectfully and his body was trembling with fear. Stop right there. Yi Qinghan finally moved. The dragon source battle saber appeared in his hand. At the same time, a purple light flashed and he slashed at the young master. The strange beast's shadow with surging godly power rushed out. Swish! Just as Yi Qinghan drew his saber, the other young master and several guards all rushed towards Yi Qinghan at lightning speed. Divine power surrounded their bodies. Other than divine power, there was also a white, blazing fire. The young master who had charged forward didn't care at all, allowing the dragon source saber to slash at his head. His body was engulfed in raging flames, and his eyes were filled with malevolent laughter. Buzz! A sword appeared in the hand of the only remaining young master. At this moment, his spine suddenly straightened like a sharp sword that pierced through the heavens. A wave of arrogance silently emanated from his body. At this moment, it was as if he had become a completely different person. The fear from before were all gone. All that was left was arrogance and killing intent that soared to the heavens. The young master did not rush out. Instead, the armor on his body suddenly burst open and his body began to emit a blood-red light. The light wasn't actually red. It was only because his body kept shooting out blood arrows that formed a bloody mist around his body. Because of the bloody mist, when the divine power shone, the blood-red light would appear. What shocked everyone was that the young master's aura began to skyrocket under the blood-red light. In the blink of an eye, his aura had reached the level of a 7th grade war god. And from the looks of it, it was still rising. In the blink of an eye. Actually, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. When the first young master dashed out, the rest of the people started moving. As these people moved, the last young master immediately started to bleed. Bang, bang, bang. 7 dazzling lights lit up, and 7 world-shaking sounds rang out. Mud and dust flew into the air, enveloping the surrounding area of several thousand meters. The entire first floor seemed to be shaking. If not for the fact that the restrictions in the sky had disappeared, such a terrifying amount of energy would definitely have triggered the restrictions in the sky and killed everyone on the first floor. The person who dashed out just now was in a good position. He sandwiched Yi Qinghan in the middle and sealed off his escape route. At such a close distance, the young master was either at the peak of the God-King realm or at the God-Emperor realm. The power was imaginable. Even if Yi Qinghan slashed out with his saber or used the soul-poisoned jade knife, how could he stop someone from exploding? The self-explosion wasn't scary. What was scary was the close distance. In fact, with Yi Qinghan's speed, if he ran away immediately, he could still run a short distance. At most, he would be seriously injured. However, he didn't run away. His entire body was engulfed by the 7 fiery fireworks. All the experts on the first floor were dumbfounded. They looked at the dust that filled the sky. They couldn't believe that the mighty and tyrannical Yi Qinghan, who was like an invincible god, had been killed so easily. Many people didn't believe it and spread out their divine senses. However, in the dust in front of them, there was only one person. It was the strange young master who was covered in a bloody mist. What surprised everyone was that this young master was completely fine. His aura had actually reached the peak of the 7th grade. What secret skill is this? He can actually increase his divine power to such a level in such a short time. Who is this? Is Yi Qinghan dead? You pig, with which eye did you see Yi Qinghan's divine crystal? Ah! Yi Qinghan disappeared? Did he become invisible? While the dust was noisy here, the other side was in an uproar. There were too many questions and too many people were shocked by such a sudden change. Countless people used their divine senses to scan the surroundings, searching for Yi Qinghan's figure. Many people were looking at the young master who was constantly flashing in the dust. This person actually knew such a heaven-defying secret skill. He actually increased his divine power to such a powerful level in such a short time. The peak of the 7th grade. He also chose the right time. With so many people exploding, at such a close distance, even if Yi Qinghan didn't die, he would be injured. And this young master's current combat strength was so powerful that even if Yi Qinghan was lucky enough not to die, he could easily kill him. However, Yi Qinghan actually disappeared inexplicably. Yi Qinghan, come out. Yi Qinghan, come out. The blood-red young master roared angrily. He swung the divine sword in his hand wildly in the air. The shadow of a golden dragon whizzed through the air, annihilating all the dust in the air. After being swept by the shadow of the golden dragon, the sky actually began to clear up, another transcendent grade divine artifact. But Yi Qinghan's figure still did not appear. Just like that, he mysteriously disappeared. Yi Qinghan, come out and fight me. Come out. The blood-red young master's face was twisted, and his body was covered in blood. But the aura coming out of his body was still extremely violent. With the divine power of the peak of the 7th grade, the beast shadow of the supreme divine weapon was filled with terrifying energy, as if it wanted to annihilate everything. But at this moment, it had no target, and could only continuously pour out in the air. Yi Qinghan, come out, come out. The blood-covered young master's voice became even more violent as he roared hysterically. There was even an obvious sense of urgency in his voice. He had set up such a good situation today, and he was originally confident that he could kill Yi Qinghan in one blow. He did not expect that the duck that was about to be cooked would fly away, and disappear without a trace. Drenched in blood, the young master's body turned into a series of afterimages as he flashed around the first level like a bolt of lightning. The transcendent grade divine weapon in his hand smashed everywhere, riddling the entire level with holes as though it was the end of the world. As time passed, the blood-covered young master's expression became even more ferocious. His body began to tremble slightly, and his aura gradually weakened. Obviously, he had paid a huge price to release this heaven-defying secret technique, and the time was almost up. Wang! A figure appeared in the air out of nowhere. His green robe was not messy at all, his face was very clean, and there was not a single speck of dust on his head. The faint smile on his face was full of mockery. Looking at the demon-like blood prince, he said indifferently, "Tu Xie. I told you not to provoke me, but you just had to be so stubborn. Did you think I didn't notice you just now? I gave you face, but you didn't want it? Don't blame me now." Chapter 949. Tu Xie. Young Master Tu Xie. Countless people were stunned for a moment. Then, they looked at the bloodied young master and were enlightened. Young Master Tu Xie used to be the #1 young master of the Misty Continent. Many people had seen his information. No wonder they had some impression of him. They heard that he and his master, Master Evil Moon, were chased out of the Misty Continent because of Yi Qinghan. No wonder he hated Yi Qinghan so much. Swish! Young Master Tu Xie became even more furious when he saw Yi Qinghan. Although his aura was weakening, he still charged at Yi Qinghan without a care for his life. His handsome face was covered in blood. His eyes were bloodshot and the muscles on his face were contorted. He looked like a devil from hell. Yi Qinghan smiled disdainfully. Her powerful divine sense radiated outwards, directly locking onto Tu Xie's head. Activating the Soul Destroyer, her powerful divine sense instantly turned into millions of golden soul threads, rushing towards Tu Xie's soul sea. Once the golden soul threads entered Tu Xie's mind, Yi Qinghan revealed a mocking smile. As expected. He was right. His master, Master Evil Moon, did not have that many soul defense artifacts for him. Under the soul extinguishing technique, Tu Xie's body trembled and his speed immediately slowed down. Yi Qinghan smiled leisurely. The current Tu Xie truly did not pose any pressure to him. They were not on the same level at all. The 5 fingers on his left hand casually danced, and countless soul-poisoned jade knives soundlessly floated out, shooting straight towards Tu Xie. Ah! Tu Xie hugged his head and rolled in the air. His aura was getting weaker and weaker. It was obvious that his body was withering. Yi Qinghan stopped his attack. Such an opponent was boring. Ah! 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 Tu Xie's body twitched more and more violently. His muscles became thinner and bulged. His limbs twitched and his body trembled as if he was having an epileptic fit. It was obvious that he was suffering from the side effects of using the secret technique. He tumbled from the air to the ground, knocking over countless trees and shrubs. After tumbling a few times on the ground, he shot towards the stone peaks in front of him. After smashing through countless stone peaks, he rushed back into the air. Then, it smashed heavily onto the ground. This repeated over and over again. His entire body was tormented to the point that he no longer resembled a human. It was a horrible sight to behold. Sigh, why bother? Yi Qinghan sighed and put the dragon source saber back into his spatial ring. It wasn't that he was soft-hearted. It was just that this kind of trash could be killed easily. Now that he was in such a miserable state, killing him would only dirty his hands. Xiao. But while Yi Qinghan didn't want to make a move, Tu Xie didn't seem to want to let him go. After a while, just as Yi Qinghan was about to leave, Tu Xie's hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in blood. His eyes were bloodshot, and he actually rushed towards him again, as if he had gone mad. His eyes were fixed on Yi Qinghan. Even though his body was convulsing, he still stubbornly charged towards Yi Qinghan. Although the god-slaying sword in Xiao Chen's hand was surrounded by mutated beast phantoms, it was clearly a little dispirited and listless. You've brought this upon yourself. Yi Qinghan's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. His fingers danced, and countless soul-poisoned jade sabers shot out. At the same time, the soul exterminator was activated. But Yi Qinghan didn't seem to be satisfied. A purple light lit up, and the soul chaos was released. The dragon source saber also appeared in his hand. A huge shadow instantly blasted young Master Tu Xie, who was holding his head and rolling in the air, into minced meat. Since he was ready to kill, why would Yi Qinghan be merciful? Humph. Yi Qinghan coldly waved his hand, and kept the god-slaying sword and Tu Xie's divine crystal space ring. A supreme godly weapon that was given to him for free. Alright, all of you are safe now. Just stay here obediently. Yi Qinghan swept his gaze across the tens of thousands of martial artists and the young masters on the empty ground below. His gaze was like a knife, and everyone felt a stinging pain. Everyone felt their bodies tremble, and they subconsciously lowered their heads and shrank their bodies. When they looked up again, Yi Qinghan had already disappeared into the air. Damn it, the Soul Emperor Pavilion's protector is really in cahoots with Yi Qinghan. This Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yi Qinghan can go wherever he wants. Blood Fiend's sovereign swallowed his saliva and said with extreme jealousy. It was obvious that Tu Xie's companions had self-destructed, and Yi Qinghan had used the Soul Emperor Pavilion's restrictive spell to teleport away. Blood Fiend's sovereign wouldn't believe that the Soul Emperor Pavilion's protector had nothing to do with Yi Qinghan. Your Highness, don't say any more. Maybe the Soul Emperor Pavilion belongs to Yi Qinghan now. If he hears what you're saying. When the guard next to him heard this, he looked around and hurriedly said in a low voice in panic. Blood Fiend's sovereign looked at the sky, and his body trembled. He quickly shut his mouth and didn't dare to say anything else. Viper, Li Xiaosha, and the others were all teleported to the 7th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Even the Misty Continent martial artists on the 1st floor were teleported here. The 7th floor wasn't very big, and it was a little crowded with thousands of people. Confucius said, "Isn't it good to have friends coming from afar?" Viper, what do you mean by that? Young Master and I, are you sure this is the 7th floor? As long as we open this door, we can enter the 8th floor. At this moment, Li Xiaosha and a group of young masters were surrounding the door, curiously sizing it up and discussing. Viper War God had already woken up, and Yi Qinghan had appeared. His strength was frighteningly strong, and they were teleported here separately. Therefore, they didn't have to worry about safety, and they started to study the legendary 7th floor. This is indeed the 7th floor, but it wasn't this poem the last time. Furthermore, there were 2 verses that were also strange questions. The last time we were here, we stayed for a long time, but we still couldn't figure out the meaning of this sentence. Finally, the time was up, and we were teleported out. A beautiful woman with blue curly hair said slowly. Her blue eyes were glowing, and her temperament was very noble and elegant. After Her Highness Cherry Blossom was teleported, she arrived here. With everyone's help, she was able to undo the seal on the divine crystal. She was bored right now, so she joined in the discussion. Such a strange question, I reckon only a freak like Big Brother Yi can solve it. Li Xiaoxia laughed cheekily, and his face was filled with pride. Buzz. Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in the air, and the restriction on it shook and gradually disappeared. Everyone was delighted, and they knew that Yi Qinghan might be coming. Swish. As expected. A green figure appeared in the sky out of nowhere, and he smiled at everyone and said, "Greetings, everyone. Yi Qinghan is late. I have made everyone wait for a long time, my apologies." Big Brother Yi. Li Xiaoxia's eyes lit up, and he yelled out while waving his hand vigorously at Yi Qinghan. "Greetings. City Lord Yi." Viper War God and Dragon War God originally wanted to address Yi Qinghan as little brother like in the past. Thinking that Yi Qinghan wasn't just stronger than them, his status and influence were also much stronger than them, they didn't dare to be too intimate and greeted him respectfully. "Greetings, young Master Yi." Young Master and I cupped his hands politely, and his expression was subconsciously filled with reverence. Young Master Cherry Blossom's sapphire blue eyes were dazzling, and he looked deeply at Yi Qinghan before smiling faintly and sending a voice transmission, "Brother-in-law, greetings." "Greetings, City Lord Yi." Before Yi Qinghan could hear young Master Cherry Blossom's voice transmission clearly, all the low-leveled martial artists of the ethereal continent knelt down on one knee and bowed respectfully to Yi Qinghan. Although the 7th floor was a little crowded, almost everyone knelt down, and they sincerely knelt down. "Everyone, please rise, Big Brother Viper War God and Dragon, Little Sha, Young Master and I, Her Highness Cherry Blossom, and all the young masters. Please wait here for a moment. Li Tian has already been killed by me, and the Blood Fiend Monarch and the rest can't stir up any trouble. This place is very safe. Please wait for a moment, and I will arrange for you to be sent out of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. We will talk again later." Yi Qinghan smiled warmly and cupped his hands towards everyone. After giving a few instructions, he vanished into the sky and returned to the illusory pavilion. Everyone looked at the empty sky and looked at each other. Yi Qinghan had the ability to kill Li Tian, this point was unquestionable. However, they didn't expect that, he really dared to kill. Good. Big Brother Yi is mighty and domineering. Li Tian, that bastard, should be killed. Damn it, ha! Li Xiaoxia was the first to shout out, and the martial artists of the ethereal continent followed suit and cheered. Young Master and I and Her Highness Cherry Blossom were slightly startled, but they were extremely convinced and gave a thumbs up. Viper War God frowned slightly. Although he was gratified that Yi Qinghan called him Big Brother Viper, which proved that he didn't misjudge Yi Qinghan, he was extremely worried for Yi Qinghan. This matter was getting out of hand. Chapter 950. In the illusory palace, Yi Qinghan was in a good mood as he looked at the beauty Sala with a smile. He didn't care about the Viper Wargod's worries at all. Things had already gotten out of hand. He always did things after he made up his mind. As for things that he had already done, he would never regret it. What was the use of regretting? Could Li Tian be revived? Millions of citizens of Flame Dragon City had died. If he didn't kill Li Tian, how could he avenge himself? As for the consequences of killing Li Tian, Yi Qinghan had already considered it. Wouldn't he just have a deeper grudge with the Star Sea? It was already so deep. So what if it got deeper? Even if Star Monarch wasn't in seclusion, as long as he didn't go to Supreme Island and kill civilians and low-level martial artists, Star Monarch wouldn't stoop so low as to kill him. The King of Stars wouldn't stoop so low as to kill him. If the King of Stars didn't make a move, what was there to be afraid of? Therefore, Yi Qinghan didn't think about these things. He was thinking about the thoughts of this beautiful woman in front of him. Beauty Sala. You seemed to be in a difficult position when I asked you to remove the seal on level 6. Why are you so willing to help me now? Yi Qinghan looked at the Beauty Sala gratefully. He could win today's battle, but without the Beauty Sala's help, he would suffer great losses. If he didn't teleport Her Highness Cherry Blossom away, she might die. Then, when Tu Xie's subordinates self-destructed, if she didn't help him, he wouldn't have it easy. Although he was confident that he could defeat Tu Xie, who used a secret technique to increase his strength to 7th grade war god, he would definitely be severely injured. If you win the second challenge, then you will be able to obtain some rewards from the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Thus, using the spells of the Soul Emperor Pavilion to help you doesn't violate the rules set down by the Soul Emperor. Yao Ji sweetly smiled, but her face was flushed red with a hint of shyness. Yi Qinghan's brows twitched, and his heart began to ripple. The enchantress's charming and bashful expression was the most alluring. Forcefully suppressing the urge to fight with the enchantress, he rubbed his hands and said, "Can I get a reward?" "What? The 3 great treasures on level 8? The Soul Emperor's heaven-defying treasure? You can give them to me?" Yao Ji covered her mouth and giggled. Hee, little man, you're dreaming. Do you think the Soul Emperor is such a generous person? This, Yi Qinghan awkwardly smiled. The Soul Emperor certainly wouldn't be so generous. In the past, he had gone through untold hardships to rush through Fallen God Mountain and obtain the Divine Sword and Carefree Pavilion. In the end, Elder Lu told him that these treasures might not necessarily belong to him. He had to become a god within 50 years, or else Elder Lu would take them back. Beauty Yao Ji, don't spoil my appetite. Tell me, what will I get? What is the challenge for the 3rd stage? Yi Qinghan rubbed his hands and asked impatiently. The enchantress nodded. Her face grew serious as she stood up and walked off the jade bed. Her voluptuous body swayed as she walked toward Yi Qinghan. She was still wrapped in a veil, covering all the private parts of her body, just like a bath towel from Yi Qinghan's previous life. However, this one was translucent. It was faintly discernible and extremely tempting. Guardian of the Soul Emperor Pavilion greets the young master. The enchantress walked in front of Yi Qinghan and fell to her knees. Yi Qinghan quickly hugged her and angrily said, "Enchantress, what are you doing? If you dare to do this again, I will whip you to death." Hee. The enchantress didn't seem to care at all. She happily laughed and said, "There's nothing I can do about it. This is the rule set by the Soul Emperor. Little man, you are now my master. From now on, I will be your slave. I hope you will take good care of me. Of course, if you cannot complete the 3rd challenge, I will still leave you and return here to wait for the next descendant of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Don't even think about it." Yi Qinghan's eyes widened, unwilling to accept this. A domineering expression appeared on his face. He stretched out a hand and gently grasped the enchantress's chin. He stared at her with an incomparably earnest expression and slowly said, "Listen carefully to me, you, the enchantress, are my, Yi Qinghan's, person, and in death, you will be my, Yi Qinghan's ghost. You are not my slave, you are my woman, my wife. In this life, you will never find a second man. I will not allow it." She could feel the insufferably arrogant arrogance in Yi Qinghan's words, his expression, and his eyes, just like an overbearing emperor. She could feel the deep affection in his eyes. As she heard him say, "You are not my slave, you are my woman, my wife," the enchantress could no longer smile. Her limpid eyes met Yi Qinghan's, as if she wanted to see through Yi Qinghan. The enchantress was the goddess in the hearts of all men in the god realm. But the enchantress race had always been the exclusive property, female slave, and pet of the supreme powerhouses of the god realm. Every time the enchantress race awakened their origins, their inherited memories would awaken in their minds. The inherited memories told her to attach herself to the strong, to be obedient to the man who attached herself to her, and to curry favor with her man at all times. Men were the heavens, and a man's words were decrees that could not be resisted, it was because of these inherited memories of the enchantress race that the enchantress race was the goddess in the hearts of all men in the god realm. Every time a woman of the enchantress race was born, the god realm would be thrown into chaos, and countless powerhouses would go crazy. She was a peerless beauty, and she had the best physique for dual cultivation. Although the 5th level of soul quietude was the best thing for soul cultivators, it was also a supreme treasure for powerhouses of the laws. This was because at the 5th level of soul quietude, the circulation of one's soul would reach a freakish speed, and comprehending the laws would be twice the result with half the effort. When the enchantress awakened her origins, it was on a small island in the Star Sea. At the time, more than a dozen venerables fought over it. In the end, the Soul Emperor tyrannically snatched it. The enchantress thought that this would be the man she would serve for the rest of her life. But the Soul Emperor wasn't interested in her, and only threw her into the dream realm. The result was that she stayed in the dream realm for hundreds of thousands of years. Although the enchantress was a member of the enchantress race, she was still a woman. When she awakened, it was the time when young girls yearned for love. The result was that the Soul Emperor gave her a cold face. Now, Yi Qinghan had come. Although he wasn't as powerful as the Soul Emperor. But Yi Qinghan's domineering attitude and deep feelings caused the enchantress heart, which had been sealed away for hundreds of thousands of years, to palpitate. The enchantress race loved powerful men the most, and they also admired domineering men the most. Perhaps Yi Qinghan wasn't too powerful at this time, but he was incomparably domineering. At the same time, his domineering attitude contained a deep tenderness and an incomparably sincere affection. How could this not move the enchantress? Not move her heart? After looking at Yi Qinghan for a long time, the enchantress's eyes slowly became wet. Tears slid down her jade-white face, dripping down her chin and onto the thin gauze covering her chest, causing the gauze covering her chest to become nearly transparent. Yi Qinghan didn't know the origins of the enchantress. At this time, he only had a feeling. This woman was very pitiful, incomparably pitiful. A woman who lived in this dream realm that was like a cold palace all year round, with no one to speak to, unable to see the outside world, unable to breathe the air of the divine realm, without sunlight, without freedom. Just how pitiful was this? Even though the enchantress began to shiver and her burning hot body rubbed against his, Yi Qinghan didn't have any lust in him. He stretched out his hands and held the enchantress's beautiful face, gently kissing the tears on her face. He warmly smiled and softly said, "Don't worry. Follow me and I will let you live a good life. I will do my best to complete the 3rd challenge and let you live the life you want, a free life." His words were very simple, very plain. But the enchantress's tears only grew more and more. Her hands tightly held onto Yi Qinghan's strong body. She didn't say a single word, only silently weeping. But these tears were incomparably hot. Chapter 951. After a long time, Yao Ji's emotions gradually recovered. She separated from Yi Qinghan and raised her head. Her face no longer had the amorous and alluring charm of the past. There was only a faint smile. This smile was like that of a spoiled wife, a little sweet, a little happy, and a little shy. There was a faint luster on her face, and her entire temperament changed. If Yao Ji had been a bewitching demon before, she was now a goddess who had fallen to the mortal world. Yi Qinghan's body shook. He didn't expect that Yao Ji's temperament would change completely and become this goddess-like temperament. At first glance, she gave off an awe-inspiring feeling of holiness, but there was also the sweetness and shyness of a little woman in her eyes. These two completely different feelings fused so perfectly, making his heart itch. He wanted nothing more than to hug her and dote on her. "All right, little Han. Let's get down to business. Your friends are still waiting." Yao Ji felt the amazement and hunger in Yi Qinghan's eyes, and joy flashed in her eyes. Even the way she addressed Yi Qinghan changed. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to fool around and became serious. Yao Ji then said, "First, let's talk about the rewards you can obtain. First, you can enter and leave the Soul Emperor Pavilion as you please. This illusory palace is under your control. In other words, you can use it however you want. Anyone can teleport in, as long as you agree. This is one of the 3 great treasures of the 8th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yi Qinghan nodded. The illusory palace was one of the 3 great treasures of the 8th floor. Yi Qinghan had already guessed this. The illusory palace was a treasure that could protect the clan for any great force. With the illusory palace, the elites of the clan could be continuously produced. Although it was useless after the God Emperor tier, there were many God Emperors, and there would always be a few with outstanding talent. If there were a few venerables, then the clan would be completely awesome. Yao Ji smiled and flipped her hand. A black stone-like object suddenly appeared in her hand. However, there was a brilliance flowing on this object. Yi Qinghan's gaze was immediately attracted by this object. Just as he was about to ask what it was, the soul ring in his hand suddenly lit up. The black stone in Yao Ji's hand also lit up. The 2 objects seemed to be attracted to each other, as if they wanted to get closer to each other. Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. He could roughly guess what it was. The enchantress smiled and said, "The second reward is the true core of the soul ring." Soul ring core. The soul ring heart was actually a soul defense divine artifact, and it was a high-grade one at that. It wasn't just a little stronger than an ordinary soul defense divine artifact. Unless it was a soul cultivator of the venerable realm, no one would be able to harm your soul. Not even a sovereign. This is also the second of the 3 great treasures. As expected, Yi Qinghan's guess was right. The enchantress moved the black stone closer to the soul ring. Immediately, the 2 objects shone even brighter. After a dazzling light, the black stone disappeared into the soul ring, and the soul ring's shape began to change. The word soul on it gradually became blurry. The entire ring looked blurry. If it was someone with a weak soul, they would probably feel dizzy after looking at it for a long time. The enchantress blinked mischievously and said, "I forgot to tell you. Little Han, your soul ring is now completely repaired." The soul ring has 2 major functions. The first is a high-grade soul defense divine artifact. The second is to instantly heal any injuries on the body. Even if the divinity crystal is cracked, as long as it isn't broken, it can be instantly repaired. Moreover, the healing air flow inside can be released. In other words, it can instantly heal the person you want to heal. F***ck, Yi Qinghan's heart thumped. He swallowed hard and touched the soul ring, feeling incredulous. What a good thing. With this thing, it was equivalent to being an unkillable cockroach. As long as the divinity crystal wasn't broken, it was equivalent to being immortal. As for the soul? Humph, in the entire immortal realm, Yi Qinghan only knew of one venerable tier soul cultivator, and that was Mo Xiao Xiao. The enchantress looked at the pleasantly surprised Yi Qinghan and also happily smiled. She waited for Yi Qinghan's mood to calm down a little before she said, "The last reward is me. In the future, wherever you go, I will go. I am the controller of the illusory palace. No matter where you are, I can let you enter the illusory palace at any time. Of course, the truth is that the Soul Emperor has arranged this so that I can supervise you. As long as you cannot complete the 3rd challenge, I will take back the soul ring and return to the illusory palace. However, I have changed my mind now. If you cannot complete the challenge at the appointed time, then the enchantress will commit suicide. I don't want to live in this place by myself anymore." The smile on Yi Qinghan's face disappeared. He took the enchantress's hand and solemnly said, "To me, having you is the most important treasure. Don't worry, I will complete the 3rd challenge in a while. This is my promise." "What is the 3rd challenge?" "To kill a person." The enchantress's expression became slightly solemn. She paused for a moment before she said, "As long as you kill this person, the Soul Emperor Pavilion will belong to you completely. The illusory palace will belong to you. The shocking wealth, countless treasures, materials will all belong to you. The Soul Emperor's heaven-defying treasure will also be yours. At the same time, you will have the chance to enter the 9th level of the Soul Emperor Pavilion." Yi Qinghan raised his brows and asked in a deep voice, "Kill who?" The enchantress's expression became even more solemn. She slowly said, "A supremacy." The Soul Emperor said that this supremacy's strength is estimated to have reached the peak of the supremacy realm. He is the #1 supremacy of the Star Sea Supreme Island. Supremacy Li Kong. It's him? What a coincidence. Hee hee. Yi Qinghan sneered when he heard that. Li Kong was originally the target that he worked hard to kill in this life. He didn't expect this person to have a feud with the Soul Emperor. But, the Soul Emperor said that Li Kong was the #1 supremacy under the 9th grade? Even he was not a match for him? Didn't he rely on that treasure to suppress all the supremacies? It seemed that this rumor was wrong. The enchantress laughed bitterly and interrupted Yi Qinghan's laughter. "Little Han, don't be happy too early. The Soul Emperor has set a time. Starting from today, he must complete it within 100,000 years. Otherwise, if the challenge fails, the illusory palace will close again, and the Soul Emperor Pavilion will wait for the next master." Motherf *Ker, Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly bulged, and he almost cursed. What kind of joke was the Soul Emperor playing? 100,000 years? In the past, 100,000 years might have been very long for Yi Qinghan, but now he felt that it was too short. Even though Yi Qinghan had killed Venerable Flying Snow, he had not actually reached the level of a God Emperor. His soul had reached the level of a God Emperor, and he had the strength of a 7th grade war god. However, there was still a long way for Yi Qinghan's strength to rise to the level of an ordinary supremacy. Moreover, how could a supremacy be so easy to kill? And a peak supremacy at that. More importantly, even if Yi Qinghan had reached this level of strength, would Yi Qinghan dare to kill his way to Supreme Island? Would Sovereign of Stars kill him with a slap? This challenge was tantamount to asking Yi Qinghan to defy the heavens. And in such a short time. A trap, the Soul Emperor has set a trap for me to jump into. Yi Qinghan instantly understood many things. He was like a trapped investor, walking step by step into the trap set by the Soul Emperor. Every person who came to the Soul Emperor Pavilion to search for treasures had actually fallen into the Soul Emperor's trap. Searching for treasures on the Fallen God Mountain was actually the Soul Emperor selecting people with good aptitude. The Soul Emperor Pavilion's challenges were also to select people with excellent aptitude, perception, and luck. As for that damned saying, in the 7th trial, it was simply the Soul Emperor's bad taste. It was also a test of the challenger's luck. If he guessed correctly, he would enter. There were 3 challenges on the 8th level. After passing the 2nd challenge, the challenger would be given a huge pile of treasures. There was the illusory palace, the soul ring, and the enchantress of the demonic tribe. These were actually meant for the challenger to increase his strength. Finally, he would throw out his heaven-defying supreme treasure and the mysterious supreme treasure on the 9th level, making the challenger unable to stop. There was only one goal: to help him kill someone. To help him take revenge. To use his treasures, to use everything he had, to choose someone who was heaven-defying in all aspects, to groom a peerless expert, and finally, to help him take revenge. Chapter 952. Yi Qinghan sighed deeply. Although he knew that the Soul Emperor used a scheme, he had no choice. Not to mention the deep hatred between him and Li Kong, even if it was the Soul Emperor's treasure and the mysterious 9 levels, Yi Qinghan would still give it his all. Of course, there was another reason now, for the enchantress. And now that he thought about it, the enchantress was probably a scheme laid down by the Soul Emperor. Imagine, if a person went through all kinds of hardships to obtain the Soul Ring, the Dream Palace, and the peerless beauty, the enchantress. But he knew that if he didn't kill Li Kong, these supreme treasures, this peerless beauty, would leave him forever. After 100,000 years, the enchantress would definitely develop deep feelings for this person. In order not to lose these, this person would definitely think of all ways and means to kill Li Kong. Even if he had to pay with his life, he would not hesitate. Whether it was the Soul Emperor's scheme or his own heart, Yi Qinghan decided not to think so much. Anyway, the matter was already settled and could not be changed. There was no use thinking so much. He sighed, looked at the enchantress and asked, is there hatred between the Soul Emperor and Li Kong? Yes. The enchantress gently pulled Yi Qinghan's hand, and said, the Soul Emperor's wife was killed by Li Kong. I see. Killing intent shot out of Yi Qinghan's eyes. This Li Kong must be killed, whether it was for the Soul Emperor or himself, or for Xiao He. However, Yi Qinghan did not ask too much, nor did he continue on this topic. Lord Devour would explain Xiao He's background to him. Yes. I got it. I will do my best to complete this matter. Yi Qinghan nodded, was silent for a while, and asked, can you see the situation outside the Soul Emperor Pavilion? Let's prepare to go out. I can't see, but I can sense it. There are many people on the Soul Emperor Island other than the 8 venerables, and there are even more people outside. Little Han, what's wrong? Do we teleport out now? The enchantress's eyes showed a hint of excitement. She wanted to see the outside world with her own eyes. This dream of hundreds of thousands of years was about to come true, don't worry. I'll go make the arrangements first. Yi Qinghan wasn't worried about danger on Soul Emperor Island. After all, those 8 supremacies weren't to be trifled with. The 8 supremacies represented the will of the 8 sovereigns. Who would dare to make a move on Soul Emperor Island? To be safe, it was better to figure out the situation first. He asked Yao Ji to teleport him to the 7th floor, then handed a teleportation jade talisman to Elong War God and said a few words. Let a dragon war god mix in with the martial artists of the Misty Continent, then teleport all of those low-level martial artists to the 1st floor, and finally teleport all of the martial artists of the 1st floor out. Yi Qinghan stayed on the 7th floor and chatted with Viper War God, Her Highness Cherry Blossom, Young Master and the others while he waited for news. Buzz. In the skies outside the Soul Emperor Pavilion, space violently fluctuated. Then, over 10,000 martial artists appeared on Soul Emperor Island. Swish swish swish. In an instant, countless gazes locked onto them. The 8 supremacies also opened their eyes immediately and locked onto the group of people in the sky. Xiao. Xiao. Feng Qi, Little Firework, and Li Shui, opened their eyes at almost the same time. Then, they shot out from their respective rooms and looked at the people in the sky, searching for familiar figures. The martial artists on the island who were waiting to watch the show also flew out from their rooms at this time, ready to watch the show. There were also countless absolute masters and the guards of the young masters who rushed out and looked around the crowd. Swish swish. Outside Soul Emperor Island, countless dragon boats opened their barriers, and countless martial artists flew out. At the same time, countless supremacies were secretly on guard, sealing off the entire Soul Emperor Island. To the disappointment of the countless martial artists who wanted to watch the show, there didn't seem to be any interesting show to watch. More than 10,000 martial artists, almost all of them looked as if their fathers had died. Only the cultivators of the floating mist continent had smiles on their faces, filled with pride. The misty continent had obtained the ultimate treasure, and the rest had failed. Everyone instantly came to a conclusion, but Little Firework, Li Shui, Feng Qi, and the others didn't have a hint of joy on their faces. Because they didn't see that familiar green figure. War God Elong wore his war god robe and stood in the center of the misty continent martial artists, quietly observing in all directions. Little Firework and Li Shui, were stunning beauties, and war god Elong saw them at a glance. He sent a sound transmission to the misty continent martial artists and everyone flew towards Little Firework. Countless absolute masters also flew towards the young masters of the various families to protect them. Of course, there were some absolute masters whose faces were ashen. They loudly questioned the martial artists of their own continents about the whereabouts of their young masters. But it was obvious that they would never see their young masters again. For a time, the island was in chaos, and there were figures everywhere. But the martial artists of the Star Sea outside did not move, and no absolute masters of the Star Sea came to look for their young masters. Big Brother Yi is fine. Miss Firework, Miss Shui, you don't have to worry. He will come out soon. What is the situation on the island now? War God Elong's sound transmission completely calmed Little Firework and the others. They quickly explained the situation on the island to War God Elong, and War God Elong quickly sent a message. Usually, Soul Emperor Pavilion could not send messages, but it was different now. Yao Ji had control of the entire Soul Emperor Pavilion's restrictions. Almost 40,000 people went in for the treasure hunt this time, and in a short period of 25 years, the treasure hunt ended. More than 20,000 people died, and almost all the elite powerhouses were killed. On the contrary, those low-level martial artists realized that the situation was not good and immediately returned to the first layer, and they survived. Dozens of young masters and young masters died, and almost all of them were killed by Yi Qinghan. Countless absolute masters on the island had anger in their eyes, and they stared at the martial artists of the Misty Continent and the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yi Qinghan killed their young masters, and this hatred was huge. Let's go. Blood Fiend Sovereign and the others did not pay attention to the guards' questions, and they all flew out of the island with gloomy faces. They felt that staying here for one more second was very sad. Go back to your own continent, this place is not fun, and never come back again. But what made Blood Fiend Sovereign and the others incomparably angry was that the Star Sea's army actually did not give way, and did not allow them to leave the island. Blood Fiend Sovereign was completely enraged, and his face was black, and his eyes were wide open as he roared, "Rush out, I want to see who dares to stop me. Could it be that they dare to kill me? Your Highness Blood Fiend, please calm down. His Highness Li Tian is dead, and Supremacy Li Kong is furious. He has already ordered that before Supremacy Li Fei arrives, no one is allowed to leave the island. Your Highness, please wait for a period of time. As long as Supremacy Li Fei arrives, he will naturally apologize and invite everyone to leave the island." A figure appeared in front of Blood Fiend Sovereign, and this supremacy was a rather famous supremacy of the Star Sea, Supremacy Xia Tian. Blood Fiend Sovereign and the others all recognized him, and Supremacy Xia Tian cupped his fists politely to everyone, and transmitted his voice to the young masters. Blood Fiend Sovereign snorted coldly, and did not dare to make trouble anymore. Supremacy Li Kong had personally ordered, and if they were to forcefully rush out, they would not be giving Li Kong any face. Li Tian was dead, and although Li Kong's actions were a bit excessive, it was pardonable. Hence, everyone led their teams, found a place, and gathered. They were very far away from the Soul Emperor Pavilion, as though they did not want to see this sad place again. We are in trouble this time. Star Sea actually dares to seal the island. No one is allowed to leave. On the 7th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yi Qinghan received War God Elong's message, and his brows knitted tightly. Originally, he wanted to make use of the opportunity when everyone left the island to escape, but now Star Sea actually stopped Blood Fiend Sovereign and the others. They directly sealed the island. Chapter 953. What seal off the island? Star Sea wants to become enemies with the divine world? Little Shaw was the first to jump up and yell angrily. However, it pulled at the wounds on his body, causing him to grin hoarsely. Viper War God's injuries had recovered a little, and his complexion was slightly better. However, at this moment, he became incomparably grave. Everyone in the 7th floor hall had a huge change in expression. However, after a slight hesitation, they all looked at Yi Qinghan with obvious worry in their eyes. Everyone present was smart. With a quick thought, they knew that this matter didn't have much to do with them. The island couldn't be sealed for a long time. After all, the young masters of the various continents would definitely riot and incite the rage of the major clans. Star Sea naturally wouldn't dare to become enemies with the divine world. Therefore, apart from the people of the ethereal continent, young master and I, Her Highness Cherry Blossom, and even Viper War God weren't a problem. As long as they were sure that Yi Qinghan didn't leave the island, everyone else could return to their own homes and find their own mothers. They wanted to trap Yi Qinghan on Soul Emperor Island until he died. Then, they would catch a turtle in a jar. As long as Yi Qinghan couldn't escape, even if Soul Emperor Island couldn't use force, there were still countless ways to kill Yi Qinghan. Wouldn't it be easy for the entire Star Sea to deal with a martial artist? Kiki. What are you all looking at? Don't worry. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. Star Sea has captured me for so many years, but am I not still alive and well? Feeling everyone's worry, Yi Qinghan waved his hand and spoke with a faint smile. His voice was very calm, as though he was talking about a trivial matter. However, when these words entered everyone's ears, they felt that it was so heroic and unparalleled. Yi Qinghan's frail body began to expand infinitely. Viper War God, Little Shah, and the other young masters of the ethereal continent's eyes lit up at the same time. They revealed smiles on their faces. At this moment, everyone felt their blood boiling and became heroic. It was as though Yi Qinghan had an invisible magic that could infinitely increase everyone's confidence. Young Master Ni's eyes revealed a trace of admiration. Right now, he was completely convinced by Yi Qinghan. He stretched out a hand and raised it in the air. He smiled at Yi Qinghan and said, Yi Qinghan, and I wants to make friends with you. Pa. Yi Qinghan and young master and I clenched their fists tightly in the air as they looked at each other and laughed. Their hearty laughter echoed in the hall on the 7th floor. He, cousin's sister really didn't misjudge this man. Looking at Yi Qinghan, who was laughing at young master and I, Her Royal Highness Cherry Blossom's blue eyes were filled with starlight. She thought to herself, and a hint of blush and shyness appeared on her face. Xiao! Yi Qinghan suddenly flipped his hand and 2 weapons appeared in it. They were 2 swords. There was no divine light flowing on the swords, but they gave off a sense of oppression. It was as if there was an ancient desolate beast hidden in the swords. It was very terrifying. Transcendent grade divine artifact. Everyone's eyes lit up at the same time. Viper Battle Immortal and company were stunned for a moment before they looked at young Master Ni and Her Royal Highness Cherry Blossom with smiles. Indeed. Yi Qinghan handed the 2 swords to young Master Ni and Her Royal Highness Cherry Blossom respectively. He smiled faintly and said, Young Master Ni and young Lady Cherry Blossom have helped us greatly this time. If not for the 2 of you and your warriors, the outcome would be unpredictable. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope the 2 of you will accept it. Brother Yi, this token of yours isn't small. I won't be pretentious. At least I can give an account when I return. Young Master and I picked up the divine sword and looked at the 2 words God Slayer on it without a care. As the descendant of a reclusive sovereign, he naturally didn't think highly of a supremacy that was banished from the misty continent. With his identity, supremacy Evil Moon wouldn't even dare to kill him. Many thanks, Big Brother Yi. Her Royal Highness Cherry Blossom giggled as she received it. After playing with it for a while, she kept it in her interspatial ring. Both of them had transcendent grade divine artifacts, but who would complain about having too many of them? Furthermore, both of them could bring back a transcendent grade divine artifact. Their status in the family would greatly increase. Her Royal Highness Cherry Blossom subconsciously addressed Yi Qinghan as Big Brother Yi, leaving Yi Qinghan and Viper Battle God baffled. However, Li Xiaosha and the rest instantly came to their senses. They winked at Yi Qinghan and secretly gave Yi Qinghan a thumbs up. This flower of the South Mountains would probably soon become the city lord's wife, right? Here are some small items, for you to play with when you have nothing to do. Yi Qinghan casually took out 2 interspatial rings and threw them to the 2 of them. Small items. Brother Yi, you are too generous. Many thanks, Big Brother Yi. Young Master Ni and Cherry Blossom scanned with their divine senses and raised their brows at the same time. The small items that Yi Qinghan mentioned were all treasures of the divine world. For example, the water spirit pearl inside. If it was auctioned in the divine world, it would fetch at least a few trillion divine stones. Yet, Yi Qinghan had given them dozens of similar trinkets. I messed around with some in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. I'll give them to everyone to play with. Xiaosha, don't stare at me. There are no flowers on my face. As for yours, I'll give them to you in the future. Yi Qinghan faintly smiled. He looked at Li Xiaosha and the rest who were looking at him with fiery eyes. He leisurely smiled and turned his head. Everyone burst into laughter. Li Xiaosha and the rest were incomparably excited. Yi Qinghan had entered the 8th level of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, so he must have obtained many treasures. What could he give them? In truth, Yi Qinghan hadn't obtained much in the 8th level. But obtaining a Yao Ji was the same as obtaining most of the treasures of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. There were countless treasures in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Besides the treasures that the Soul Emperor had instructed that they couldn't touch, the rest of the Yao Ji could be used. Yi Qinghan didn't stand on ceremony. He had the Yao Ji take away all the treasures that could be moved. Although these things basically belonged to Yi Qinghan, he still felt more at ease keeping them in his interspatial ring. Things were more or less arranged. Yi Qinghan spoke with a stern expression, "All right. I'll send you out first. Young Master and you and Her Highness Cherry Blossom will split up with us after we leave. If I, Yi Qinghan, can escape and ascend to the heavens, you can come to Flame Dragon City to find me in the future. I will definitely entertain you with great hospitality." "All right." Young Master and Her Highness Cherry Blossom knew the severity of the matter. If they were to walk together with Yi Qinghan, they would definitely be treated as Yi Qinghan's accomplices. When that time came, it would be troublesome if they couldn't leave the island. Young Master took out a jade slip and handed it to Yi Qinghan and said, "This is a map that leads to our place. City Lord Yi, if you have the chance, you must come and be a guest." Her Highness Cherry Blossom's blue eyes were glistening with a conflicted expression. After a moment, she gently bit her lips, and her blue eyes flashed with a trace of determination. She seemed to have made up her mind and handed over a communication jade talisman. Her expression became extremely solemn as she said, "Big Brother Yi, if you escape, please send a message to me immediately. However, if you haven't escaped in 20 years, then you don't have to send a message to me. Please remember this. This is extremely important." "Extremely important?" Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes and saw that Her Highness Cherry Blossom was extremely serious. He wanted to ask, but it wasn't appropriate. He could only accept the communication jade talisman and reply seriously, "All right, Her Highness Cherry Blossom, I will remember this." It wasn't just Yi Qinghan. Everyone in the hall was confused. It was understandable that she would send a message to her after escaping. However, why did it have to be within 20 years? Was there a need to pay attention to this 20 years? After Her Highness Cherry Blossom finished speaking, she lowered her head and went silent. Her mood was very low, and it wasn't appropriate for everyone to ask. They could only bury this doubt in their hearts. "Young Master Her Highness Cherry Blossom, I will teleport you out first. We will meet again." Yi Qinghan transmitted a message to the Yao Ji and immediately teleported Young Master and Her Highness Cherry Blossom out. He then ignored everyone's doubts and teleported Li Xiaosha and the others out as well. Chapter 954. After Young Master hundreds of subordinates, and Her Highness Cherry Blossom were teleported out, countless figures shot towards them. They were the 2 continents' most powerful guards that had been waiting for them outside the Soul Emperor Pavilion. "Young Master. Your Highness." Although they were sure that the 2 were safe, the dozen or so most powerful guards were excited to see them. If the 2 were to die, they would not have a good time when they returned. "Uncle Ingli, take down Huiyu and the others. If they dare to resist, kill them on the spot after leaving the island." After Her Highness Cherry Blossom came out, she had already put on her helmet. Her entire body was filled with a murderous aura. Her eyes were like lightning, sweeping across Huiyu and the others who were kneeling on one knee like defeated roosters. Her eyes were filled with coldness. "Yes, Your Highness. Huiyu, why don't you seal your divine crystals?" A white-bearded old man among Her Highness Cherry Blossom's 7th-grade war god guards immediately shouted at Huiyu and the others. He had more or less understood the situation. Although he was furious, it was not easy for him to handle without Her Highness Cherry Blossom's permission. Huiyu and the others also knew that this matter could not be concealed. Therefore, once they came out, they immediately apologized to Ingli. When Her Highness Cherry Blossom came out, she quickly knelt on one knee and did not dare to say a word. They only hoped that before returning to Nanling City, Cherry Blossom would not kill them. After returning to the family trial, she would plead for mercy. Her Highness Cherry Blossom snorted coldly and ignored them. She led a group of 7th grade guards and shot into the distance. They looked for a place to stay and investigate the situation. Young Master Ni also led his men and flew in another direction. He did not care about the divine senses that were probing from all directions. When young Master Ni and the others were teleported out, all the martial artists inside and outside the island were alarmed. All of their divine senses scanned over immediately. Of course, it was to see if Yi Qinghan had come out. Buzz. Outside the Soul Emperor Pavilion, there was another spatial fluctuation. Then, hundreds of people were teleported out. Countless divine senses swept over without any concealment. Most of the people in the Soul Emperor Pavilion had come out. Without a doubt, these were the people from the ethereal continent. Swish. Little Firework, Li Shuai, Feng Qi, and dozens of others instantly shot over. They were slightly disappointed. There were many familiar faces in the ethereal continent's team, but there was no Yi Qinghan. Greetings, young mistress. Li Xiaosha grinned cheekily at Li Shuai, Although his injuries were still very serious, he was in a very good mood. The martial artists of the Floating Mist Continent were in a good mood. After all, the Floating Mist Continent had won this time, right? Little Li Sha, why isn't Big Brother Yi out yet? Little Fireball was a little anxious and immediately transmitted a message to Li Xiaosha. He often went to Li Shuai's place and was acquainted with this hedonistic son of the Li family. I don't know. He'll probably be back soon. Li Xiaosha and Venomous Snake did not know either. Thus, they could only stand there silently. They were waiting for Yi Qinghan to appear. At the same time, all the martial artists on and off the island had their divine senses locked onto this place, obviously waiting for Yi Qinghan to appear. Buzz. Space fluctuated once again, and a green and white figure appeared in the sky. However, the white figure disappeared before anyone could react. As for the azure figure, the air currents around it trembled and swayed before it also disappeared into thin air. What's going on? The people on the island and the Martial Highness realm experts outside the island were startled. They all recognized that azure figure and had a deep impression of it. It was Yi Qinghan. As for that white figure, her entire body was wrapped in a white veil. Even her face was covered. They only knew that she was a woman. Both of them disappeared. Yi Qinghan had turned invisible. Where did that white-robed woman go? Did she return to the Soul Emperor Pavilion? Was she escorting Yi Qinghan out? Countless divine senses swept through the air, trying to find out how Yi Qinghan had turned invisible and if their divine senses could find any trace of him. But what made everyone and countless venerables feel incomparably discouraged was that Yi Qinghan's figure had completely disappeared without a trace. Little Fireball and the others were also surprised. Why did he disappear after appearing? Could he have returned to the Soul Emperor Pavilion? Dragon, you lead the Floating Mist Continent's people to the encampment. Wait for my orders. Dragon War God suddenly received Yi Qinghan's voice transmission. His eyes narrowed slightly, but he immediately regained his composure. Fireball, Feng Qi, Shuai, Big Brother Viper, Little Sha, don't resist. I'll bring you into the spatial divine tool. A voice transmission sounded in the ears of Little Fireball and the others again. Everyone's faces lit up with joy, but they instantly calmed down. Then their figures all disappeared into thin air. Spatial divine tool. Countless martial artists on and off the island were shocked. They knew that Yi Qinghan had begun to act. He had taken all the important figures of the Floating Mist Continent into the spatial divine tool. Then, the remaining Floating Mist Continent martial artists clearly received Yi Qinghan's orders. All the Floating Mist Continent martial artists rushed towards the encampment. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan's figure once again appeared in the open space of Soul Emperor Island. Then, in a flash, he disappeared again. Countless divine senses quickly swept over but still did not find anything. After a moment, Soul Emperor Island regained its calm. It was as if Yi Qinghan had never appeared. But it was obvious that the divine senses on Soul Emperor Island had become much stronger. Big Brother Yi. War Emperor Hall. As soon as Yi Qinghan's figure appeared, little Fireball immediately rushed over with a face full of joy. Tears fell from her face like raindrops, and she ran towards Yi Qinghan like a gust of wind. She directly threw herself into Yi Qinghan's arms. As soon as Yi Qinghan entered War Emperor Hall, a warm, fragrant, and fiery body immediately fell into his arms. Looking at little Fireball's beautiful and pure face, Yi Qinghan's heart instantly softened. This silly girl. Yi Qinghan had always known that little Fireball had deep feelings for him. But after coming to the Star Sea, Yi Qinghan deliberately controlled his philandering heart and deliberately distanced himself from Fireball. In the mysterious spirit cave abode, he had been extremely determined to let little Fireball go to the Flame Dragon continent and then return to the ethereal continent. He did not expect that she would come out again this time, and from the looks of it, it was especially for him. All right. Fireball, you won't be pretty anymore if you cry. Everyone is over there. Yi Qinghan stretched out a hand and patted Fireball's back. Her smooth skin made his heart flutter, and he forcibly controlled his restless heart. He stretched out his other hand and gently wiped the tears on Fireball's face. His words were full of love and tenderness. Fireball's beautiful eyes lit up. She could feel Yi Qinghan's affection from his actions and words. Her heart was incomparably happy. Yi Qinghan had never done such a gentle and ambiguous action before. Feeling the teasing gazes behind her, Fireball's pretty face turned crimson. She lowered her head in embarrassment and rubbed the corner of her clothes, looking very charming. Hello, Miss Shui, Feng Qi, long time no see. Yi Qinghan patted Fireball's shoulder and smiled at the people in the house. City Lord. Feng Qi's eyes were frighteningly bright. He knelt down on one knee in front of Yi Qinghan. His eyes were glistening with tears, as if he was recalling the tragedy of the Flame Dragon City. Yi Qinghan hurriedly walked over and helped Feng Qi up. He said calmly, Feng Qi, I've already killed Li Tian. I've already collected some interest from this great feud. Don't worry, one day, I'll definitely chop off Li Tian's head and offer it to our dead brothers in the Flame Dragon City. Good, good. City Lord, you're so righteous. I think our brothers will be able to rest in peace in the Netherworld realm. Feng Qi's hot tears finally flowed down his cheeks. Tears streamed down his face, and he held onto Yi Qinghan's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. Chapter 955. Big Brother Yi. Xiao He hasn't come out of seclusion yet? Li Shuier waited for them to calm down before she asked. She didn't even get to see Xiao He last time they went out to sea. Although she had transformed into a human for 10 years, Li Shuier still regarded herself as a divine beast and had no interest in men. She was always thinking about that hateful, soul-devouring beast. Xiao He? Hee, Xiao He, get out here, your wife is here. Yi Qinghan turned his head and grinned. Then, with a deep shout, a phantom image suddenly condensed in front of his chest. Xiao He was still as small as ever. However, his two eyes were frighteningly bright. The single horn on his head shone with a black light and his entire body radiated an invisible aura, causing Li Xiaosha and the others to feel a sense of oppression. Hee, little Shuier, how are you? I, Lord Xiao He, have come out of seclusion. Xiao He flashed in the sky at a frightening speed, dazzling everyone's eyes. Then, he stood on Yi Qinghan's shoulder and grinned at little Shuier. Xiao He, have you eaten any immortal pills or elixirs recently? Why do I feel that your soul is so powerful? Li Shuier looked at Xiao He's mischievous eyes and her face lit up with joy. Following that, she pouted angrily. Then, she couldn't help but ask the question in her heart. Not only Li Shuier, but many people in the hall also felt Xiao He's terrifying soul strength. It was very powerful. Hee, Xiao Hei's soul strength has reached the God Emperor realm. His innate ability, Soul Devourer, can instantly kill 6th grade war gods. After returning to the Misty Continent, Lord Devour said that he would immediately transform him. At that time, Lord Devour and I will personally visit. Venerable Li Quan. Yi Qinghan knew that this was Xiao Hei. He purposely released his soul through his eyes and body to form a kind of ethereal aura. To put it bluntly, it was to show off in front of Li Shu'er. Of course, at this moment, he had to put in a good word for Xiao Hei and help him maintain his image. Oh, Li Shu'er's eyes widened in shock. She thought that it would take tens of thousands of years for Xiao Hei to transform. She didn't expect that Xiao Hei would transform so soon. If Devour said that he could help him transform, it must be true. Thinking about Yi Qinghan saying that he was going to pay a visit to Venerable Li Quan, Li Shu'er immediately knew what was going on. She became bashful and shy like a firework. The way the crowd looked at Xiao Hei had also changed. Killing a 6th grade war god in an instant, how could this little divine beast be so awesome? The soul-devouring beast truly lived up to its reputation as a 7th grade war god the moment its soul entered the God Emperor realm. When Xiao Hei saw Li Shu'er's expression and everyone's gaze, his eyes lit up even more. He proudly stood up on Yi Qinghan's shoulder, raised his head and said proudly, I am Lord Xiao Hei. I just don't like to cultivate. This time, I just went into seclusion for a while. Next time, when I have time, I will go into seclusion again. Hearing this, Yi Qinghan was speechless. Would this kid die if he didn't show off? If it wasn't Lord Devour's treasure, if it wasn't because of Yi Qinghan's luck, if it wasn't because of the top-grade strange fruit, could his soul grow so fast? Anyone who refined Lord Devour's love of the dancing butterfly and that mysterious fruit would reach the God King realm's soul. Of course, the soul-devouring beast itself was monstrous. The soul-devouring world was stronger than any other soul skill. For example, Li Tian directly swallowed his soul and his soul defense divine artifact, killing him instantly. If a god emperor didn't have the power to protect his soul, even a 7th grade war god would be killed instantly. Seeing Yi Qinghan, Xiao Hei raised his brows and didn't dare to boast anymore. He chuckled and didn't say anything else. After a while, he looked at Li Shu'er, blinked his eyes, twitched his nose, and started flirting with her, Brother Yi. Everyone was paying attention to Xiao Hei, but the Viper War God heard a special meaning in Yi Qinghan's words. He looked at him with bright eyes and said, from your tone, you seem confident that you can escape from Soul Emperor Island? Everyone's spirits were lifted, and their eyes locked onto Yi Qinghan. At this moment, the situation was so complicated that no one could think of a good solution. Unless Lord Devour came and personally picked them up, otherwise, who would dare to rush out? Yi Qinghan smiled leisurely and said with a relaxed expression, don't worry. I have already sent a message to Lord Devour. Lord Devour will ask the Misty City to send a venerable to pick you up. As for me, you don't have to worry. Although there are so many of us, and I can't defeat them, I'm the best at escaping. Haha. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The Misty City represented the Misty City Lord. If the Venerable of the Misty City came, the people of the Star Sea would definitely not dare to hold them back. Since Yi Qinghan said it so casually, and thinking of Yi Qinghan's strange invisibility ability and how nothing had happened to him after so long in the Star Sea, everyone was very confident in him. No. Big Brother Yi, I won't go back. I want to follow you. At this time, a clear voice sounded. Little Firework looked at Yi Qinghan with a resolute face. Her beautiful face was full of determination, and she would not allow anyone to refuse. I won't go back either. Li Shu'er's soft voice also sounded, but she lowered her head. She didn't have the resolute look of Little Firework, and she was obviously embarrassed. Haha. It's still early. Let's talk later. Everyone, take a rest first. I will go out and check the situation. Yi Qinghan laughed. There was still some time before the Misty City sent out their venerable. He would see the situation then. After chatting with everyone for a while and giving some instructions, Yi Qinghan flashed out of the War Emperor Palace. Seoul Emperor Island was incomparably quiet. As Yi Qinghan's figure appeared, countless divine senses instantly swept over. However, Yi Qinghan's figure disappeared again. The martial artists of the Misty Continent, including those who had entered the Seoul Emperor Pavilion and those who had rushed over later, numbered about 10,000. At this moment, stationed in a small call not far from the Seoul Emperor Pavilion, war god Yi Long had unsurprisingly become the leader of the army. Who would dare to disobey an order personally given by Yi Qinghan? After giving some instructions to war god Yi Long, Yi Qinghan checked the surroundings and found that the Star Army had blocked off the entire Seoul Emperor Island with a human wall. Countless spatial martial artists were constantly releasing the mysteries of space oscillation into the surrounding space, as if they never knew fatigue. Evasion techniques were not omnipotent. If the nearby space oscillated, the divine power on the surface of Yi Qinghan's body would be disrupted. He would immediately reveal himself. Yi Qinghan sighed slightly, revealed himself, and once again entered the War Emperor Palace. This time, Yi Qinghan did not enter the Great Hall of the War Emperor Palace. Instead, he entered the Great Hall with many mysterious diagrams and stone tablets. "Little Han, you're here." A white figure stood there calmly. Her entire body was wrapped in a white muslin dress, and her face was covered with a white silk scarf. Her eyes were like limpid autumn waters, and her pure black hair was tied into a beautiful bun. She had a noble and elegant temperament, like a goddess above the 9 heavens. "Hee, enchantress. I can't go out to see the scenery outside for the time being, but I think I will take you out soon." Yi Qinghan walked over and gently wrapped his arm around Enchantress's slender waist, saying somewhat apologetically. Yi Qinghan did not intend to let others know of Enchantress's identity. The guardian of the Seoul Emperor Pavilion was the Enchantress race. If news of this were to spread, Yi Qinghan feared he would attract even more powerhouses to hunt him down. Enchantress smiled faintly and took off the scarf covering her face. Yi Qinghan had already told her that the martial artists outside Seoul Emperor Island were here to hunt him down. Therefore, Enchantress was not surprised that Yi Qinghan directly put her into a spatial divine tool. Enchantress only found the latter part of Yi Qinghan's words strange. Her beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her red lips parted slightly as she said, "There are many venerables outside, how will you escape?" "Hee, I can't kill them, but I have some confidence in escaping." "Of course, this will require Lady Enchantress's cooperation. I need to enter the 5th level of soul stillness." Yi Qinghan's lips curved up, revealing a confident expression. His eyes were filled with anticipation as he whispered, "Space is eternal, I hope you don't disappoint me." Chapter 956. Yi Qinghan always had a premonition that the eternal space would be awesome, even though this premonition was unreasonable. However, Yi Qinghan felt that if the mystery that no one in the immortal realm had been able to comprehend for billions of years was not awesome, then where was the natural order? Close, yet worlds apart was also a mystery that no one in the immortal realm could comprehend. As a result, the natural order bestowed upon Yi Qinghan the origin energy. Even though the origin energy was not much, it was still the origin energy, the invincible origin energy. Yi Qinghan thought that as long as he could comprehend the natural order, he would be able to use the teleportation ability bestowed upon him by the natural order. With teleportation and concealment ability, where in the immortal realm could he not go? The Enchantress also had a premonition, and her premonition was even stronger than Yi Qinghan's. Because Yi Qinghan did not know that when he fused with the eternal space, the natural order appeared. The Enchantress also did not intend to tell him, fearing that he would be distracted. The natural order had just fused with the natural order, yet a natural order appeared. What did this mean? It meant that the natural order was extremely powerful, powerful enough to shake the heaven and earth. How could a natural order that could shake the heaven and earth be weak after fusing with it? The Enchantress was looking forward to seeing what kind of abnormal level Yi Qinghan's strength would reach after attaining the eternal realm. Therefore, when Yi Qinghan mentioned that she wanted to enter the 5th level of the soul realm, even though there were only mysterious tablets here and not a single bed, Yao Ji could only shyly say, "Here." "Yes." "Wait a minute. Yi Qinghan also realized that there was no bed here, and it felt like he was playing in the wilderness. Even though the wilderness was exciting, the enchantress felt wronged. He thought about how his strength had increased greatly, and wondered if he could unlock the second layer of the black stone seal. If he could unlock it, he would be able to open the other 3 halls. He sat cross-legged, locked on the black stone in the divine crystal, and operated his divine energy, trying to break the second layer of the black stone seal. However, a moment later, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes in dismay. This damn stone, I have reached such a realm, yet I still can't unlock it? Could it be that he could only open it after he became a 9th-grade war god? Yi Qinghan gestured to Yao Ji to wait for a while, then he directly controlled the restriction and went to the small room where the secret manuals were stored. He picked up the 2 manuals at the very top of the bookshelf and tried to open them, but he was still unable to do so. At the side, Yi Qinghan was incomparably depressed. What was this old war emperor thinking? On the other hand, he was secretly delighted. The higher the difficulty of opening it, the higher the level of the secret manual, and the greater its power. Ignoring it, he decided to wait until he reached the God Emperor realm before giving it a try. He was teleported to the main hall and chatted with the crowd for a while. Then, he had Xiao He entertain the crowd and take out countless delicacies and fine wine from the treasure room to entertain the crowd. He told everyone that he would be in seclusion for a period of time, at most 10 years, at least 5 years. If there was nothing important, they were not to send him a message. Although Fireworks was very reluctant, she saw that Yi Qinghan was extremely cautious. She knew that this seclusion must be very important to Yi Qinghan, so she did not ask too many questions. She only looked at Yi Qinghan with hidden bitterness. Fireworks, wait for my return. Yi Qinghan looked at Fireworks and faintly smiled. He transmitted his voice over and then disappeared in front of everyone. Fireworks's body shook, and a sweet and happy smile appeared on her face. Yi Qinghan's words clearly indicated that he would accept her. She had waited for so many years and finally received a definite answer. Yao Ji saw Yi Qinghan suddenly appear, disappear, and now return. She was very interested in this War Emperor Hall. The Soul Emperor was a supreme refiner, so he was very proficient in array formations. The restrictions of the Soul Emperor Pavilion were also very mysterious. As the master of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, although Yao Ji was not proficient, she still knew a little. When Yi Qinghan disappeared, she carefully studied it. At this time, Yi Qinghan came, and her beautiful eyes were slightly shocked. She said, "Little Han, how did you get this spatial divine tool? The restrictions here are very strong. I can't understand many of them, and I've never even seen them before." Yi Qinghan was also stunned. He originally thought that since the Soul Emperor was the supreme master of refining artifacts, he should be incomparably amazing. At the very least, in the aspect of refining artifacts, he should be incomparably amazing in the divine world. He curiously asked, even more amazing than the spells of the Soul Emperor Pavilion? Yao Ji's beautiful eyes lit up, and she said, "Much stronger. Although I don't know much, I have learned a bit from the Soul Emperor. I can see that the restrictions of this War Emperor Hall are much stronger than the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Little Han, can I study the restrictions here when I have the time? I like to study them." You want to study restrictions? That's easy, wait a moment. Yi Qinghan was startled, and then he smiled. His body flashed, and he went to the small hall where the secret skills were kept. He handed the 2 books of restrictions to Yao Ji. Yi Qinghan didn't like to study these things. He found it boring, and he couldn't calm his heart. Since Yao Ji liked them, then he would let her study them. Perhaps she could learn something else, and that would be a great help to him. Yao Ji picked up the 2 books and casually flipped through them. Her expression gradually became serious. Then, she fell completely silent, no longer paying attention to Yi Qinghan. She carefully flipped through the books, fascinated. Yi Qinghan didn't like this. He looked around, took out some clothes from the treasure room, and spread them on the ground. There was no bed in the treasure room, but he had a lot of clothes. Since the situation was difficult, he had to make do with it. Yao Ji was still immersed in the vast sea of restriction knowledge. Suddenly, she felt two big hands reaching out from behind her. These two big hands slowly reached into her dress, and quietly covered her breasts. They directly pinched the two peaks on the mountain, and gently kneaded them. Then Yao Ji felt her whole body float up, and finally fell on the ground covered with clothes. Yao Ji's eyes suddenly widened. She saw a figure had already pressed her under him, and a big mouth covered her wildly, sucking her hard. Yao Ji didn't resist. The demon and demon tribe had a very strong desire in this aspect, and they were very easily aroused. After being touched and kissed by Yi Qinghan, her whole body softened, and she let out proud moans. The light dress fluttered in the air, and the soft moans echoed in the empty hall. As the two white bodies kept twisting, the cold hall was suddenly filled with spring. 8 days later. The space outside Seoul Emperor Island suddenly twisted, and a figure appeared in the Star Army out of thin air. Countless Star Army immediately circulated their divine power, as though they were facing a formidable enemy. However, when this person took out a token from his interspatial ring, all the Star Army immediately perked up, and were about to greet him in unison. However, this person said coldly, "Don't move. Continue to monitor and investigate." Swish. In the next second, countless supremacies teleported over, and all of them bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Supremacy Li Fei." Li Fei's waist-length green hair was extremely eye-catching, and his face was as handsome as Li Tian's, but much more bewitching. He swept his cold gaze across everyone's face, and it was like a sharp knife slicing through everyone. Everyone felt a chill down their spine. He opened his mouth, and his voice was as cold as the wind of the netherworld, and it was bone-chilling. "Is Yi Qinghan still on the island?" "Yes, sir." Supremacy Xia Tian looked at everyone, and replied respectfully with cupped hands. They could be disrespectful to His Highness Li Tian, but they had to be respectful to Supremacy Li Fei. This was because Li Tian wasn't the young family head, but Li Fei could completely represent the Li family. In the Star Sea, the Li family represented a certain kind of formidable power. Li Fei laughed coldly, and his waist-length green hair moved without any wind, like venomous snakes. His body also released a surging killing intent, and he stared at Seoul Emperor Island and said eerily, "Kill my Li family's people? I want him dead. I want everyone from the floating mist mainland who came to Seoul Emperor Island this time, to die." Chapter 957. Inside a giant dragon boat. Li Fei sat at the head of the hall with an expressionless face. More than 30 supremacies were seated on both sides according to their strength and reputation. All the supremacies kept quiet out of fear as they looked at Li Fei respectfully, waiting for him to speak. Li Fei wasn't just a member of the Li clan, his strength was also one of the top in the Star Sea. The reason was because he had a treasure on him. The Li clan was the most trusted clan by the Star Monarch. How could they be lacking in treasures? Li Fei was silent for a moment before speaking. His tone was still extremely cold. "Where is Li Tian's corpse? Do you know what the situation was like in the Seoul Emperor Pavilion?" Supremacy Xia Tian was the leader of the supremacies. He stood up and bowed to Li Fei. "My lord, His Highness's corpse, was taken away by that bastard, Yi Qinghan. When His Highness died, he was on the first floor of Seoul Emperor Pavilion. At that time, there were many martial artists who saw him in the Star Sea. But the martial artists who followed His Highness to the 6th floor all died in battle. It is said that Yi Qinghan's soul has already reached the God Emperor realm. He directly used Soul Devourer to instantly kill His Highness." Boom! Li Fei slammed his hand on the armrest of the chair. The luxurious armrest instantly turned into dust. At the same time, the entire dragon boat started shaking. "My lord, please calm down." All the supremacies stood up and bowed. Although some of them were stronger than Li Fei, they had no choice but to show their respect. Li Fei let out a long sigh, and the cold look in his eyes became even more intense. He waved his hand and asked Honorable Xia Tian to gather a few of the cultivators who had been present at that time, and told them in detail what had happened at that time. Then, it became silent again. After a long time, Supremacy Xia Tian couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and asked, "My lord, the young masters and martial artists of the other continents, what do you think? Blood Fiend Monarch and the others weren't very strong. However, they were the top young masters of the various continents. If they continued to be locked up, it would inevitably anger everyone. It would also make the forces behind them lose face. At that time, the entire divine realm would view the Star Sea as an enemy. Even the Star Monarch would be enraged." Li Fei wasn't a fool. Since he came, he naturally had to release them. He said, "Release them 5 days later. Apart from those from the Misty Continent, release everyone else. Remember to have them come out one by one and be on high alert. If we let Yi Qinghan escape this time, our patriarch will be furious." Everyone nodded in agreement, but they were slightly puzzled. Since they had decided to release him, why did they have to wait 5 days? As time passed, all the venerables understood. Over the past 5 days, countless dragon boats had once again arrived outside of Soul Emperor Island. They were vast and mighty, covering the sky and earth. In 5 days, 10 billion Star Army soldiers and powerhouses had gathered outside Soul Emperor Island, surrounding the entire Soul Emperor Island in hundreds of circles. Outside Soul Emperor Island, the Star Army was everywhere within 1,000,000 miles. What kind of concept was 10 billion experts? Just a pea from each of them could drown half of Soul Emperor Island. The entire Soul Emperor Island had become a cage. Countless martial artists on Soul Emperor Island became nervous, especially those from the Misty Continent. They felt as though Mount Tai was pressing down on them and they couldn't breathe. The Star Army filled the sky and the sea, making them feel like they were a small boat in a raging sea that could capsize at any time. Looks like the Star Sea will definitely kill Yi Qinghan this time. It doesn't matter whether we give him the teleportation jade talisman or not. I wonder how Sister Lan Yu will react when she hears of his death. Sigh. On a small hill, Her Highness Cherry Blossom's blue eyes flashed with a hint of melancholy. Her pretty brows furrowed slightly as she looked at the densely packed Star Army in the distance and sighed deeply. Her Highness Cherry Blossom, please leave the island from the Eastern Sea. On behalf of Supremacy Li Fei, I express my deepest apologies for this offense. His Excellency said that once this matter is over, he will personally go to Nanling City to apologize. At this moment, a faint voice transmission sounded in Her Highness Cherry Blossom's ears. Of course, there were also countless voice transmissions ringing in the ears of the leaders of the various continents. Her Highness Cherry Blossom sighed deeply again and looked back at the encampment of the Misty Continent's army. She nodded at War God Cherry Force beside her and walked down the hill. Before long, countless martial artists began to move, each heading in a different direction and flying out of the island. Swish! Outside Soul Emperor Island, dozens of supremacies appeared at the same time. The martial artists of the space law use spatial oscillation more frequently. The 10 billion Star Army formed hundreds of encirclements around Soul Emperor Island and set up tens of thousands of checkpoints. The martial artists of the various continents flew out under the leadership of their young masters and leaders. After passing through checkpoints, it took them a full hour to walk out of the encirclement. Although the martial artists of the various continents left the island in different directions, when they finally walked out of the encirclement, they were all in the same direction. There were more than 10 supremacies in that direction. Leading them was the green-haired supremacy Li Fei. Li Fei cupped his fists and looked slightly ashamed. He bowed deeply to the crowd and said apologetically, "Everyone, I am Li Fei. Li Tian is dead, and my lord is furious. He has given a death order to kill Yi Qinghan no matter what. Therefore, under the circumstances where there is no other way, I can only inconvenience everyone. Li Fei expresses his deepest apologies. When this matter is over, I will definitely bring generous gifts and visit you one by one to make amends." Blood Fiend Monarch and the others had been circling around the encirclement for an hour and were fuming. However, when they saw the second in command of the Li family acting in such a manner, they couldn't afford to flare up. They could only snort and casually cup their fists at Li Fei before leading their men away. The 10 billion star army once again surrounded Soul Emperor Island. The originally bustling Soul Emperor Island was now left with only a few thousand Misty Continent martial artists. Dog *T. At the encirclement of the Misty Continent, a young master dressed in luxurious clothes roared with an incomparably gloomy expression. He looked coldly at Elong War God and said, "Elong, Yi Qinghan still hasn't replied?" Elong War God smiled bitterly and said, "Young Master Lei Ming, please calm down. Young Mistress Firework has sent a message. City Lord Yi is still in seclusion. Unless something big happens, we are not to disturb him. Let's wait for a while more." Lei Ming was infuriated when he heard that. He immediately scolded, "Something big? What do you mean by something big? Isn't the current situation serious? Does it mean that we have to wait until all of us are killed before it becomes a big matter? Who does he, Yi Qinghan, think he is? Why do we have to listen to him? He caused this trouble himself. Why do we have to bear the consequences for him?" Elong War God was also enraged. He had already tolerated this young master Lei Ming for a long time. He was very clear about Lei Ming's identity. Wasn't he the young master of the Lei family? Perhaps in the past, Lei Ming could still be considered the first young master of the Lei family. Now that little Firework had awakened the Thunder God bloodline, he stood by the side. Furthermore, Elong War God had also heard that before Lei Jin left Sealed God Valley, little Firework had almost been killed by this young master Lei Ming. Back then, Yi Qinghan and little Firework had been trapped in the baleful Yin stream because of this young master Lei Ming. Therefore, he did not have a good impression of Lei Ming. At this moment, Lei Ming actually dared to scold Yi Qinghan. Of course, he was angry. His face darkened and he said coldly, "Lei Ming, no one wants you to bear the consequences. No one is tying you up. My feet are on you. You can leave at any time. I won't send you off." Looking at Elong Wargod's back as he turned to leave, Lei Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. He lifted his leg several times, but when he saw the black mass of Star Army outside Soul Emperor Island, he awkwardly stopped. The coldness in his eyes became more and more intense. Chapter 958. The atmosphere on Soul Emperor Island was getting more and more oppressive. It had been a whole year, and the Star Army was still surrounding Soul Emperor Island. Being stared at by countless ferocious demons all day long, the martial artists of the floating continent could be said to be restless. A sense of panic began to spread among the crowd. Yi Qinghan did not appear, nor did he send a message. Poisonous Snake, Li Shaosha, and the other young masters did not appear either. One Dragon War God alone did not have enough reputation to convince the masses. In addition, young Master Thundercry occasionally spread a few words. The thousands of martial artists of the floating continent were anxious. But there were billions of Star Army soldiers outside. No one dared to walk out of the island. Fortunately, fighting was not allowed on Soul Emperor Island. Although everyone was anxious, they could only continue to live on the island. In fact, there was a slight disturbance within the Star Army. The martial artists of the floating continent stayed in the camp. Yi Qinghan and the others did not appear. Fighting was not allowed on Soul Emperor Island. Were they going to continue to stand guard here like idiots? Were they going to keep shooting divine power at the sky like idiots? Attack? For so many years, because of the pursuit of Yi Qinghan, the martial artists of the entire Star Sea were exhausted. That abnormal little martial artist had not only slapped them in the face countless times, but he had also dealt a heavy blow to their hearts. Was this little martial artist someone they could kill? So many people. So many time. So many supremacies. Not to mention God Kings, even supremacies were dead. Even dozens of main cities were taken down, but this little God King did not die. The supreme powerhouse Supremacy Flying Snow was dead. His Highness Li Tian was dead. Countless members of the Star Army were dead. They did not know who would die next. Perhaps it would be them. Perhaps it would be Lord Li Fei. Countless people felt a deep sense of helplessness. If Yi Qinghan defeated them head-on and fought the Star Army fair and square, they were not afraid. Yi Qinghan's monstrous stealth ability, that strange ability that could kill supremacies, and this time, it was said that his soul had reached the God Emperor realm. He even entered the 8th floor of Soul Emperor Pavilion. When he was weak, so many people couldn't kill him. Now that Lin Ming's strength had greatly increased and he had also obtained the Soul Emperor's treasures, could they still kill him? Countless people actually had a negative answer in their hearts. However, what could they do? A venerable had come from the Li clan, and the number 1 clan of the Star Sea was here. No one dared to say a word. They could only bury this feeling of helplessness deep in their hearts, buried in this blood-red sea water. Li Fei was also very helpless. He sat alone in the front hall of a dragon boat, staring blankly at the blood-red seawater. He had personally said in front of Li Kong that he would definitely take Yi Qinghan's head, but right now, he had no idea how to do it. If Yi Qinghan stayed on Soul Emperor Island, then what should he do? He did not dare to cause trouble on Soul Emperor Island. After all, this was a place jointly guarded by the 8 sovereigns. If he dared to break the rules, not to mention the other sovereigns, even Star Sovereign would be the first to destroy him. Annihilate the Li family. If Yi Qinghan did not come out, then there was no other way. The only way was to lure him out. Li Fei had collected information on Yi Qinghan very carefully. He knew that Yi Qinghan's greatest weakness was that he valued friendship. But Li Fei had no way to exploit this weakness. He did not dare to go to Flame Dragon City, nor the Flame Dragon continent. This kind of thing could be done once, but if he did it a second time, that crazy woman from Soul Devouring City would directly shed all pretense of cordiality and start a war. The Misty Continent had 2 sovereigns. At that time, if Star's sovereign was enraged, the one to die would still be him, so Li Fei looked incomparably strong on the surface, but in his heart, there was a deep sense of helplessness. Until half a month later, Li Fei received 3 pieces of news in succession. His face finally revealed a trace of a smile, but this smile was very cold no matter how you looked at it. The first news was that the Misty Continent's law enforcement team leader, Venerable Moonchaser, had led a team of the Misty Continent's law enforcement team out of Myriad Waters Manor. They were heading east of the Star Sea. Although their speed was very slow, their goal was very clear. They were heading straight for Soul Emperor Island. The second news was that someone had transmitted a message to seek refuge with him, to the Li family. Moreover, this person was a famous powerhouse of the divine realm. The third news was a transmission from within Soul Emperor Island. Someone could not withstand the pressure and had come begging for mercy, hoping that Li Fei would spare his life. He also pointed out that they actually had a common enemy, Yi Qinghan. These 3 pieces of news seemed completely unrelated, but Venerable Li Fei found a trace of a connection between the 3 pieces of news. After sitting on the dragon boat and thinking for a long time, his eyes suddenly lit up. Then, he let out a hearty laugh inside the dragon boat. Half a year later. On the sea east of Soul Emperor Island, there were over a dozen giant dragon boats. These dragon boats were at least 10 times the size of the dragon boats that Yi Qinghan had been on before. In front of each dragon boat was a giant symbol. 2 black swords and a blood-red skull. This was the symbol of a pirate king. This symbol had a great deterrent force in the entire divine realm. This was not the symbol of a pirate legion. Instead, it was the symbol of the Misty Monarch. Countless people in the divine realm did not understand why the ethereal monarch would make such a symbol to represent himself. But there were still some people who understood. The ethereal monarch was originally the greatest pirate boss of the Star Sea, calling himself Pirate King Jida. After becoming a monarch, he still did not change his banner. The captain of the ethereal continent's law enforcement team, Venerable Moonchaser, had arrived. If one were to say who could best represent the ethereal monarch on the surface, it was undoubtedly Venerable Moonchaser. The ethereal continent's law enforcement team represented the will of the ethereal monarch. Therefore, although Venerable Moonchaser brought several dozen supreme powerhouses here this time, Venerable Li Fei did not dare to slack off. He personally led the Venerables out of the dragon boat to wait for Venerable Moonchaser. Venerable Moonchaser did not wear battle armor, but wore a white robe. His clothes were whiter than snow, and his face was as white as jade. He was like an elegant and peerless young master. He only brought 5 or 6 subordinates wearing battle armor and floated out of the dragon boat. He nodded towards Li Fei as a form of salute. His face was expressionless, but his eyes revealed a trace of arrogance. He said coldly, "Li Fei, move your people away. I've come to receive someone under orders." The moment Venerable Moonchaser's words landed, the dozens of Venerables on Li Fei's side all paled. Venerable Xia Tian's entire face turned the color of a pig's liver. As long as Li Fei gave the order, who cared what law enforcement team, they would be chopped down first. Li Fei's expression was also ugly. Even if he used his warm face to stick to someone's cold butt, he would feel uncomfortable in his heart. But Li Fei did not dare to move, even though he had over 30 Venerables and 10 billion Star Sea powerhouses by his side. It was fine to destroy Flame Dragon City. It was fine to kill 1 million people. But, to dare to kill Venerable Moonchaser, that was directly issuing a challenge to the ethereal monarch. At that time, everyone would have to die. It was probably because of this that Venerable Moonchaser was so arrogant. "Venerable Moonchaser, if the person you want to take away is Yi Qing Han, forgive me for not letting him go. It's useless even if you kill me." In just a moment, Li Fei's expression returned to normal, but his gaze was fixed on Venerable Moonchaser, the light in his eyes abnormally resolute. "Humph." Venerable Moonchaser snorted coldly, his eyes still looking towards the sky. He said with incomparable arrogance, "There's no need to receive Yi Qing Han, he will go back himself. Apart from Yi Qing Han, I'm taking away everyone else. This is Lady Jia Wu's order." Venerable Moonchaser's words were like a fierce slap to everyone's face. Moreover, the last 2 words Jia Wu were especially emphasized, his face full of cold mockery and ridicule. Chapter 959. Honorable Xia Tian couldn't hold it in any longer. He pointed at Honorable Moonchaser, source energy surging from his palm. His eyes were filled with rage and murderous intent. Not only him, but almost all the Stellar Sea Honorables were enraged. Honorable Moonchaser was too arrogant. He dared to speak to them like this with more than 10 6th grade and 7th grade war gods. Did he think they wouldn't dare to make a move just because he was the representative of the ethereal sovereign? Mocking the Stellar Sea experts for not being able to capture Yi Qing Han, and using Lady Jia Wu to suppress them? Wasn't the Stellar Sea the #1 expert in the divine realm? Since when had the Stellar Sea been looked down upon like this? Back off. Honorable Li Fei forcefully suppressed the rage in his heart and shouted. Honorable Xia Tian and the rest retreated indignantly, but their eyes were filled with obvious murderous intent. Fine. Honorable Li Fei was silent for a moment, then sneered and said straightforwardly, "As long as Yi Qing Han can guarantee to stay on the island when they leave, I will let them go. My lord, no. My lord." Honorable Xia Tian and the rest changed their expressions and voiced out one after another. If the ethereal continent experts left, leaving Yi Qing Han alone on the island, things would become even more difficult. If Yi Qing Han directly entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion and went into seclusion for hundreds of thousands of years, would they have to foolishly wait here for hundreds of thousands of years? No need to say more. Every debt has a debtor. This matter was started by Yi Qing Han, and has nothing to do with others. Because Yi Qing Han made things difficult for others, Stellar Sea cannot afford to lose face like this. Li Fei said with a resolute expression, ignoring the opposition of the crowd. Good. The Li family is indeed a character. Honorable Moonchaser revealed a smile for the first time. He looked at Honorable Li Fei and beckoned to a 7th grade war god beside him. Zhui Ming, go into the island and tell Yi Qing Han Li Fei's intentions. A black-armored cultivator at the side performed a cupped fist salute and took the medallion from Moonchaser's hand. Then, he flew towards Soul Monarch Island. Let them pass. Li Fei nodded. Supremacy Xia Tian immediately shouted, but his face was still filled with doubt. When did Venerable Li Fei become so easy to talk to? Didn't he say that he was going to kill the entire Misty Continent? The life-chasing war god entered the island without a hitch. The martial artists of the floating continent had long since seen those huge dragon boats, especially the symbol of the Pirate King on them. They were all pumped up and came out to welcome him. "Greetings, my lord." The one-dragon battle god led the crowd and knelt down on one knee when they saw the medallion in the life-chasing battle god's hand. The token had the word Misty carved on it. It was the monarch's token. "Get up. Tell Yi Qinghan to come out and see me." A faint smile appeared in the eyes of the life-chasing war god. Although his words sounded a little official, the friendliness in his words was evident. "My lord, please wait for a moment. City Lord Yi is in seclusion. I will send a message to him now." The one-dragon battle god didn't dare to slack off. The Misty Continent would send people to receive them. Yi Qinghan had already informed him. Of course, he immediately contacted Yi Qinghan. In the War Emperor Palace, Little Firework and Li Shuai were whispering to each other, saying some intimate words. Suddenly, the communication jade talisman on her waist vibrated. She took it out and quickly said to the sleeping Xiao Hei, "Hurry up and call Big Brother Yi out. People from the Misty Continent are here." Xiao Hei was still sleeping soundly. Li Shuai saw that she couldn't take it anymore. She lifted her leg and kicked at Xiao Hei's butt, causing Xiao Hei to flip a few rounds in the air. Xiao Hei looked at the crowd with sleepy eyes and said angrily, Who dares to attack me, Lord Xiao Hei? Do you want to die?" The crowd burst into laughter. Li Shuai looked embarrassed. She lifted her leg and was about to kick. She said angrily, "I kicked him." "What? Are you not convinced?" Xiao Hei was aggressive just a moment ago, but he immediately turned from a ferocious tiger to a sickly cat. He grinned and said, "Ah. Little Shuai, that's not what I meant. Today's weather, ha ha ha." Pfft. Looking at Xiao Hei, Firework smiled. Before Yi Qinghan went into seclusion, he had given her a communication jade talisman. If something big happened or people from the Misty Continent were here, she could ask Xiao Hei to inform him immediately. She didn't dare to waste any more time and immediately said to Xiao Hei, "Hurry up and contact Big Brother Yi. People from the Misty Continent are here." Xiao Hei had also received instructions from Yi Qinghan. He quickly put on a serious expression and started to send a soul message to Yi Qinghan. Buzz. Yi Qinghan appeared not long after. With a faint smile on his face, he cupped his hands to the crowd. Finally, he looked at Firework and said, "People from the Misty Continent are here? How long have I been in seclusion?" Big Brother Yi, War God Yi Long sent a message. "You have been in seclusion for 1.5 years. When Yi Qinghan appeared, Firework's face was full of joy. She thought that people from the Misty Continent were here and that everyone could be saved. As long as they returned to the Misty Continent, it would be their world. The warriors in the Star Sea wouldn't dare to attack the Misty Continent, right? 1.5 years? How could it be so long?" Yi Qinghan frowned. If they had used the teleportation formation to get here from the Misty Continent, it would have taken less than 2 months. But now, they only arrived after 1.5 years? If Lord Devour hadn't sent a message to him, he would have suspected that something was wrong. After giving some instructions to the crowd, Yi Qinghan flashed out of the War Imperial Palace. As soon as Yi Qinghan appeared, countless divine senses and gazes instantly swept over him. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to be careless and immediately hid. Then, he locked on Soul-Chasing Saint in front of War God Yi Long and said, "Yi Qinghan greets Lord. If you have something to say, just say it. I can hear you. The situation is unclear, so Yi Qinghan can only be careful. Please forgive me, Lord. Hee, City Lord Yi, you are too polite. I don't dare to call you Lord." Although Soul-Chasing Saint was a captain of the law enforcement team, he didn't dare to put on airs in front of Yi Qinghan. He cupped his hands in the direction where Yi Qinghan hid, but he was extremely shocked. This city Lord Yi was exactly as the rumors said. He could turn invisible in an instant. Even when he sent a message to me, I couldn't lock on to him. Facing the air, soul-chasing Saint explained the situation quickly. Then, he pointed at the countless massive dragon boats in the distance and smiled. City Lord Yi, don't worry. The captain will lead the team personally. Madame Jia Wu has given the order. I think no one dares to mess around. We will escort all of you back to the continent safely. Yi Qinghan was a little surprised. He had just begged Lord Devour to send the Misty City's team. He didn't expect that the Misty City would be so cautious as to send the captain of the law enforcement team, Moonchaser Saint. The 7 great law enforcement teams of the divine world represented the 7 sovereigns. Who dared to attack them? Of course, it was safe. Good. Lord Soul Chasing Saint, please send a message to Moonchaser Saint. We will do as he says. Wait a moment. I'm going to bring some people out. Yi Qinghan was resolute. After sending the message to Soul Chasing Saint, he flashed into the War Imperial Palace to tell the others the news. What? I'm not going back. I want to be with you. Even if I have to die, I want to be with you. Little Firework didn't want it anymore. Her beautiful face reddened, and her pink horn sparkled with electric sparks. Her face was strangely resolute. Yi Qinghan forced a smile, walking over. He didn't care about the other's eyes. He gently held Firework's waist and whispered in her ear, Firework, listen to me. Wait for me to come back. I will marry you. Firework shook her head as she wanted to say something. However, she didn't expect that Yi Qinghan's hand that was holding her waist shook and sealed her divine crystal. At the same time, his other hand pressed on the back of Firework's head. Firework fainted in his embrace. Viper de Ji, Miss Shui, Feng Qi de Ji, please take care of Firework. Xiao He, you and Shui should go back. Wait for me in the soul-devouring city. Don't say anything else. You know that once I've made up my mind, I won't change it. After handing Firework over to Shui, Yi Qinghan didn't wait for the others to speak. He looked at Xiao He, whose eyes were starting to emit a sense of urgency. Yi Qinghan's expression didn't change at all. He said in a low voice, don't say anything else. I've made up my mind. Don't force me to take action. Besides, what are you worried about? Once you leave, I will go to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. This time, I will be in seclusion for hundreds of thousands of years. Let's see if I can afford it, or if they can. Chapter 960. No. Big brother, you said that you wouldn't leave me. I won't go. If you don't go back, I won't go back. Yi Qinghan's sudden attack had stirred up Xiao He. He didn't hesitate to shout. Not to mention this, Xiao He didn't hesitate to follow Yi Qinghan in the Phoenix Cloud Mountain range when he was about to be sucked into the conferred God Valley. He had decided to die together with him. Yi Qinghan waved his hand, but he didn't say anything. Xiao He, Lord Devour has asked Imo Xiao to send me a message. As soon as your soul reaches the God Emperor realm, I'll take you back to the soul-devouring city and help you transform. If you delay for a long time, it will be a big problem. Xiao He, you're not young anymore. You should think about Li Shui, Moreover, I'm very safe here. What are you worried about? After you transform, you can ask Lord Devour to solve this situation. If you're still stubborn, do you believe that I won't terminate the soul contract with you? Yi Qinghan's reasonable explanation had rendered Xiao He speechless. Looking at Li Shui, he quieted down. Yi Qinghan's last sentence was resolute. As Xiao He had followed him for a long time, he knew that whatever he said was just like his saliva. He would do what he said. Thus, he didn't dare to be stubborn anymore. As Xiao He didn't say anything, the others didn't dare to persuade him. They just looked at Yi Qinghan with a complicated countenance. Li Xiaosha and the others' admiration for Yi Qinghan became more fanatical. They knew Yi Qinghan's deeds clearly. Moreover, after what had happened this time, they understood Yi Qinghan's character better. Yi Qinghan was the kind of person who would share benefits with others and shoulder hardships alone. Such a character was rare. Brother Yi, Li Shui'er was very clear that Xiao Hei's sudden silence was definitely because of Yi Qinghan's voice transmission. Moreover, Yi Qinghan would definitely ask Xiao Hei to think more about her. She thought about how everyone had left, leaving Yi Qinghan to face an army of 10 billion by himself. He had to cultivate on this isolated island, and his future was uncertain. Her heart ached, and tears streamed down her cheeks. All right. Stop acting like a little girl. I, Yi Qinghan, have been through all kinds of storms. Isn't he still alive and well? Who knows, I might have already gone back before you guys. Seeing that everyone was in low spirits, Yi Qinghan smiled with a domineering look in his eyes. He laughed and continued in a relaxed manner, all right, since you've all come from afar, I don't have much to give you. Let's give each of you a small gift. Get ready, I'll bring you out later. Yi Qinghan was the first to flash out of the War Imperial Palace. Li Xiaosha and the others were all grinning from ear to ear. They immediately used their divine sense to check the treasures in the spatial ring. As a result, everyone's jaws dropped. Even Li Shui'er, who was the daughter of Honor Li Quan and had seen countless treasures, was shocked. She was secretly checking out Yi Qinghan's generosity. Yi Qinghan walked around the island and found that it was still the same as before. He casually threw down countless small restrictions used for probing before he leisurely revealed himself beside the life-chasing war god. With a wave of his hand, Poisonous Snake, Li Shui'er and the others appeared beside everyone. Cupping his fists at war god Chasing, Yi Qinghan smiled, Lord Chasing, have you arranged everything? City Lord Yi, I've already sent a message to Lord Chasing. Everything has been arranged. Everyone can follow me out of the island now. War God Chasing nodded and replied with a smile. All right, everyone follow Lord Chasing out of the island and listen to the instructions of the law enforcement team. Yi Qinghan waved his hand decisively, without any hesitation, and ordered everyone to move out immediately. Big Brother Yi, take care. Boss, wait for my return. City Lord, I'll wait for your return in the Fire Dragon City. Big Brother Yi, if you return to the Misty Continent, you must tell me. Lord, take care. All the martial artists of the Misty Continent gazed at Yi Qinghan and bid farewell to Yi Qinghan. Their eyes were shining with all kinds of complicated emotions. Yi Qinghan did not say anything. He just waved his hand lightly and stood there quietly. His frail body was getting bigger and bigger in the eyes of everyone. His gentle smile made everyone's heart ache. The young masters and thousands of martial artists followed War God Chasing out of the island at a slow pace. Many of them looked back after every step. The Star Army was indeed trustworthy. They did not set up any checkpoints and directly opened up the encirclement, creating a wide path. They let War God Chasing bring the martial artists of the Misty Continent outside, as if they were not worried that Yi Qinghan would take advantage of the chaos to escape. Of course, they were not worried. If Yi Qinghan came out at this moment, they could take down Fireworks and the others with a good reason. They could directly threaten Yi Qinghan and kill him. Yi Qinghan broke his promise first, so even Venerable Moon Chasing had nothing to say. Before long, everyone was taken out. The Star Army once again surrounded Soul Emperor Island. After everyone saluted Venerable Moonchaser, they all looked back at the indistinct green figure on the hillside of the island. Everyone subconsciously clenched one fist in front of their chest and saluted with utmost respect. Let's go. Venerable Moon Chasing also stared at the green figure on the island. With his strength, he could clearly see the faint smile on Yi Qinghan's face from such a long distance. He made an exception and waved at Yi Qinghan, then turned around resolutely. 4 or 5 huge dragon boats opened up their protective shields at the same time. War God Chasing and the other guards divided everyone into 2 groups and entered 2 different dragon boats. After everyone entered the dragon boat, it immediately turned around and quickly shot towards the east like a bolt of lightning. Alright, they're all gone. I can finally go all out alone. Yi Qinhan looked at the dozens of huge dragon boats that disappeared into the eastern sea. He smiled and relaxed, then entered War Emperor Palace. Yi Qinhan did not want them to get involved in the battle with Star Sea. This was a good opportunity to send Xiao He away. Although Soul Emperor Island could not start a war, it did not mean that Star Sea would wait for him to leave. Hence, he did not hesitate to arrange a way out. After entering War Emperor Palace, Yi Qinhan found that Yao Ji was still holding a restriction book and reading it with great interest. He smiled and said to Yao Ji, "Let's enter the Illusion Palace. Cultivating outside is too slow. It's much faster in the Illusion Palace." It was indeed safer in the Illusion Palace. Yi Qinhan did not want to be disturbed again during his seclusion. Yao Ji nodded and the two of them teleported out. Then, their figures flashed and disappeared before the Star Army's divine sense swept over. In the largest dragon boat outside Soul Emperor Island, Venerable Xia Tian looked at Venerable Li Fei, who was sitting calmly on the main seat. His face was full of doubt, but Li Fei showed no signs of explaining. After staring for a moment, Venerable Xia Tian could not help but ask, "Sir, is there a deeper meaning to your arrangement?" Li Fei smiled leisurely. His eyes were frighteningly bright. He laughed sinisterly and said, "You don't have to worry about this. You will naturally find out soon. Yi Qinhan, you will definitely die this time." Chapter 961. In the vast and boundless Star Ocean South Sea, a dozen or so dragon boats broke through the waves and approached. In front of each dragon boat were two huge black swords and a bloody skull. Along the way, they occasionally met some god bandits from the Star Ocean. However, when they saw this symbol, they immediately fled. No one dared to come within 50 kilometers of these 10 dragon boats. There were 16 dragon boats, but the 10 dragon boats behind were empty. There were only a few experts driving the dragon boats. This time, Munchaser's supremacy only brought a few experts with him. However, he still had to pay attention to the grandeur. This was the face of the ethereal continent monarch. Munchaser's supremacy brought a few subordinates and was in the foremost dragon boat. The second dragon boat was Zhui Ming, with Venomous Snake, Li Xiaosha, and a group of young masters. The low-level martial artists of the ethereal continent and dozens of experts from the law enforcement team were in the third dragon boat. "Lord Zhui Ming, why don't we go to the Blood Knight continent? Isn't it much faster to use the teleportation formation?" Although Venomous Snake War God wasn't very powerful, he was personally picked by Lord Devour before he came. He was considered one of Lord Devour's people, and his status was much higher. Actually, he wasn't the only one who had this question. Everyone on the dragon boat was confused. Although it was not slow to take the dragon boat back, it would take at most half a year to reach the ethereal continent. However, Munchaser's supremacy had the monarch's token. He could directly teleport everyone back. It would be much faster. It would only take 1 month. Zhui Ming smiled lightly. Although he was the leader of the law enforcement team, and his status was definitely higher than ordinary prefecture masters, he didn't put on airs. He was very casual with everyone along the way. Seeing that everyone was looking over curiously, he explained, "The law enforcement team has a special status. Under normal circumstances, they don't leave the ethereal continent. Every time they do, they rarely enter other continents. Didn't you see that the route of the dragon boats is very particular? The islands in the Star Ocean are basically not within 50 kilometers. This is an unspoken rule. We represent the power of the continent." "Oh. I see." Venomous Snake War God nodded and smiled. He pondered for a while and asked again, "Lord, recently, did anything big happen in the continent?" The Viper War God's question was very skillful. Everyone's eyes lit up. They all knew what the Viper War God really wanted to ask. Yi Qinhan sent the message, and Lord Devour took action immediately. Theoretically, Master Munchaser's team should have arrived a long time ago. However, it had taken them 1.5 years to arrive, and they had brought only a few people. Something big did happen. The life-chasing war god's expression turned solemn. His thick eyebrows were tightly knitted together as he said in a deep voice, "Before we came here, dozens of baleful streams appeared at the same time. The impact this time is almost the same as the impact in the Grace mainland 300,000 years ago. However, it's suppressed now. Are the netherworld demons going to launch another large-scale attack?" Everyone's faces darkened. 300,000 years ago, in the Grace mainland, the Fiend stream was also stirred up. Countless Azura kings stormed out and smashed the Fiend stream's formation. Then, they attacked the cities and tribes in every direction. In the end, it was suppressed. However, at that time, hundreds of small cities in the Grace mainland were destroyed, and hundreds of millions of people died. It was a shocking event. Life-chasing war god shook his head and explained again, "I'm not sure. However, the Sovereign has ordered to strengthen the Fiend's power. Since the Sovereign has noticed it, it shouldn't be a big deal. Many of the law enforcement team's experts have also been transferred. That's why we're late." "That's good. Since the Sovereign has ordered, it shouldn't be a big deal." Everyone exhaled in relief. That time in the Grace mainland, the Sovereign of the Grace mainland didn't care about it, which led to the tragedy. Moreover, didn't the Sovereign-level Lord Devourer still exist in the continent? Although most of the people in the Dragon Boat's hall were present, there were still some who went to their rooms to rest. For example, Firework and Li Shuai. In one of the rooms, Firework's face was gloomy. She hugged her knees and sat on the bed in silence. Beside her, Li Shuai was comforting her. On the other side of the table, Xiao He was also listless, lying on the table. Li Shuai said a lot, but when she realized that Firework and Blackie were indifferent, she sighed softly and became silent. She also knew that as long as Yi Qinghan didn't return or didn't see each other, the two of them wouldn't be in a good mood. In another room, young Master Lei Ming sat alone with a gloomy face. The Dragon War God told everyone about how he cursed at Yi Qinghan. His ending was obvious. Almost no one cared about him. Everyone treated him like air and ignored him. After Firework heard it, he came looking for him and warned him that if he said anything bad about Yi Qinghan, he would have to bear the consequences. Firework was very unhappy. The Lei family's guards naturally changed their attitude. They weren't that friendly to this young master. Firework was now Lei Kuang's treasure in the Lei family. If it wasn't for Firework being soft-hearted and begging for mercy in front of Lei Kuang, Lei Ming's identity as a young master would have been lost. If Firework went back and mentioned it to Lei Kuang, "Lei Firework, Yi Qinghan, it's all your fault. It's all your fault." Lei Ming sat on a chair in the corner for a long time. The hatred in his eyes became more and more intense. He gritted his teeth and snorted in a low voice. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. After Lei Zhen was trapped in the Sealed God Valley, his father's position in the family was like the sun in the sky. That was the most glorious time for him. He considered himself the young master of the Lei family and dreamed of controlling the entire Longyang prefecture in the future. He was the first person in the Lei family to find out that Firework had awakened the Thunder God's bloodline. After the spy he had arranged for Firework reported the news to him, he didn't hesitate and killed him. The destruction of Firework's tribe and Firework's entrapment in the baleful stream were all arranged by him. However, he didn't know that Lord Devourer was behind all of this. However, Yi Qinghan brought Firework out. Firework accidentally met Grand Elder Lei Yun and was brought back to the family. His days became difficult. After Lei Kuang came out of seclusion, he was almost killed by Lei Kuang's palm. Perhaps he was still a young master of the Lei family outside, but he knew very well that the entire Lei family didn't see him as a young master anymore. He hated Firework, hated Lei Zhen, and even hated Yi Qinghan. This time, he had been looking for an opportunity to take back everything that belonged to him. Therefore, on Soul Emperor Island, he tried to contact the experts of the Star Army. At this moment, without hesitation, he took out the communication jade talisman and started to send a message. Message, to Li Fei. Li Fei was very busy recently. Although he sat quietly in the dragon boat every day, his communication jade talismans didn't stop. There were people constantly sending him messages. After that, he continued to send out messages. Every message he sent was sent after careful consideration. There was a huge map in the front hall of the dragon boat. It was a map of the Star Sea. At this moment, Li Fei had drawn a clear and eye-catching route in the South Sea. If Venerable Moonchaser saw this, he would be shocked because this route was exactly the same as the route they had taken. Chapter 962. The Moonchaser Supremacy was in a bad mood recently. His eyelids were constantly twitching. This situation was very strange. As the leader of the enforcement squad, he did not think that anyone would dare to lay a hand on him. Because the number of supremacies that could kill him in the entire divine realm could be counted. Sovereigns were even more unlikely to do so. Therefore, this premonition of danger was very baffling. He represented the will of the ethereal sovereign. If he was killed, the sovereign would definitely be enraged. No matter who it was, he would immediately attack. Moreover, the will of the sovereign was not to be challenged. Even so, the Moonchaser Supremacy still decided to be more careful. The speed of the dragon boat increased again, and the route became more unpredictable. After traveling halfway to the Moon Queen, the dragon boat was not far from the ethereal continent. It would only take 3 to 5 days to reach the Myriad Waters Manor. However, the warning in the Moonchaser Supremacy's heart was getting stronger. Not just him, even the several 7th-grade war gods beside him felt that something was wrong. Their brows were tightly knitted, and their faces were grave. Stop. Prepare for battle. Suddenly, the Moonchaser Supremacy bellowed. His voice was amplified by divine power, and resounded in all the dragon boats. Dozens of dragon boats stopped instantly. Then, dozens of law enforcement squad experts appeared outside the dragon boats. Their divine power was greatly amplified, and their eyes were solemn as they looked around. The Moonchaser Supremacy had already teleported out. In his hand was a long black spear, surrounded by white origin energy. His entire body was filled with soaring killing intent. All the dragon boats were stowed away at the same time. Viper War God and the others appeared in the sky. All the martial artists of the ethereal continent gathered together. The guards of the various young masters and the law enforcement squad's martial artists were tightly guarding them. Buzz. Suddenly, the space fluctuated violently. Then, the nearby space began to crack, and countless black figures tore out from the cracks. Hiss hiss, hiss hiss. Waves of roars resounded. The surrounding space suddenly darkened, and the air became gloomy. In the sky, nearly 1,000 black figures appeared out of nowhere. Devil King? Azura? The Moonchaser Supremacy heaved a sigh of relief. Although there were countless Devil Kings and Azuras around, it was not a problem for him. The Devil King was only at the first level of the God King realm, while the Azuras were around the first level of the God Emperor realm. Although there were more of them, it was still easy to get rid of them. Leishu Firework, and some of the martial artists from the Misty Continent looked at the monsters in the sky in horror. Many people had seen the Demon King, but very few people had seen the Azura. Shuras were not very big. They were several times smaller than the Demon King, but their appearances were similar to the Demon King. The only difference was that the Shura's eyes were not blood red. Instead, they were similar to ordinary humans, with distinct black and white. However, as long as anyone looked into their eyes, they would feel a chill run through their bodies, and their souls would tremble. Shura did not have a demonic aura around him, but his entire body gave off a cold and evil aura. Thunder God's protection. Firework didn't hesitate. His 2 pink horns glowed with a white light, and a huge white barrier enveloped everyone. Firework was only at the 2nd level of the God King realm. However, the Thunder God's protection was extremely powerful. It was the best defense against the demonic aura. Kill. Seeing that Firework had released the Thunder God's protection, Moonchaser Supremacy's eyes revealed a trace of admiration. Then, his eyes suddenly turned cold. Although the appearance of these Demon King Shuras was inexplicable, there was no time to think too much. he had to get rid of them first. With a shake of the origin source of his spear, he teleported and appeared in the middle of the dozen shuras. His spear turned into spear shadows and enveloped the dozen shuras in front of him. Hiss, hiss. Countless black swords suddenly shot out from the dozen shuras. They were all condensed from the demonic aura, and their speed was comparable to the speed of a 5th-grade war god's blade. If it was an ordinary god-emperor martial artist, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Moonchaser Supremacy's body suddenly emitted a white light. When the black swords hit his body, there was no reaction. However, his black spear instantly hit the heads of the dozen shuras. The origin source was invincible. These shuras were instantly turned into dust and rapidly eroded in the air. Countless black dust scattered in the air, making the sky even darker. Swish! Dozens of law enforcers all shot in all directions. This time, the number of Demon King shuras that suddenly descended was too many. Although Moonchaser Supremacy killed them quickly, what if more Demon King shuras descended later? It was better to kill them quickly and leave quickly. Feng Qi didn't move. The guards of the Lei family, the Li family, and the young master's families also didn't move. Although there were more than 10 7th-grade war gods among their guards, which was a very powerful force, protecting the young masters and young masters was their most important task. However, protecting the ladies and young masters was their most important mission. Moreover, they naturally wouldn't move without Venerable Moonchaser's order. With the addition of dozens of supreme experts, the speed of killing the Demon King shuras became faster. In just a moment, more than 300 demons were killed. Moonchaser Supremacy swept his spear left and right. None of the Demon King shuras were his match. Buzz! Suddenly, the space trembled again. Countless spatial cracks appeared again, and this time, there were more spatial cracks than before. Countless black shadows emerged again. Something's wrong. Moonchaser Supremacy's clothes were whiter than snow. With his spear, he directly killed several shuras in front of him. However, he suddenly stopped, and his expression became gloomy. His eyes were like lightning as he locked onto the sky on the left. He bellowed, "Everyone, be careful. These demons may be drawn out by someone intentionally using a treasure to shake the space. Humph, they actually dare to attack us. What gall. I think they're courting death." Once Moonchaser Supremacy said this, all the experts' expressions changed. This time, there were more Demon King shuras that came out, no less than 2,000. If it were them, it wouldn't matter. They could just charge out. However, this time, there were thousands of low-level warriors and countless young masters and young mistresses from various families. Feng Qi's divine power revolved around his body, and the dozen supreme experts guards by his side also acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Fireworks and the others were also incomparably nervous. Even the black hair on Xiao Hei's head stood up, like an angry lion cub. Buzz! The space shook again, and a super-large space fissure appeared. And at the fissure, a giant hand reached out of the space fissure. Before the body could be seen, just this giant hand covered in black scales made everyone's soul palpitate, and their bodies went cold. Shura King. At this moment, Moonchaser Supremacy finally knew why he had such a strong premonition of danger. Shura Kings were existences comparable to supremacies. He did not continue to tangle with the shuras beside him, but raised his spear and stabbed at the giant hand. At the same time, he bellowed, "Joy, take everyone and break out. Quick! Break out!" Feng Qi roared to the people behind him. He also held a spear in his hand and charged forward. Fireworks had no choice but to cancel the Thunder God's protection. If he used it, his speed would be too slow, and he wouldn't be able to break out. However, the moment the Thunder God's protection was cancelled, the space around Fireworks suddenly shook, and Fireworks's face changed. On his shoulder, Xiao Hei's eyes were full of fear. On the right, the Viper Warrior God and the Dragon Warrior God immediately used their god's power to attack the space. Feng Qi's body shook, and his eyes were full of anger. He turned around and stabbed at the space next to fireworks. Buzz! A black figure appeared in the air out of nowhere. His body was wrapped in white air, and he actually ignored the attacks of the Viper Warrior God and the Dragon Warrior God. With a backhand wave, his palm turned into a claw, and directly shattered Feng Chi's spear. Then, his palm reached forward like lightning, and his claw grabbed Feng Chi's lower abdomen. Pa! The sound of the divine crystal breaking was heard. Feng Chi's huge eyes were wide open, and he fell down powerlessly. He was killed instantly. Then, this figure reached out with both hands, and with a wave of the origin power, he grabbed the shoulders of the Viper Warrior God and the Dragon Warrior God. Half of their bodies were directly torn apart, and they were immediately severely injured. The black figure's two hands slapped at the Viper Warrior God, the Dragon Warrior God, and the frightened fireworks. Before fireworks, the Viper Warrior God, and the Dragon Warrior God could react, he directly sealed their divine crystals. He also casually slapped Xiao He away, and then instantly disappeared in the air with the three of them. Of course, Venerable Moonchaser noticed the situation here, but the Shura King's body had already appeared, and he couldn't split himself. He could only roar angrily, "Evil Moon, how dare you! You are seeking your own death. No one can protect you, not even Li Kong." However, no matter how Venerable Moonchaser roared, the black figure didn't hesitate. He constantly teleported, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's divine senses. Chapter 963. Evil Moon. All the warriors of the Misty Continent shuddered and thought of one person at the same time, Honorable Evil Moon. The former number 2 Honorable of the Misty City. It was him. Why did he attack? Why did he kidnap Fireworks and Viper? What was he trying to do? The answer was not hard to imagine. Countless people thought of it and their expressions changed. Xiao He roared in anger and wanted to chase in that direction, but he was surrounded by evil Shura. Xiao He's strength was not strong. Soul Devourer World could only be used when he combined with Yi Qinghan. He did not dare to rush in recklessly and could only roar in anger in midair. Eminent Elder Feng Chi. Miss Fireworks. Miss. The experts of Flame Dragon City and the Lei family all roared in anger and attacked the Demon King Shura around them in a frenzy. However, they did not notice the trace of a sneer that flashed across young Master Lei Ming's lips. Don't chase. Protect young Master Xiao He with your life. Honorable Moonchaser was frightened. If something happened to Xiao He, wouldn't Lord Devour tear him apart? He quickly roared and attacked the Shura King even more fiercely. Because this Shura King was intercepted by Honorable Moonchaser at the first moment, only half of its body was revealed. Every time it revealed its body, it would be instantly smashed by Honorable Moonchaser. But what was strange was that this Shura King seemed to be immortal. When Honorable Moonchaser smashed one of its arms, it would immediately emit a ball of demonic aura and then condense the arm again. Shura Kings were obviously different from Shura. Once an Shura was swept by Honorable Moonchaser's origin energy, it would be eroded and die instantly. But this Shura King's body seemed to have solidified and was extremely stiff. Every time he could only smash a small part of its body. Once this part was smashed, another part would grow out. Fortunately, the space fissure was constantly closing. Honorable Moonchaser's every attack only made the Shura King's body tremble. It could not tear the space and descend into the divine realm. The eyes of the other war gods burned with fury, pouring out their anger on the evil Shura Kings around them. The guards around the young masters did not move. They all propped up their god domains to block the demonic aura from all directions, lest the low-level warriors were demonized. After a while, the space fissure finally closed. The cold and evil aura in the air gradually faded. Honorable Moonchaser heaved a sigh of relief. If this Shura King came out, they might be fine. But few of these divine kings would be able to survive. Moonchaser glanced in the direction that Evil Moon had disappeared in. Finally, he let out a helpless roar and charged toward the Misty Continent. The dozens of 7th-grade war gods were divided into 3 groups. 2 groups would guard the left and right sides, and the last group would delay them. At the same time, the guards of the various large families also moved out, surrounding a group of young masters and low-level practitioners in the center before charging forward with Venerable Moonchaser. Because there were more than 10 7th-grade war gods delaying the Azura Devil King, and Venerable Moonchaser's attacks were too incisive, the main force broke out of the encirclement in no time. Venerable Moonchaser did not care about the 7th-grade war god behind him. He let Li Shuaer and Blackie follow beside him and continued to dash forward. Honorable Moonchaser didn't care about the war gods behind him. He had Li Shuaer take Xiao He and fly forward. He personally steered the dragon boat, turning it into a bolt of lightning as it moved forward. Honorable Moonchaser didn't speak along the way. No one spoke either. But their expressions were ugly. A day later, the dozen or so war gods returned. 2 were missing. They had been demonized. Honorable Moonchaser's expression darkened even more. He released a murderous aura, making the atmosphere in the dragon boat especially oppressive. After Xiao He entered the dragon boat, he stopped making a fuss. But his gloomy face scared Li Shuaer. Xiao He knew it was useless to make a fuss. Honorable Moonchaser was right. They had to return to the Misty Continent as soon as possible. Honorable Moonchaser reported the matter to the Misty Continent's sovereign, while Xiao He went to find Lord Devour. Honorable Moonchaser personally controlled the dragon boat. The speed of the dragon boat reached a terrifying level. After only 3 days, the continent was in sight. This time, they landed at the Myriad Water Manor. It was just a small city called 5-Star City. Once they entered the city, they felt an oppressive aura fill the entire city. The cultivators in the city all had worried looks on their faces. When the life-chasing battle god went to ask around, he came back with shocking news. Half a month ago, the baleful Een streams in various places were rioting again. This time, it was even more violent. 2 Shura kings appeared in a first-class baleful Een stream in the south of the Myriad Water Manor. Half of the 108 prefectures on the continent asked for help. All the experts on the continent had been mobilized. There was no news of the battle situation. But there was no good news in half a month. It was obviously very troublesome. Honorable War God, you arrange them. I will return to Misty City first. Young Master Xiao He, you return to Soul Eater City first. I will personally pay a visit to Lord Jiawu. Venerable Moonchaser's originally calm expression turned grave once again. He hurriedly gave a few instructions and directly teleported to the plaza. Then, he activated the transportation channel and left. Shuaer. Let's go to Soul Eater City. Xiao He's expression changed again. He knew that with such a big matter happening on the continent, the Misty Continent's sovereign would not have the time to deal with such a small matter. Now, he could only seek help from Lord Devour. Li Shuaer nodded. She casually called a few Li family guards and gave some instructions to Little Sha. Then, she hurriedly rushed towards the transportation channel. Looking at the backs of Xiao He and Li Shuaer, the eyes of countless people lit up. This enmity, as well as rescuing that person on Soul Emperor Island, would depend on that lord in Soul Eater City. Everyone, go to the transportation channel and return to your respective families. These matters will be arranged by the Lord above. There is no use in thinking so much. In this trip to Soul Emperor Island, everyone has done meritorious service. After this, Ethereal City will definitely reward you accordingly. Knowing the urgency of the matter, life-chasing war god quickly arranged and led everyone to the transportation channel. Ethereal City. Honorable Moonchaser was dressed in white and looked exceptionally elegant. As soon as he appeared in the transportation channel, countless guards immediately saluted him. However, Honorable Moonchaser had no time to pay attention to them. With a wave of his hand, his body once again disappeared into the transportation channel. Honorable Moonchaser teleported to Ethereal Summit and did not stop for a moment. He directly flew up the mountain and knelt on one knee in front of a huge palace. After saluting, he heard the voice of the Misty Continent's sovereign. Only then did he carefully report the entire situation to the Misty Continent's sovereign. Evil Moon? Humph. What a good move to plunder the sky. A faint voice sounded again. It was emotionless, but Moonchaser could still hear a trace of anger in the words. After a moment, the voice came again. All right, you don't have to worry about this matter. Bring people to 100 Battle Manor. The situation there is somewhat serious. In the future, there is no need to see me here. Just send a message directly. Swish. A white jade token shot out from the palace, and Honorable Moonchaser's face lit up with joy. Other than the #1 Honorable of Ethereal City and the Guardian of Soul Emperor Island, he was the third person to receive this token. Even Evil Moon did not have this honor in the past. Honorable Moonchaser hurriedly kowtowed again and then flew down the mountain. He knew that since the Misty Continent's sovereign said that he did not need to worry about this matter, then there was nothing for him to do. Moreover, wasn't there still Lord Jiawu? Chapter 964. Little Ant, Little Ant. In the northernmost part of the floating mist continent, a rainbow light shone in Soul Devourer City. Before the light faded, an urgent roar came from within. Don't make any noise in Soul Devourer City. The hundreds of martial artists guarding the teleportation formation immediately surrounded the teleportation formation with godly power. A captain shouted coldly. Scram! A roar that was even more furious than before rang out. Then, a black figure shot out, followed by a white-clothed woman and several guards who hurriedly followed behind. How dare you! Take him down! The captain guarding the teleportation formation was enraged. Where was this place? Someone actually dared to be so impudent? The godly power in the weapons in his hands surged, and he was about to attack Xiao He, Li Shu'er, and the others. Stop, Xiao He, don't be hasty. Come to the City Lord Manor first. A calm voice sounded in the plaza. The captain and the hundreds of guards immediately paused, their faces filled with shock. They were very familiar with this voice. It was the City Lord's voice. Xiao He? Which Xiao He? Could it be young Master Xiao He? Swish. 3 figures shot out from afar. The one in the lead was the dark-skinned but extremely handsome Emperor Yu. On the left was Emperor Yi, and on the right was the elegant Lord Jiu with a faint smile on her face. Welcome back, young Manor Lord. Emperor Yu shouted from afar, his face filled with a sincere smile. Emperor Yi and Lord Jiu also had smiles and respect on their faces. Clang! The hundreds of people guarding the teleportation formation were so frightened that their weapons dropped to the ground. Their faces were as white as snow, and they all knelt on the ground. Their bodies trembled as they shouted in unison, Welcome back, young Manor Lord. Young Manor Lord, please forgive us. Xiao He didn't have time to care about these small fries. He nodded to Emperor Yu, Lord Jiu, and Emperor Yi before turning into lightning and flying towards the City Lord Manor. Emperor Yu hurriedly followed behind while Lord Jiu accompanied Li Shu'er towards the City Lord Manor. This was the Crown Prince's concubine, and they couldn't neglect her. Under the accompaniment of Emperor Yu, Xiao He's path was unimpeded as he rushed to the rooftop of the City Lord's mansion. On the rooftop, Lord Devourer wore a red dress, which was swaying in the wind. He had made an exception and stood up early, smiling kindly at Xiao He and Li Shu'er behind him. Xiao He, don't worry. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. Shu'er, come and sit here. Lil Yi, go do what you need to do. Lord Devourer said. Emperor Yu and Emperor Di bowed and excused themselves. Madame Jiu smiled and walked over. She poured them good wine and filled up Lord Devourer's glass. Auntie, the boss is in danger. Hurry up and save him. That bastard Evil Moon actually dares to do such a thing. Auntie, what do we do? Auntie. Xiao He's small eyes were filled with the flame of anger. Seeing Lord Devourer's warm smile, he became more agitated. He flew directly to the middle-level crystal table and screamed, his words incoherent. Evil Moon? Lord Devourer frowned, patting Xiao He's head. All right, don't talk anymore. Shu'er, you tell him. Li Shu'er greets Lord Devourer. Li Shuier was a little shy, as if she was an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her parents-in-law. She stooped to greet Lord Devour, then told him everything that had happened. From the time when Yi Qinghan had sent them away to the Demon King Shura, the appearance of Evil Moon, and the kidnapping of Fireworks and the other two, Lord Devour told him everything in detail. After Lord Devour listened to her, he pondered for a while. Then, he smiled faintly. That's it? I say, Xiao He, when can you change your impatient character? You're going to be a lord soon. Xiao He, Li Shuier, and even Lord Jiu were surprised. Xiao He said hurriedly, Auntie, it's obvious that Evil Moon is on Li Kong's side. He wants to use Fireworks and the others to threaten Big Brother. You don't know my Big Brother's character. If he knows that Fireworks and the others have been captured, he will rush out without a care for his life. At that time, he will die for sure. Auntie, hurry up and follow me to Soul Emperor Island. Lord Devour shook his head with a forced smile. Xiao He, I'm not invincible. I can do whatever I want in the divine world. I can go to the Star Sea, but I can't do anything. What's the difference if I go or not? Auntie has her own difficulties. This, Xiao He was dumbfounded. Even Li Shuier was surprised. Of course, she didn't dare to ask more questions. Xiao He blinked and said, Auntie, if you can't go, you can ask Misty Sovereign. Didn't he give you face last time? You should ask him to bring our Big Brother back. Nonsense. Lord Devour's face darkened. He looked at Xiao He with blame. The entire Misty continent is suffering a lot. Many Yin Fiend streams are rioting. Do you think Jida will abandon his people for Yi Qinghan? Also, you seem to have forgotten one thing. This is Evil Moon's doing. It's the internal strife of the Misty continent. Do you have any proof that Evil Moon has joined the Star Sea? Even if Jida goes, what name will he use to go? Do you think the Star Sea Sovereign is a pushover? Then what should we do? Auntie, you have to think of a solution. Xiao He scratched his head. Lord Devour had lost his temper, so he didn't dare to talk anymore. He could only look at Lord Devour and beg. Li Shuier and Lord Jiu were also shocked. The Star Sea's trick was brilliant. It was the Misty Continent's people who had bribed Evil Moon to attack the law enforcement team. What does it have to do with the Star Sea? Although it was obvious, the Misty Sovereign didn't have an excuse to be mad. What's the hurry? Lord Devour sighed and said, First, Yi Qinghan is in seclusion in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Even if they used fireworks to threaten Yi Qinghan wouldn't know anything. If he doesn't come out, they can't do anything. Second, Yao Ji is in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. How could she make Yi Qinghan do something stupid? If Yao Ji didn't send Yi Qinghan out of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, could he fly out? Third, this time, perhaps, Yi Qinghan can give us a big surprise. So, don't be anxious. Just wait for the good show. Really? Xiao He blinked his eyes. Although he was confused, Lord Devour had never lied like this. Listening to her tone and analyzing, it seemed that Yi Qinghan wasn't in any danger. Lord, will Fireworks and the others be all right? Li Shuier gathered her courage and asked in a low voice. Fireworks had a good relationship with him as if they were sisters. She was so worried. If Yi Qinghan doesn't die, Fireworks won't die. Lord Devour said resolutely. Then, he turned to Xiao He and said, Yao Ji has contacted me. Xiao He, I'll pay attention to this. It's useless for you to be anxious. Take Shuier to have a good rest. After a period of time, I'll help you transform. After you transform, I'll allow you to find Yi Qinghan. That should be fine, right? Xiao He and Li Shuier exhaled in relief. As Lord Devour said that he would pay attention to this and he could contact Yao Ji, he just needed to tell Yao Ji not to let Yi Qinghan out. Then, everything would be fine. Lord Jiu took Xiao He and Li Shuier down. Lord Devour stood up, walking to the pavilion by the rooftop. However, he didn't look at the wandering sea. Instead, he looked at the direction of the Soul Emperor Island, his eyes filled with hope. He muttered, "Little Han, don't let me down."